One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. Testing, testing, testing. Quite low, huh? Testing. Yeah. Honey. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2.
Recording stopped.
Good morning, everybody. That's a very weak good morning. I should say Sawubona. No Sawubonas? No one is responding. Sawubona? Okay, there you are. Yeah. Bonjour. Yeah, bonjour. Bon dia. Yes, bon dia out there. Yes. Malalapo. Malalapo, Namibia. Not here? Oh, yeah. Okay. Maybe I used the wrong version for Namibia. Yeah. I should have used Herero. Okay. Who have I not covered? Oh, yes, Mazuka from Malawi. Yes, Mulbanji. Good. Marara Say, that's from Zimbabwe? Yes. Okay. And then let's see, Lesotho. Yeah, Lesotho. We can also say Salibonani, Sawubona, Dumela, Tobela. Okay, great. Colleagues, a warm welcome to the SACAU annual conference. I hope we all traveled safely. Just a few housekeeping rules. In fact, before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Daniel Iwandamira. I know the second one is very long. So Daniel is good enough, or Danny, sometimes, that's how they call me. I'll be co-facilitating with my colleague, Desiree. Desiree, you might want to stand up so at least they can see you and recognize you. So just a few housekeeping announcements. First of all, if we could please ensure that our cell phones are in the silent mode. If they don't have that facility, then the best thing is to switch them off. Bathrooms are behind us. To my right, that's where our bathrooms are. I'm going to ask Dineo to come and give us a safety briefing so that we are covered as far as safety issues are concerned. All right?
Good morning. My name is Dineo Mutladi. Welcome to the Sun Moroba Casino. We are pleased to be accommodating you this morning. So I'm the health and safety rep for the complex, and I'll just be giving you a few exit points and in case of emergencies. So this is our, as you see there, there's written exit. That's our our emergency doors. In case of a fire, everyone will proceed there or proceed through to this door down to the hotel. I think most of you have been to the hotel. Then you'll go out to the parking to our assembly point. There's also one assembly point just outside here. There's also the entrance in front. I think you've all been there as well. There's an assembly point just in front there. And then as Daniel said, the restrooms are through the right. And if there's anything, you can just give us a call. We have a first aid, a fire marshal, and safety reps on duty for the whole duration of the day. Thank you and enjoy the rest of your training.
Thanks a lot, Dineo. How about valuable? If they have to leave for tea, lunch, can they leave their bags inside the room?
Your valuables are safe. We have security. As you have said, most of you have seen security control there. So security is available. Everything is safe in the hall. We have also cameras outside. So everything will be safe, and as well as you. So we're all safe here. I think that's all. Thank you very much, Daniel. Enjoy, guys.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Dineo, for that safety briefing. I would, however, advise that you keep your wallets and your handbags with you. Everything else you can leave behind. All right, colleagues, let's now move on to the conference background and objectives presentation by Mr. Ishmael Songa, who is the Chief Executive Officer of SACAU. Ishmael.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Bit of a feedback, isn't it? Is that okay now?
Yeah, you're okay. You're okay.
Okay. All right, let me try again. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you here from all different parts of Southern Africa. I was just saying earlier on to the MEC, before I start addressing him as dear MEC now, just saying here we are representing so many countries in Southern Africa and beyond, that we are representing at least 13 African countries, if not more. We also have Germany here, we have Uganda here, we have the Netherlands here, and perhaps a bit many more. And excuse me if I don't mention you. I just wanted to, before I forget, just show him that indeed it is a regional conference. But let me stick to my script if I have some script, and say, Honorable MEC, the chairman of the board of SACAU, Dr. Senare, and the board of SACAU in its entirety, we are here present. Also, the representative of the German Ministry of Agriculture, representative of the AHA, you shall hear the full name of the acronym, as well as the president of Agri-Limpopo, the vice president of AFASA, not AFASA, the provincial chairperson of AFASA, and all other dignitaries, dear members, all protocols observed. We are indeed gathered here annually as SACAU members to debate and discuss on important topics, as we normally do every year. We choose topics that are exciting, that are inspiring, topics that are aimed at addressing some of the challenges that agriculture is facing. And there are so many of those challenges, MEC, as you know, as we discussed before. So let's highlight a few. We have the challenge of climate change, which is now global in nature, which is affecting not only farmers, but everyone of the humankind, and also in the animal kingdom and anything else. We also have market risks that we're faced with, but we also have other issues that agriculture is dealing with that are to do with how to attract a younger generation of players into this sector, which is part of the topic today. I recall in our meeting a few years back in Tanzania, one of these similar meetings in Tanzania, that a gentleman who came from, I think, Ethiopia then, remarked to the fact that agriculture, as it is now, if it went in the same trajectory, was a generation away from extinction. That's how he put it. That it was a generation away from extinction. The reason why he was saying that was because the rate of capital replenishment, human capital replenishment, entry into agriculture was much, much slower than what would be required to sustain it in the long term. In other words, there was very little interest at all from a younger generation to go and replace the capital stock that was on its way out. And that if something drastic is not done, we will really be in serious trouble. And of course, we know the consequences of that will be not only will go beyond food security, it will really be destitution, poverty, and very limited lifespan. So there are many things that are related to that. So one of the issues really is about the aging population of farmers, and we really need to find ways of dealing with it. And of course, an obvious one is to try and encourage as much as possible a young generation of players into the sector, which is a very critical topic of today. But to do that, you cannot sell development to the younger generation. Yeah, it's a good thing for us, perhaps, as we try to engineer impact from development efforts, but they don't eat development. They eat, in our view, profits. So if we don't sell profitable opportunities to the younger generation, you might be doing an exercise in futility. They simply won't go in. And if they do go in, they might not stay as long as we would wish them to, because there would be competing interests elsewhere. So profitable opportunities for a younger generation in the agricultural sector, and I did not say farming, talking about the agricultural sector, entire value chains. If we don't really deal with that, we are not going to go that far and also with that much impact. So it is much more about that. So I've spoken to young generation and the potential impact in reducing age, average age, in exciting people through profits. But if they can do that, it is together with also cooling the atmosphere and also mitigating and adapting to climate change, then we have three things all rolled up in one. Younger generation, we have profitable livelihoods, and then what more? We also have a better environmental stewardship. That to us is what really the conference is about, is that intersection. And I think in my view, if I have to exaggerate as I normally do, that would be, it's dynamite. It is really a combination that is that is like exactly what the doctor ordered, so to speak. This is going to sustain us into the future, sustain environmental stewardship to be in better hands, and also the quality of life will improve. Farmers will no longer be seen as those that are just farming to eat. They will be farming to make a decent living. And at the same time, in its own way, it will de-risk agriculture, and we can see more investments coming in. Just final remark on that, said, because of the nature of agriculture, that in my own interpretation has become very much sophisticated. It has become much more data-driven. It has become much more science-based. It is knowledge-intensive. It is information-intensive. It is ICT-enabled. It is globalized. I mean, it is. It now requires a different kind of a farmer into the future. Someone who has that aptitude that can deal with multivariable situations, no longer singular. In many ways, again, in my own exaggeration, agriculture is now in the head than in the hands. It's still in the hands, but it's much up there. And up there could have limitations if you don't have the right kind of education. Perhaps the next generation of a farmer might be minimum tertiary education, who knows, to be able to deal with it. So we need to prepare for that because it's now skills-based. So this again speaks to the youth. And we are going to be having exciting discussions in the course of today and tomorrow around the topics of entrepreneurship, which speaks to what I said earlier on, around the topics of technology, which also includes digital technology, and around policy, which is so fundamental. I believe that technology, digital technology in particular, and policy engineering is what is going to drive us into the future at speed, as fast, I mean, at scale, as well as at the lowest cost. And perhaps this is where our investment bets should be. We'll try by all possible means to justify that along the way. But really the purpose of this meeting, this conference, is really to tease out this and look ultimately at what is it that we can do collectively as development support arrangements, as commercial, as everything in between, to ensure that we have a significant number of young agripreneurs getting into the sector to drive us into the future in a much more sustainable and profitable way. And we really quite look forward to engaging on that subject. And once again, I would want to applaud the SACAU board and SACAU members for coming together to this province to share their thoughts and that help us chart the way forward. Ultimately, what we want to do as SACAU is to be able to use the outcomes of these conversations to try and put together an ambitious program that is large on young generation, climate management, and entrepreneurship. It is one of our main pillars. I mean, we often hear of carbon farming. Suppose we have hundreds of thousands of carbon farmers who are young, making money out of it, if it's possible. And what will it take? Is part of what our conversations are going to be today. With those words, I would want to thank everyone and say hand over to you, Director, for further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunga. May I now invite Mr. Pete Engelbrecht from the Agri-Limpopo Chairman to give us the welcome remarks.
Morning, and thank you for having the honor to welcome you in our province, Limpopo. and for my Vice President of Agri SA, Phineas, to share his time with me. So we decided this morning that I will take the English part and welcoming, and he will take the French part. So thank you, Phineas. Limpopo is one of, if you look at it on a map, it's one of the smallest provinces, and but actually we always say just count us. We are don't count us, weigh us, because we are the I think at this stage we are the second largest labor contributing to labor. And I think we are the second largest producer of of the income of out of agriculture to this country. So a great word of welcome to every one of you. And there's just one thing that I want to talk about, and not in just 1 minute's time. That is the importance of organized agriculture. The problem that is out there about organized agriculture is that the gears of organized agriculture is not running fast. If you do something today, you won't get the result tomorrow. It's a continuous. Continually you have to keep on with the same thing over and over until you get the result that you want. So it's not like a study group of maize. Someone sees something and is calling everyone together, and tomorrow you have the result. It's not the same thing, and there's no quick solutions for agriculture and these problems. And that is why organized agriculture is there. If it wasn't for organized agriculture, there wouldn't have been even any agriculture in South Africa on the scale that it is now. So that is just one thing that I want to say to everyone that is not yet involved in organized agriculture, as what is the future about, and also for Limpopo, very welcome again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Engelbrecht. Let me now move on and invite Mr. Christopher Bracha, the Program Manager for International Cooperation, AHA.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, fellow colleagues. It's a great pleasure to stand before you today, and I extend my best regards and from all of my colleagues from AHA to all of you. This regional conference on strengthening climate resilience and entrepreneurial opportunities brings together different activities in the long-standing partnership between SACAU and the Andreas Hermes Academy. Allow me, therefore, to use this opportunity to share a few thoughts on this. Our partnership is rooted in the common vision of a strengthened agricultural sector through capacitated actors and farmer organizations that represent them. The special focus is on farmers with the mindset to grow and diversify their business, and on young farmers with the potential and willingness to grow into the role of future leaders within the agricultural sector. This has led to the program of the SACAU Agripreneurship Training and the Young Leaders Incubation Program. The SACAU Agripreneurship Training focuses on strengthening the personal capacities of farmers to reflect on their own vision and identify their own way to pursue this personal vision. What sets this approach apart from other business-oriented trainings is the focus on the soft skills and the entrepreneurial mindset of the individual farmer. What is it that I really want? Where are my personal strengths? What does my portfolio look like? Where is my market niche? And what does success look like for me? This approach is deeply rooted in the belief we have at AHA that there is not one way for all, but for everyone there is a way. And we are very grateful to have a partner in SACAU and in its members who share this view on the importance of the capacities of individual farmers. As part of these activities, trainers were trained within SACAU members in Malawi, Eswatini, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe, and who will in turn train their farmer members. And the success stories are already starting to trickle in. The Young Leaders Incubation Program goes a step further. It aims to capacitate future leaders in farmer organizations and the agricultural sector. Again, the focus is on personal development and self-efficacy in the light of the question, what is my role? What is my contribution to shaping the agricultural sector of the future? In this year's cohort, 20 participants from 8 countries were prepared for their future leadership roles. Apart from the question that also the agripreneurs ask themselves, they are furthermore trained in moderating, interviewing, presenting, pitching ideas. They're brought into exchange with high-level actors from the farmer organizations up to the African Union and learn how they work at the regional, to the continent, to the global level. They develop their own visions for shaping the regional agriculture sector. And in all of this, they foster a network and a shared vision of agriculture. It's a privilege for us to be able to work with such inspiring young people. And we are very grateful to do so with SACAU in a spirit of partnership. And the view to the future of agriculture is what brings us to the occasion of this conference. There is surely no shortage of challenges agriculture is facing, from the low production level, aging farmers, unfair trade practices, land right issues, to name just a few. At the same time, these challenges seem to pale in comparison to the projected impacts of climate change. Although African countries have contributed virtually nothing to climate change, they will be among the most affected. The scale and speed of this change is something that we have never experienced before. And addressing these challenges is therefore an urgent priority. Here, farmer organizations are key agents of change and should play a central role in increasing climate resilience of the agricultural sector in Southern Africa. To capacitate farmer organizations for this, a peer learning project funded by the Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture was designed. In this, SACAU member organizations engage in exchanges to develop an understanding of the impacts of climate change in the SACAU region and jointly identify what opportunities exist to address them. For this, the exchange of experiences, ideas, approaches between farmer organizations, as well as applied research, technology hubs, farmers who experiment, both in the SACAU region and in Germany, is central. While the contexts in Southern Africa and Europe are very different, we share the challenges that we are not sufficiently prepared for what it is to come. However, there are approaches, there are solutions, but these are not being implemented at scale, or perhaps not well known, or perhaps not well adapted to the local context. This is where the project on strengthening climate resilience makes a valuable contribution by bringing key players in a community of practice into exchange and providing an opportunity to identify what could work and how to bring it into practice. This is also where the circle to the agripreneurship training and the Young Leaders Incubation Program closes, as well as my remarks will close. Especially young entrepreneurs are taking up the challenge posed by climate change and develop solutions to increase climate resilience and provide them as a business model. These entrepreneurs can come from within the members of the farmer organizations, or they can be partners of farmer organizations in joint activities. Either way, it starts with understanding a challenge as an opportunity and approaching it with an open entrepreneurial mindset, and to strengthen the capacities of the people to do so. And it's a great privilege that we, as Andreas Hermes Academy, can accompany SACAU and its members in this endeavor. I'm therefore looking forward to lively exchanges in the next 3 days and wish you all exciting, inspiring, motivating insights and exchanges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bracha. Can I now invite Mr. Maximilian Berger, who is a Counselor for Agricultural Affairs, Embassy for the Federal Republic of Germany in South Africa.
Thank you and good morning. I might not be speaking as freely as Ismail did. You have to forgive that. Guests of honor, representatives of farmers' unions present, fellow government representatives, members of the press, Alain, Tobela, and good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity on behalf of the German Ministry for Food and Agriculture to express my colleagues and my appreciation in being able to participate in this event. Federal governmental structures being in such close cooperation with the Trans-Regional Farmers Organization is a first time in Sub-Saharan Africa and should be seen as a blueprint for further cooperation. It is indeed enriching to be able to meet and interact with so many valuable actors within the organized agriculture and forestry sector emanating from the Southern African region. The Southern African Confederation of Agricultural Unions hosting this event should further be complemented for successfully uniting such a vast array of agricultural unions from Dar es Salaam to Cape Town and Windhoek to Port Louis under one umbrella. This requires a round of applause, I think, for SACAU. Colleagues, it is a well-known fact that low and middle income countries are most affected by changing weather events, but are often least equipped to adapt to the effects of climate change. Therefore, we need to promote and increase our sustainable practices in all spheres, including social, economic, and environmental, so that we can meet the challenges of the future. I hope I'm not repeating too much of what Christoph just said. The global food system is a unique sector delivering alongside commercial products societal public goods like sufficient and accessible nutrition and food, beneficial ecosystem services, water regulation and management, landscape erosion control and resilience to floods, employment and training opportunities, as well as climate change adaptation and mitigation. The increasing value assigned by society to the environment, culture, and heritage of rural areas can be a driver of the sustainable growth and promote pioneering for food policies. Established and emerging farmers are managing most of the land and, depending on practices used, can indeed be sources of a wealth of not only environmental public goods, but also the benefit of rural areas and society. They further play a vital role in providing public benefits such as clean air and water, environmental security, green infrastructure, habitat for fish and wildlife, places of historic value, sacred sites of spiritual value, and opportunities for solitude and recreation. The challenges to this industry include growing urbanization and therefore loss of forest land due to urban growth and development. This includes the spread of invasive species and the loss of forest components leading to and from the effects of a changing climate, worsening fire seasons, and epidemics of pests and diseases. Colleagues, by 2060, we could see an average annual temperature increase by as much as 3.5 degrees. That will lead in some area to more frequent drought and more pressure on water resources and possibly more frequent and more devastating wildfires. Being a good neighbor means working with other and especially the next generation agripreneurs to meet the above-mentioned needs of the food system. It is essential that there's incentive for the youth to join the agri-landscape and incorporate the existing practices while introducing innovation in the food and nutrition landscape. It means recognizing the rights, values, and needs of stakeholders across the spectrum. Above all, it means working with our continental neighbors through partnership. I am sure that your good selves are aware that the cooperation with countries and players on the African continent is increasingly becoming a priority of the ministry I represent. Therefore, in December 2021, a new Africa strategy was presented by my ministry to, amongst others, contribute to the realization of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. As the Southern African region is particularly affected by climate change, climate resilience is a key objective whereby new cultivation methods and adaptive mechanization approaches need to take center stage. Bilateral cooperation thus benefits from goal-oriented projects which assist both parties and countries. The overarching goal should be that the efficient and sustainable agricultural and forestry production systems are strengthened in their resilience to weather any climate risks, thereby contributing to an improvement in land productivity, soil quality, and biodiversity, enabling inter-farm cooperation and thus contribute to enhancing and sustaining the lives of all within the sector. SACAU is therefore an essential partner within the Southern African context in gaining and disseminating crucial knowledge in the field of climate resilience within the agricultural and forestry sector. Agricultural projects should enable the creation of concrete examples and integrative ecosystem-based management approaches to promote climate resilient agriculture and forestry through, amongst other, innovation, accessible digitalization, as Ismail pointed out, and adaptive training measures. As noted, and to repeat, Southern Africa is already being heavily impacted by climate change, yet as well as a multitude of other issues of strategic importance, such as trade policy aspects, mechanization, specifically the role of women and youth or land rights. Thus, local and implementation-oriented approaches are key. Therefore, the approach of cooperation between SACAU and the German Federal Ministry for Food and Agriculture is one of learning from each other in order to strengthen organizational, thematic, and technical capacities on an equal footing. Within projects which are being advanced through and together with SACAU, the themes in relation to strengthening climate resilience and in increasing capacity in areas that are of particular importance for agriculture in Southern Africa. The project activities are further directly aimed at increasing capacity amongst young farmers. SACAU, through its community of practice on climate resilience, actively participates in these activities and thereby contributing their valuable and inestimable expertise. In view of the fundamental importance of climate resilient agriculture and forestry for the development of Southern Africa, such efforts as noted above should make an effective and measurable contribution. For that reason, several SACAU members traveled to Germany in October 2022 with regard to a technical information tour in order to exchange ideas and build a network with stakeholders, which include areas of agricultural practice and research. This is exactly the type of fruitful cooperation we are looking forward to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Better. I will now invite the President of SACAU, Dr. Senare Senare, to give us the welcome address.
Danny wants me to welcome you, but we have already been welcomed by our Agri-Limpopo brother there. And I want to thank Limpopo. We have been here, in my case, I've been here since Sunday. And I can tell you, I've been enjoying my stay in Limpopo. Thank you very much, Limpopo, for inviting SACAU to this province. We have been happy and we're continuing to be happy. And I'm sure all of you are going to enjoy our stay here in Limpopo. My good brother Thabo, in front of you are members of SACAU. My CEO has already told you what SACAU is. But I just want to say that SACAU is more than what the CEO said. SACAU is farmers, people who till the land, people who live out of the agricultural value chain. So SACAU is everything that has got to do with agriculture. And I'm happy to tell you that SACAU is a member of PAFO. That is the continental body, Pan-Africa Farmers Organization. Okay? So when we represent the farmers in the southern part of Africa in the PAFO, we are also talking about the interests of farmers in the Southern Africa, in the continental sphere. Today, we are delighted to have our brother Thabo as our guest of honor. We are also delighted to have our colleagues from AHA and from the German embassy. We have been working together. There is a saying in Africa that if you want to go far, go together. If you want to go far, go together. And I'm very happy you have been with us. We have achieved a lot. And I strongly believe that we're going to be together for quite some time. The challenges that we face, we're facing them together. Today, we also have a very important person, a very, very important guest in the name of Elizabeth. Can you stand, please, Elizabeth? Elizabeth is the president of East African Farmers Federation. But she's also the representative of Africa in the World Farmers Organization. And she's a young agripreneur. She deals with bananas, but I can tell you she has gone up the value chain. She processes the bananas into beautiful wine. If some of you are not married yet, if you want to get married, you can order custom-made wine from Elizabeth. So we are very delighted to have her here. Several times we have attempted to have her, but for some reasons we didn't manage, but this time we managed, and thank you very much, Elizabeth. To me, I'm always very proud of the young tigers. And here I'm talking about the agripreneurs. In this meeting, we have the group of the agripreneurs. These are the young farmers. These are what we call the present and the future. If my brother from Namibia thinks that he's the future, you are not the future, my good brother. The future are the agripreneurs who are going to run the show this time. This meeting is about them. And this meeting is about innovation. And this meeting is about climate action, solutions to the climate challenges that we're facing. And my colleagues, humanity, I'm a good guy who reads history. And nowadays, it's much easier to read history because you can just switch on your YouTube and tells you everything. And we are not the first humans to face challenges, especially climate challenges. Climate challenges have always been there. What matters is how you face them and how you struggle to overcome them. And to do that, we don't need 70 years, we don't need 80 years. We need young people like this young lady there. And that's why I'm saying this meeting is very, very important. We're going to talk about what can we do? What actions can we take to overcome the climate challenge? And it's a real challenge. So this meeting, today and tomorrow, we are going to hear from them. They are going to be, I would say, the actors and actresses. They are going to be the people that we're going to look for so that we get a perspective of what is going to happen tomorrow. And to me, today and tomorrow is more important than yesterday. Yesterday can be history. Yesterday can teach me. But for me to survive, I need today and tomorrow. And that's what our young tigers are going to tell us. My brother Thabo, when we were talking, you said, guys, why did you give us such a short notice? It looks like this is a very big event, and it's a big event. Why didn't you give us enough notice? My apologies to my brother Thabo. This particular event was planned for Malawi. We were supposed to meet in Malawi, and when we meet, it is actually a big event. And thanks to my General Ishmael, and of course the team, they really can organize events. If it was properly organized, you would have seen a lot of exhibition booths, you have seen a lot of agribusiness around, okay? it would have been a very lively event. But unfortunately, we couldn't hold it in Malawi because of another climate catastrophe. The cyclone that hit Malawi. Somebody was telling me that it was the longest duration cyclone, and these are coming. So when it hit Malawi, we said, where do we run it to? What is the alternative? Fortunately, Limpopo is always ready, and Agri-SA is already ready. And my thanks for them. We're now holding this one. I promise you, my brother Thabo, that in the future we're going to hold a proper annual conference here, and then at least you can see what we usually do. Having said that, it's now my pleasure, and I can tell you I attach a lot of importance to this one. It's now my pleasure to welcome my good brother Thabo. Can I take to welcome my good brother Thabo to officially open our meeting. Thank you very much.
Program Director, President of SACAU, Dr. Sinare, Chief Executive Officer of Southern African Confederation of Agricultural Union, Mr. Ishmael Sunga, Mr. Peter Engelbrecht, the President of Limpopo Agri-SA, and the Vice President of SA, Mr. Phineas Gumede, Mr. Christopher Bracha from AHA, Mr. Maximilian Berger, Councillor for Agricultural Affairs, Embassy for Federal Republic of Germany in South Africa, ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually, Mr. President, I'm actually torn apart. I don't know whether I should read the official speech that they've written. Remember, they wrote for me. After your briefing, I've taken a decision that I'll speak from my heart. I'm actually putting the phone on aeroplane mode. Now we are taking off. I've been appointed an MEC for agriculture last year in October. I was reshuffled when I was in the air en route to Zimbabwe. I was an MEC for economic development. When I came back, I went to Mozambique, heading a delegation of farmers to Mozambique. The Mozambican brothers were calling for South African to assist them. That's where we're going to start our journey. Professor Michio Kaku says, don't share the cake, grow the cake. And the theme of today is putting young agripreneurs, technological innovation and policy at the center of climate action. I think this topic is a very pertinent topic, where people are talking about the future. You know that indeed the future is guaranteed. You are talking about young people. Africa as a whole is a continent of young people. It is therefore important for us to invest in this future generation. You will know that there's a legend which goes around that all agricultural practitioners are people who have failed in their life. And the last resort is for you to become or to work in agriculture. When I go around in the garages around Limpopo, people stop me and say, MEC, my child has failed matric. Can you find him or her a job in agriculture? But if you look at agricultural practitioners, are actually employers, are the ones who employ veterinary surgeons, are the ones who employ technical people, professors at universities. They come to the sector. And agriculture as a whole has changed from what it used to be. Agriculture on itself is a science. If you look at Bonsmara, it's science. If you look at the crops that are being produced today, it actually needs science. So for me, it gives me joy that SACAU took a decision to have a conference which discusses young people and who are going to talk about entrepreneurship. As the president of Limpopo Agri South Africa has said, that this province of ours is a province of 6 million people. It borders 3 countries, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Mozambique. It also borders 3 provinces of South Africa, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, and Northwest. And he has actually indicated that we are a food basket of South Africa. We are big in potato. We are big in avos. Everything that you think of in agriculture is here in Limpopo. Together with them, we have taken a view that we will work together to make sure that we access not only the 344 million people in SADC, because we are a gateway to South African development communities. We also feed the whole of South Africa. And we are saying, because the average age of farmers is 55 years, we need to make sure that we bring young people. I call myself Archbishop Emeritus of Agriculture. What I do every day of my life is to preach about agriculture. And we are saying, all of us here, we are evangelists. If we were to take that approach, we will change the world. We must try to put agriculture where it belongs as a science. I've started by going to agricultural colleges. I'm revamping agricultural colleges so that by the time people complete their matric, they would already have certificate. Firstly, you need to have a certificate. Secondly, you need to have the entrepreneurial skills. Some will go to university, some will go to technical college to make sure that we carry on with this project of ours. You will know that ourselves who come from apartheid, there's very little that Black or African people are doing concerning farmers, because we did not have land, we did not have the skills, we don't have anything. But what we are doing today, we have joined partners as South Africans to make sure that together we must make sure that Africans also participate in this industry. We are part of Agri-SA, African Farmers Union. The issue that we are dealing with is that we must share the skills. Unity is power. If we are united like this and join other international organizations, which will then be able to assist us, like the AHA and the Council for Agricultural Affairs, Embassy for Federal Republic of Germany in South Africa. This will assist us. We know that one of the problems that we have is the issue of money, resources. And young people, that's where they have a problem. In South Africa, there are a lot of institutions that assist young people in that regard. We need to continue to do that. So for me, President, this conference is relevant. We are talking about issues of climate change. We are talking about issues of access to markets. We are talking about coming up with innovative way of improving agriculture. In South Africa, currently we have a problem of energy, and we are sure that this issue will be resolved. In terms of agriculture, our minister has set aside 2.5 billion to assist the farmers in this regard. So we need to have institutions that will do research. We don't invest much in research and development. I would imagine that if SACAU would have an institute for research and development, we cannot let things to others to deal with some of these issues. we need to collaborate with universities. Make sure that those universities that are there in SADC, they also collaborate to make sure that whatever we are doing is based on science. We also have an opportunity for Africa Free Trade Agreement, where as Africans, we must trade with each other. The market is big. The middle class is actually growing in Africa. But as we say, charity begins at home. We need to do that in SADC and also join Madam Elizabeth from Eastern Africa and others. Like I said, the cake, let's not share the cake, let's grow the cake. And I want to also join my brothers who have welcomed you to this great province of ours. It starts from Musina, Kabazimbi, and Palabura. We have, in this province, we have almost more than 3 languages. Our people speak Sesotho, Itsonga, and Shivenda. We are the most diverse province in South Africa, Afrikaans and English. We are a very welcoming province. I was surprised when the program director says you must keep your outlet in your pocket. This is the most safest province in South Africa. We call ourselves Garden of Africa. We say that's where life has begun. It's a very beautiful province. I'm told that you are going to visit some farmers around here. I'm told you are going to go to ZZ2, who is the biggest producer of tomato in Southern Africa. So for me, is that you will see the beauty of this province. I'm wishing you well in your discussion and enjoy our beautiful province. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Honorable MEC for Agriculture, the Archbishop Emeritus Mokone. With your permission, I will depart from tradition. Normally, after the welcome remarks, the speeches, opening addresses, we all file out and we go on to the next stage. But I would just want to allow the participants, in case they do have any questions or comments, to intervene. This is a dialogue. So it's not a church where you get addressed and you don't speak back. So if there are any questions or any comments from the floor, this is your time, to any one of the colleagues that we have up front, you can intervene before we go for the photo session. Anybody, you can raise your hand and just then use the microphone in front of you. We also have languages, Portuguese and French. So in case there is somebody speaking a different language, you can then use the headsets to follow the proceedings. Anybody that wants to intervene, please say your name, your organization, so that the colleagues up front get to know you. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I am Makinana SK from Agri SA. My home is in Eastern Cape in South Africa. Yeah. I would like to know from the Honorable MEC, whom I congratulate him for being appointed in this department, and also happy that the Premier of this province deemed it fit that he fits here. And as I've listened to him, he fits in agriculture. Now, my question is, my understanding is that he has got 3 categories of farmers in the north, in this province, Limpopo. That is the farmers who are in rural areas who would love to be commercial farmers. There are farmers who got farms, and they are commercial farmers and big commercial farmers. I'll combine those two. Now, to succeed in agriculture, you must have a financial institution backing you, insurance institution backing you. Now, I would love to know, in this province, has it got any financial institution who has got a mandate to take those farmers who bought farmers or bought farms, who bought farms or who got farms from the government, who would love to be commercial farmers? Because in my view, without a financial institution and insurance institution backing them, they will keep on being emerging and not becoming commercial farmers. Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks very much. So access to capital. Any other hands? Okay, there is a hand. Oh, sorry, I missed it. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Phineas Kumete, Vice President of SACAU, also Vice President of Agri-SA. Mine is just a comment to the MEC, and I also congratulate him. My take to the MEC is to commend him for taking a step of revamping the agricultural colleges in Limpopo, because in South Africa, the agricultural colleges have been neglected, because we have been trying by all means as the agricultural sector to work with the colleges. But as it is now, I've started to work with Tompi Sileke here in Limpopo as the leader of Cotton South Africa here in Pretoria. I've sent MEC almost 55 farmers from Limpopo to Tompi Sileke. And the participation and collaboration between Cotton SA and the college was very, very good, and your department. So I congratulate you and I commend you for that. I can go along with you to, witnessing that you are indeed the Archbishop of Agriculture of Limpopo.
Thank you, and well done, MEC, for that intervention. I think we can allow the MEC to respond to the question of access to capital, which I think is an issue that is cutting across not just in South Africa, but maybe also affecting us from the various regions. So we'd like to know from the MEC how this issue is being addressed. MEC? You don't have to stand, MC, you could speak. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makinana. You said from Eastern Cape. You're from Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape is a rural province like ours. It's like Limpopo. This issue of access to capital is something which is problematic. We do not have a separate institution as a province, but we do have a development institution like Limpopo Economic Development. It does assist to some extent farmers, but I don't think it's at that big scale. But you will know that as Department of Agriculture, we have a farmer assistant program, which has been open now, is closing on the 30th of July. I know the money is not as that big, but I think for me, it's a stepping stone towards that. I'll take it that these are some of the issues that we'll have to put into policy development. You will know that we have a DBSA. But the fact of the matter is that you would have known that one of the biggest problems that we have is that I have a brother, I was with him over the weekend. He's running businesses, got garages and all that, just an entrepreneur. We had a party of my sister. So on Sunday, when we woke up, so when he was leaving, he told us, no, I'm leaving because I don't want to go there and find birds have eaten the seeds. When I go back home, I don't want to find that they've eaten the seeds. What we do, we found DBSA working very well. What did we do with it? Akaro must tell the truth. What did we do with it? We destroyed. We destroyed it. And this is a phenomenon of Africa. And we're eating into the future of our children. We must call a spade a spade. If we don't change, they are going to know that they have recapitalized DBSA development. Is it Land Bank? They have recapitalized Land Bank. Oh, what happened to the money? What happened to the skills? We must be honest to ourselves. We will go around begging whilst we had money. If they borrow you money, you don't work and you start even cutting the trees. I mean, the land restitution program. What happened to the land restitution program? I come from a community. Let me explain something. I come from next to Zanin. Zanin is almost 100 kilometers. I was invited because I'm educated. I was invited to that community to assist them with land restitution. What happened? You are there. The people take the houses. They destroy the mangoes. Somebody stays in a big house. Think that a big house is something. He goes and buy a cabrio. And I left. I said, I'm going to buy myself land. I don't want my kids to belong to this nonsense. But now, as an MEC, I've realized that I can't run away from it. There's Mahuba's Kloof land, which is bigger than that tea estate. There's Lindbergh, which was, I've taken a decision that in my tenure, that has to work. When I say I'm Archbishop Emeritus, I mean it. I mean it from my heart. That's why I was addressing you from my heart. Thank you, my brother, Mr. Umed. On Friday last week, there was a graduation of almost 248 people that they use RPL, recognition of prior learning. You are farmers who can't even write exams, no writing. But what the Tombisilika has done, which we need to learn, is that you must know in Africa, people cannot write, but they know, they have knowledge. What they did, they took videos, they went to explain what they are doing and gave them certificate. They gave them pride. And some of them, they are level 1, level 2, and level 4 in agriculture. Now they have equivalent to an entry to a college of education. And I'm saying these are the things, the lessons that we'll have to learn amongst ourselves. Like I said, everybody thinks agriculture is for dull people. How can a person who produces people? I said, for me, is that I can talk up till the cows come home because I'm passionate about this thing. Whatever I do, I get passionate. And what we are raising, I put my efforts. What we are raising, I would ask Sifa, Nes, Sifa, Sida, what all those institutions. Because in South Africa, the problem is not about money. It can't be that we have a problem of money. It's how do we allocate the money? Because this thing of saying, no, we don't have, if you know how much money we are returning to national fiscus every year, billions of rand. We just need to organize ourselves and understand where we want to go to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. Maybe before we leave, you could just quickly reflect on what are the opportunities for young agripreneurs in agriculture, and particularly in the context of the climate change agenda, because this is also at the core of why we are here over the next 2 days.
When I quoted Michio Kaku, those who are learning, I think you should have immediately went into. Professor Michio Kaku is the one who wants to solve. He has written a book called God Particle. You know that they've sent James Webb, is it space? They say they are looking for God. They are, today they are in some, that space shuttle is in 13 billion years, they're up there. They are also doing, in between France and those who are there, between France and Switzerland, they are dealing with the issue of Higgs boson, about the fusion power. Yesterday I was listening to him. The artificial intelligence that they're building, they are saying very soon human beings will live for many years because they are finding solution to cancer and all sorts of things. And the artificial intelligence, in 5-6 years' time, they'll be doing a lot of things that human beings could not do. So they are taking a theory of everything. They call it theory of everything. They are mixing, they're taking Newton's theory, Einstein, EM is also, and they have one theory in one paper. What it means is that in very soon, we will understand where we come from and where we want to do. for instance, with artificial intelligence, with the computers. Remember, computers that we have is the third generation of computer. They are no longer going to use those chips. The computers that we have in 2-3 years to come, they are going to use atoms. So we will be able to go to your house. You say, yeah, open the doors. Can you do this and that? In 2-3 years' time, it's no longer going to use the chip. So they're going to use atom. So for the future generation of farmers, remember, technology is the one that is going to propel you into the future. You must learn more. And you must remember, technology doesn't change anything. Remember, it can't change planting. You can't change planting because you have technology. You still plant. What it does, it just assists you to go far. So what they are saying is that if, for instance, Africa can feed the whole world, for instance, Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia, people in Africa can, all of us, we can sit and wait for them to produce for us. And in Africa, there are a lot of opportunities. Agriculture is the future for Africa. For young people, if you go to your YouTube, even now, you can press and say, what is the future of agriculture in Africa? If you look at what Dangote has done, he has produced the biggest, petrol. But it's not about that petrol. Actually, the problem in Africa is about pesticides. Look, you know that the price of pesticides and everything 2 months ago went high. Even the people that we hired, they could not buy those pesticides. We had to return money to fiscals. And these are the things that the future generation will have to do. They have to produce pesticides, fertilizers, and everything. So there's a lot of market. For instance, Limpopo, we are the biggest. We have a big livestock. But what, Mr. Engelbrecht, what number are we? Are we the biggest producer for meat?
Informally, we are the biggest.
Yeah, but what want is that we are the ones with a lot of stock of cattle, but we need to move beyond what we have. And that's why I'm saying, for the future generation, if you look, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. In Mozambique, they need farmers. They got big land. You know, when I was there, they said, remember, Limpopo is actually flooding them. They say, can't you come up with a dam to close the water? And we have this large area where we can farm, we can plant. And these are things that we need to talk about. And of course, Mr. Engelbrecht, I'm calling upon you and Agri-SA to say, let's help our brothers. You know, they come here, they come and buy goats, they buy tomatoes, they buy, because we're the biggest producer of a potato. So I'm saying, for me, if we combine all this knowledge together and with the universities that we have and assist this entrepreneur, and I've already done that. I've revitalized the MEC advisory committee, where even Agri-SA and African Farmers Union, where they are sitting, so that they should advise me, how then do we deal with this? And we have the resources. How do we access the resources so that we should be a better people? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC, for that intervention. I think it's always good to listen to policymakers. They give us that perspective, which also can then assist us in as far as developing appropriate responses and solutions to the issue of agriculture. Our colleagues, we have now come to the end of our opening session. May I now invite the MEC and the dignitaries together with the rest of ourselves to go for a photo session. So we'll briefly do the photo session. As soon as that's done, we'll come back and then have tea. Once we're done with tea, then we'll start promptly at 11 o'clock. So 11 o'clock will be our next session. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together once more for the topic of guest session.
Okay, looks lights. Ja, welkom te komen. We zitten gewoon.
Can we all move? The MC is waiting for the conversation. Let's all move this, but we're quick to get that done and then we come back. Let's all move this. Let's all move. Get that done.
One, two, 3, 4, 5, yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. 3, 3, 3, 1, 2. Yeah. Yeah. 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2. Let yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. Nngwe pedi tharo nne hlano tshelela supa robedi robong leshome. 1, 2. 1, 2. Mr. Patrick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Mashungura. 1, 2. 1, 2. Dlamini jama kasithathu sibalikhulu nje ukulahlela lodafana bala makwana. Jama kasithathu dlamini 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Semnandi ne? Much better. Yeah.
Yes. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. 1. 1, 2. 1, 2, 2. 1, 2, 2. 1, 2. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Yeah, yeah.
Where is the switch? Oh,
Yeah, that's the thing. Push it the other way. It's off.
now it's off.
On now.
No, it's off.
On.
When is it off?
Now you push it inside. It's on, right?
No. Oh, it's on.
Once you switch it on, it doesn't.
Yeah, yeah. Is it on now? Is it on?
take lunch.
Yes.
So lunch is at 10 there.
Yeah. You need to go and check.
Danny, we're on them like this. We won't believe it. It's not happening.
No.
It's not like they promise, but not delivering.
Yeah.
So we're looking now for Secretary.
Ready? Yeah. You can go. Yeah. Colleagues, let's take our seats. We are now starting. Let's take our seats, please. We are now starting.
So, welcome back. Can you hear me? Maybe I'll stand up briefly, then you can see me as well as hear me. Can everybody sit down? Then we shall start the next session so that we don't run into time constraints, because an important part, I think the microphone's a little bit too loud now. It sounds like it's reverberating, maybe. Yeah, because we want to make sure that we have sufficient time for questions. This session, during this session, we shall have the keynote paper. But before we go to the keynote paper, I'll quickly take a look with all of you at the agenda for the next 2 days. And also we'll try and see if we can get a quick sort of impression of the composition and the mood in the audience here. So let me start with a presentation of the agenda. You don't like it, no?
Maybe use this.
Okay. Presentation? No, it's there. It's an Anthony's presentation. No, don't worry. All right. I hope you've enjoyed your tea. And as we wait for the presentation to come up, let me just tell you, I'm sure you've all got your badges, right? And we want you to use this conference as an opportunity to mix and mingle, to make contacts, to network. And with this badge, that's very easy because this, of course, is also just a business card. It's a digital business card. So if you scan the QR code on this badge, the person who scans it with their smartphone immediately has your name, your email address, your phone, all the data that you've given. So you want to be a little bit maybe worried, a little bit careful about who you'll allow to scan your badge. But I'm just telling you, in case of people amongst you who do not carry business cards, like myself, I never carry business cards, I always forget. You can actually, if somebody asks for your business card, you say, huh, and they scan and off you go, just for your information. All right, now let's have a look. And let me just come down here. Let's have a look at the program ahead of us. So we have the topic of our conference, putting young agripreneurs, technological innovation and policy at the center of climate action. Climate action. I think we want to put the emphasis on the word action. And this is not a doom and gloom type of conference where you're saying, how can I protect myself from climate change? How can we adapt to climate change? But this is actually how can we make the opportunities that are offered as a consequence also of climate change, how can we make that work for ourselves? So it's a little bit a paraphrase on a saying that you all know, if life gives you lemons, make lemonade. We are saying, if nature gives you lemons, make lemonade. We can make climate change and all the challenges that come from this, we can also make that work for us, and we can identify opportunities for profitable activity within that context. And that is what this conference is about. So it's an optimistic, forward-looking, active-oriented conference in which young people stand at the center. So today is the first day. We just had the first session. That was the opening session. The session that is coming now is this keynote paper called Investable Opportunities for Young Entrepreneurs in Climate Action. Now, this keynote paper is sort of laying out the groundwork. It's giving you an overview of investable opportunities. So in that sense, it's a good sort of stepping stone to the rest of the conference. The next session, directly after lunch, is where we now see these opportunities being made use of. This is now the session, and that's a very crucial session after lunch, so you do not want to be late. This is the session where we see that not only are there opportunities, but people are taking these opportunities and turning them into action. This is the session where we hear from agripreneurs and how they have made things work for them, how they have found ways of making a profit out of what could actually be a very difficult situation. Then the last session of today, after tea in the afternoon, is a panel discussion that looks at opportunities for young agripreneurs in climate action, but now this time more from the perspective of an enabling environment, right? So in the keynote paper, we see what is possible. From agripreneurs, we shall hear what they do already to inspire you. And in the last session of today, we shall hear how can we all work together, as Ishmael said this morning, how can we all work together, development partners, financiers, farm organizations, farmer leaders, private sector, commercial, how can we all work together to make that happen? So by the end of today, we shall have had an overview and we shall have had an idea of what there is to do. Then we go to day 2, and day 2, the first 2 sessions of day 2 look at research. You heard your MSc this morning mention that South Africa, in fact, does not invest enough in research. And yet it is so important, especially with the challenges that we are faced with today. And Ishmael, I think, was saying, maybe we are looking at a different way of farming. That means we are looking at a different way of farmer. Maybe in the future, we are looking at a farmer, not only a farmer who is acquainted with research and science, but maybe also people who themselves go into science and practice agricultural science and agricultural research. That kind of cooperation across sectors of people who are all following the same goal. Now, in those 2 first sessions, the first session looks at the status. Where are we now? Which applied climate change management research is there, and which of these research innovations or which of this research is beneficial to farmers? This is a kind of stock-taking type session. What is there and does it help us? The next session, that's a panel, is taking a bit of a deeper look into that same issue and is now looking more closely at, are those research agendas sufficiently aligned to farmers' needs and farmers' interests? And if they are not, why not? And if they are not, how can we align them better? What is lacking? What do we need to do to fill those gaps? So after those 2 sessions of tomorrow, and that's before lunch, both of them before lunch, we shall have a good comprehension of the status of research today and how we should improve it, can improve it, must improve it in the future. Then after lunch, the session after lunch is our last session of this conference, and that is looking at these nationally determined contributions. All of your countries have these so-called NDC papers, NDC plans. The papers are translated into plans, national action plans for agriculture, etc. So we shall looking at these NDCs first at a regional level, Southern Africa as a whole. What do they look like? How different are they? That's a wide spectrum. Those NDC papers, they all follow a similar format, but the individual country's NDC document is very different. And then we shall look, after that overview input, we shall look at 4 case study examples, 4 countries who present their nationally determined contributions document. And those countries are Malawi, Eswatini, Zimbabwe, and Madagascar. What we have is a third day, and on day 3, we shall go and visit some of climate action innovation in practice. People, farms that are doing it. And there are 2 farms that are going to be visited, but in different groups. So you must make up your mind which group you want to join. I'll just mention them. The first farm that was mentioned, by the way, already by your MEC this morning, Mr. Tabo, ZZ2. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Maybe ZZ2. I don't know. But you remember he mentioned the farm that is the biggest producer of tomatoes in the Southern Hemisphere. Not just South Africa, the Southern Hemisphere. That is this farm. ZZ2. And what they are going to show us is their nature farm, where they use solar, where they make compost, and where we can learn a lot about. I know there's a lot of people here among you interested in solar and compost, and this is where this farm is going to really show you the way forward. Now, a second farm is Marlow. They have seedlings. Chianina is a breed of cattle from Italian descent, very beautiful, and they have roses and apples. So those are the 2 farms. Benito, I think, might later explain. I think there'll be boards at the back of the room later today where you can indicate, put your name down, which of the 2 farms you want to visit. That is on Thursday, a field trip. Very nice. What we also have, and please, I have taken a short route around this morning, and I was totally flabbergasted. I'm so impressed. There is this exhibition. I think you've seen it. Some of you have seen it because I saw some of you as I was visiting it. But behind the tea room there is an exhibition with a wide range of agricultural products, services, equipment, and machines. And they are on display during the entirety of this conference. The last note on the farms, the field trip, you will all send a link by email. And if you follow that link, you will find more information on each of these farms in detail. So if you want to make up your mind which one to visit, then check that link. Right, that is all in terms of the agenda. Does anybody have any question right now? Something not clear? Because otherwise I would move to introducing ourselves. Ishmael? Microphone?
So just to mention that this conference is being broadcast live on YouTube, and you're going to go to that.
I will, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. What I would like to do with you now is to take you through a few interactive slides. Those are, I'm sure some of you have worked with this Mentimeter approach. So they are slides that will allow you to respond to us via your smartphone. This is a very large audience, and it is difficult. We can't have working groups, breakaway groups, buzz groups. It's all too complicated, but still we would like to hear from you. And not only from you, but we would also like to hear from the people who are following this conference via stream, our virtual participants, you can call them. And this Mentimeter, these interactive slides, will allow also people who are virtually joining, giving us their opinion. And so if we can go to the let's try and get to know each other. These slides are very simple that are coming now. So this is something of a test run, you can say. What you need to do is you need to take out your smartphone. And then you see, this is your instruction, you see www.menti.com. that is what you want to Google on your smartphone. I see a lot of people without their smartphone, so I'm waiting for you because otherwise you want your voice to be heard. We might as well start here with practicing that your voice is heard. Much of this conference is about how do we make sure that our voice is heard and our opinion counts. Right, so what you do is you Google www.menti.com and then you see a code there, and that is the code that you enter. That code will also be on the next slide. So even if I go now to the next slide, you will still see the code at the top. Okay? I'll go to the next slide. Should I go back? Sorry? Yeah, the code will be also even on the next slide. So have we Googled menti.com? And have we seen an interface? Have we seen a screen on our smartphone appear where we can add a code? Has that worked? Thank you, Christopher. Other people, has it worked? Okay, good. You will see, Sinara, look, the code is still there. It's still on the top. I acknowledge it's maybe a bit small, but people are ready. You are fast. Which country are you from now? I would also like those people who are watching us virtually to enter from which country they are watching us so that we get a full picture. Sorry? Yeah, but you are here. So those of us who are here, they will enter what country are they from. Now, so maybe Elizabeth would enter Uganda, for example. I don't know if that's where she's coming from now, but those who are watching us virtually, they will say from what country they are watching. But I think we have a picture here. So what we see is South Africa. We have quite a lot of people because it's biggest. We have Zimbabwe, Tanzania. They are more or less sort of the same. Kenya, Zambia, Mauritius, Uganda, Botswana. We have fewer people. Now, we don't need to have a count, but this is a kind of quick composition of the audience in this conference. A lot of different countries, or more than 15, and with different amounts of people from different countries. So let's move to the next. Describe who you represent. You should all now be able to refresh your slides and then see, and then I have given you some categories because otherwise, so I've written farmer, farm organization, development partner, researcher, entrepreneur, agripreneur, private sector, and you have two options each because I can understand that maybe somebody feels themselves a farmer, but also representing a farm organization, for example. So we have, which is very suitable in this conference, we have a lot of agripreneurs. Media, researcher, private sector, farmer and agripreneur. Those are the biggest groups in this group. And that is how it should be. Are there people still inputting or shall I go to the next? Okay, let me go to the next. Oh, it's getting bigger. ZFU, I'm seeing ZFU, okay. Actually, you can press in a category, but it's nice. Farmer, entrepreneur, farmer organization. Those are the people we have in this room. Now, this is a slightly more difficult slide. It's a ranking, and we just want to test if that works. I'm asking you to answer the question, I participate. What is the reason for you to be here? Why are you here? I participate to learn and inform myself, to become inspired by ideas and examples, to obtain contacts and networks, or to meet and chat with friends. So what you do is you go to the first option, you pick the one you feel is your first option from among the four, then you go to your next option, you pick which one you feel from among the three that are left, and then to the third option from among the two, and then you have a final option left. Okay. How's it going? Are we still using our smartphone? Anybody still not finished? Who would want me to give you more time? Raise your hands. No? Somebody? Okay. Well, that means a ranking slide works. And what we learned from your answers is that obtaining contacts and networking is very important, equally important, in fact, as becoming inspired by ideas and examples. Third important is to learn and inform myself. And the first three, of course, are options that could be picked even by our virtual participants. The option meet and chat with friends is a little bit more difficult if you're joining virtually. But if you're joining virtually, surely becoming inspired, obtaining contacts, and learning and informing oneself is all possible. Thank you. Last slide now. This is a very easy one. And I'm asking our virtual participants to give us an answer. I am a woman or a man? The women are catching up. They are catching up. We need more women. Please, women, especially young women. I should have had young woman, young man, woman, women, please. I think I should ask the men to stop now, but women, please. Surely that's not everyone. Are we stopping here? Okay, looks as though we're stopping here. Women, you must raise questions. You must make your voice heard. You're almost at a par with men here, but we know now that we are in a minority, maybe. So as a minority, we must make sure that we are heard. Right. Thank you very much for your participation in this quick test run. Did you think that was easy? Did you think it was fun? I mean, as a way of interacting with the audience, was it difficult? It was easy and a lot of fun. All right. Then we shall see if we can put it to good use here and there as we go. And then I would now, that's all from me. And then I would now like to invite Dr. Anthony Chapoto, who is going to be our keynote presenter. And he is a man of many titles, so I'm going to use my program to help me. Dr. Anthony Chapoto, you can come here. I'm going to give you the floor. And he's Research and Innovation Director of the Indaba Agricultural Research Policy Institute. Many of you will know it only by its acronym, IAPRI. IAPRI is very known. But he is also, since recently, the technical chair of the Africa Network of Agriculture Policy Research Institutes. And that is called ANAPRI. And ANAPRI, I think you know, probably still when it was called RENAPRI. It used to be a regional network. It has now recently become a continental network, an African network. So it's now ANAPRI. So we have IAPRI and ANAPRI is where you are, right? And your keynote paper is going to look at opportunities, investable opportunities for young entrepreneurs in climate action. Dr. Chapoto, I give you the floor.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure, of course, to interface with farmers, young agripreneurs. I mean, on my ride yesterday from Joburg, I was sitting to a very brilliant young man, and I started interviewing him because I wanted to know a little bit more about him. And I learned quite a lot, and I am sure I'm going to learn much more by the end of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the future is bright. I think when I was growing up, I wish there was the Internet of Things. I'm sure I would be very brilliant. but I graduated from being a youth a long time ago. But I'm inspired by what is going on in Africa. It's not a paper, it's a presentation. But however, because I'm a researcher, I try to back it up by giving SACAU a short paper on what we found out. So let me begin by echoing what others said in the first session. Climate change is real. But if you look at this map, essentially what you see is that countries that emit the most are the most prepared. Countries that emit the least, which are mostly the ones that you see orange, red, which is mostly in Africa, we are the least prepared. This calls upon all of us to look at ourselves and introspect and say, where are the solutions? And let me say, the solutions are in our young people. I'll show you why I'm saying so. But however, what we see is that there is a disconnect between young agripreneurs and climate adaptation and mitigation. The entrepreneurs we interfaced with when I was preparing this presentation, you find that they are doing some activities that are contributing to climate adaptation, mitigation and adaptation, but they don't know it. Hence, they don't know the full set of opportunities that they have. And I'm glad that SACAU has chosen this theme this year for the conference, that how do we ensure that we tap into this big set of young, vibrant, innovative group, but also bring in issues to do with climate mitigation and adaptation. Very key. So where are the solutions? Basically, the emerging approaches to agricultural development suggest that entrepreneurship is critical to growth and development of the agricultural sector, as well as to its resilience, sustainability in the long term. But the question that I ask is, where are those opportunities? And if you see from these pyramids, and I want you to focus more on the first one, which is the sub-Saharan Africa, you find that the bottom of the pyramid is very fat. That means we have a lot of young people compared to South Asia or East Asia and Pacific. And if I zero in on Africa and look at the current 2050 and 2100, what you see, the picture is the base might shrink a little bit, but basically the future remains young. So we have to begin to find ways of ensuring that we put all our efforts to support young people, young agripreneurs. And as I indicated, the solutions are in entrepreneurship. We need to make sure that we put all our efforts in ensuring that the agribusiness sector flourishes, the agribusiness sector becomes technologically advanced. And to do that, there are so many things that are required to be done. So why youth? Basically, the youth are driven by great ambitions. They want more money, they want a decent living. I think I heard that agriculture is not sexy. I mean, but it's changing. But I think we need more effort to try to get the young people to become much more active in the agricultural sector. So that ambition, we have to tap into it. I think I've spoken about it. Here is just my depiction of agriculture not being cool. We find a lot of young people running away. But however, I think from the research that we have done before, is that often agriculture is synonymous to primary agriculture, just tilling of the land. But no, the agricultural sector is quite diverse. It's a value chain from inputs, processing. I mean, to inputs, primary production, then primary processing, trade, to consumption. So it's a whole set of activities. So we could make agriculture sexy for our young people. And the agripreneurs occupy the central place in this transformation. So what are the objectives of my assignment? I was told that I need to highlight the involvement of youth in climate change-related SMEs in the agricultural sector, also to determine the scope of further growth and development of youth-enabled agro-based enterprise development driven by climate management-related activities. That's on mitigation and adaptation. To understand the current climate funding financing landscape in the agricultural sector, particularly targeting the youth, and also just to start to get some, to start to assess the interest of investors in driving a youth-enabled enterprise environment, but focusing more on agro-based climate change management programs, and also to try to look at some of those potential areas. So what were the key questions behind what we were trying to do? I mean, they're about the youth themselves. First is, are there any examples out there of youth SMEs activities in the agricultural value chain that have significant elements of mitigation and adaptation? Are the young operators consciously aware that their enterprises are currently contributing to management of climate change? And what is the scope for growth and development of such SMEs? And in terms of the investment portfolio, to what extent are different investors, be it commercial banks, development partners, philanthropists, public sector, are already involved in financing youth-enabled agro-based climate management activities? And are different investor groups interested in contributing towards the development of youth-enabled agro-based climate change activities? And also, what is the portfolio of different investor groups in terms of targeting those who are below the age of 35? And the last set of questions basically touch on the action plan. Where do the different investor groups see growth? What is needed to increase the pipeline of young agripreneurs in climate adaptation and mitigation in agricultural value chains? What are the anchor investments? And what should be the respective roles of different players? So these are the questions that I was provided to see if we could provide some insights on them. So what I did was more of a quick and dirty job, but in the process, we got a lot of insights that will reflect in this presentation, as well as in the paper that I think I'll share with Ishmael, that because I think it's important, behind any presentation, there should always be a little something to make sure that those who want to get more insights can get it. So we decided to take a value chain approach. As I indicated, agriculture is not just primary production. There's so many activities. We have climate change and environmental shocks that are hitting every corner of that system. On one side, we have policies. On the other side, we have things that are complementary to the development of youth agripreneurship in the continent. And also, we borrow a little bit from the Green Agriculture Support Framework, basically where we are saying there are some supportive factors that are required, basically government support, formal institutions, infrastructure, the entrepreneurship culture. And on the other side, we have the internal supportive factors, which is the talent management, technology, competitiveness. But basically, at the end, we are trying to drive to green agricultural ventures. So that's a framework that we guided us in the process of trying to come up with this presentation. And in terms of data and methods, basically, it was a desk review. We looked at different publications. We also did internet search on what is happening, key informant interviews. We spoke to some agripreneurs. We also spoke to some producer associations, development partners, banks. And at the end of the day, we learned quite a lot. So in terms of, what are some examples of youth SMEs in the agricultural value chain? One thing that I learned was that there is so much out there, but it's all over, it's not in one place. And I think it's important that we begin to see whether we can create a portal where we start to see some of these entrepreneurship, yes, in terms of climate mitigation adaptation. Basically, you see a lot, but focusing more on climate issues, I think we need that portal so that at least people can learn. And when we asked the agripreneurs what really motivated them to start these ventures, I expected them to say it's the money. But nobody mentioned that, but of course it's part of the game, isn't it? I'm sure agripreneurs in here will agree with me that if it doesn't pay, often it's not very attractive. But they said that they are in the business because they are trying to solve a real problem. But however, there's a caveat to that, because the agripreneurs we spoke to are mostly urban-based. They are mostly highly enlightened, and they have a lot of, they have access to information. What we didn't have time to do was to see whether there are agripreneurs in the rural areas that we could, the young agripreneurs in the rural areas that are also involved in agri value chains that are climate smart. So there are some examples. This is just a short list. I think if we take from the value chain perspective in agricultural inputs, what we saw, organic fertilizer manufacturers, there's Viva Organica from Botswana, AgriLife from Tanzania. On production, we see hydroponics, greenhouse production. There's Lema Agrivest, the Wezi Hortipreneur Youth Group in Kenya. If you move to the post-harvest management, we have solar-powered cooling systems. In crop marketing, that's Baridi, the project Baridi in Kenya. Crop marketing, we have Shalem Investments, processing, Chapana Farms. So, but there are a lot more examples. So in my slides, I'm just limited to mentioning just a few, but there are a lot more examples that we found of activities that are climate smart, that are trying to solve problems that the farmers, the smallholder farmers and the countries face. And in terms of the question, are the agripreneurs aware of existing climate change related SME development facilities? All of them that we interviewed during this short, quick study expressed awareness of climate financing for their enterprises. But remember, this is not the universe. There's, I think there's evidence elsewhere to show that most of them, particularly those in the rural areas, those that don't have information, don't even know that there are facilities that exist that could help them grow their businesses, that could help them start up new businesses. And when we asked them about some examples of these facilities, they mentioned the Africa Youth Adapt Fund by AFDB, Royal Academy of Engineering, Africa Prize for Engineering and Innovation, MIT Solve, Tony Elemu Foundation, Go Getters. So there are many others that are not on this list, but there are so many efforts out there and also facilities and also organizations that are trying to promote agripreneurship, particularly focused on climate change mitigation and adaptation issues. And when we ask them about what are those success factors that, what are those factors that have led you to succeed in your businesses? And they mentioned quite a few. That is because our business models are innovative. You find that there is a lot of attention, and we tend to be able to attract grant-based financing. And also their ability to offer cost-effective, sustainable alternatives was appealing and was making them successful, both of that attraction. And also just the entrepreneur and the team self-drive, willingness to think outside the box, is making them successful. And also their commitment to sustainable practices, aligning with the global movement towards green solutions, was making their businesses appeal more to a wide range of investors. I think I was speaking to Ishmael yesterday and says, you see, if you look at our banks, their loan portfolio is going to become riskier each day because the investors themselves are going to ask for greening the environment. So if they are going to be offering loans that are not green, it's likely to their loans portfolio is going to be condemned. So, so it's very important that we start looking at how agripreneurship is linked to climate change. And also, so one of the success factors is that they used evidence, evidence-based driven expectations. Just knowing the gestation period of their business help them manage the expectations. And often you see when people start a business, usually they quit before it starts to be mature. Yeah? So when these young agripreneurs are using data to project that our business will start making money after so many months, days, or years. And that helps them manage their expectations. And then we also moved on to the investors now to say, to what extent are the different investors already involved in financing youth-enabled agro-finance management SMEs? And what we see is that youth agripreneurs are surrounded by an ecosystem of financiers whose interests are either in funding agribusinesses in general, climate-related SMEs, and a combination of the two. But in terms of the climate-related SMEs, you find that I think it's growing, but it's not really widespread. And the types of funding, I think, includes bilateral, multilateral institutions putting money to support climate-smart agri-enterprises, philanthropists, foundations, commercial banks, development banks, and some impact investors who see the future and are really keen to support climate smart investments. And as I indicated, there are those examples I talked about, the go-getters, the Rise and the Pitch, AgriHack, Tony Elemu, and many others. And what we also did, I think, which I'll show in the, in the little paper I'm submitting to Ishmael, is that she said, okay, let's search the strategies of these institutions and let's search a few things. Let's look at agripreneurship, youth agripreneurship. Let's also look at climate change adaptation and mitigation. And what we see, climate change mitigation and adaptation, and most of the strategies are not even mentioned, except a few. So meaning that it's important that we start re-looking at the strategies of these big institutes so that they can start incorporating climate mitigation adaptation solutions in their strategies. Otherwise, we will talk about it, but it's not enshrined in what we do on a day-to-day basis. And also when we said, okay, where do these investors see growth? And there are three areas, of course. First is the existing agripreneurs. What is it that these agripreneurs are doing? What activities within their businesses are climate smart? And how do we ensure that those activities become climate smart? And also there are those activities that are already addressing climate issues. How can we replicate them? How can we get them to scale? And the other group is the startups. They see that there is opportunity in these three areas. And another big area where I think the knowledge base is still very limited has to do with the carbon market and trading in agriculture. There are loads and loads of opportunities, and this is an area where growth is expected. So I challenge every agripreneur in here to really interface with these newer markets, the carbon market. It's everyone talks about carbon market because of how do we limit greenhouse emissions. There's money to be made, but I think there's need to learn a little bit more about this evolving market. So basically, I think I talked about that the growth basically will be more in terms of technology. I think trying to make agri value chains much more efficient, and we cannot be more efficient by using traditional methods, but having technologies that can really be able to move us to the next level. And this can only be found in the youth themselves. The ability to use their innovation to create solutions that can really resolve real problems, will basically be able to integrate these innovations into the problems that the farmers are facing. So really, what does it take to do it at scale? So it's not an easy question, but basically there is need for a combination of interventions from different stakeholders. No one stakeholder can do it on their own. There is a role of the public sector. And so the issue of policy is very key. The philanthropists, they have money, and they can start to put their money where it can start to really transform agripreneurs to start thinking smart. There are development partners. Development partners need to focus their funding towards these youth, but make sure that we focus more on issues to do with climate, because climate change is real. The NGOs, civil society, and the agripreneurs themselves. So to do it and scale it up, there is need for everyone to be on board, all hands on deck. And I think throughout the inquiry, basically there are 4 pillars I think that came up. One has to do with research, evidence-based planning, evidence-based investments. Then there are issues to do with outreach and awareness, issues to do with capacity building and training, and last but not the least, issues to do with financing these activities. So briefly to touch on each pillar, basically there is need for quantification and valuation of the potential investments in order to move them to scale. I mean, I can give an example. Like AgriLife is using the black soldier fly to limit waste. I mean, take all that waste, use the fly to create feed, lower the cost of feed. But you see, it's just one example. I mean, there are other examples, but you see, if we are to scale this up, we need to understand the value that is being created in our countries and the value that can be created in Africa. This is what will be able to draw investors to this. But however, you need to really do a deep dive into these issues. There's also need to do detailed national inventories of current youth agri enterprises, do a bit of profitability analysis, and also what are some of the de-risking tools that are available. But this all comes from research. That means there is need for us to step back and really dig deeper into what is available there. And also, there is need to develop a compendium of climate finance aligned to the opportunities. And these opportunities I'm talking about the agripreneurs who have got these businesses, but they are not able or they don't know where the finance is. So if we could create a compendium of climate finance aligned to these opportunities, I think it will help the youth to be able to get more resources for their businesses, for growth, or even for startup. And the second pillar, when it comes to outreach and awareness, there is need to increase awareness to information on climate change, mitigation, and adaptation to stimulate youth businesses, innovations that can be supported. There's also need to link youth entrepreneurs, climate-focused incubators and accelerators, assist them to develop business know-how, market connections, as well as technical capacity. There's also need to provide guidance on sources and procedures for access to finance. I think what we saw, I think online on the web, is that there are a lot of contexts, competitions. Yes, we're a step in the right direction, but there is need for a deliberate effort to try to increase awareness about agripreneurship as it relates to issues of solving climate issues. So when I talk about climate in terms of financing, I think I'm suggesting a number of things. So basically, we need probably mentorship funds, project preparation funds. So there are a lot of things that can be done. So the question is, in terms of financing, often most of these interventions are projects. They start and they end. But the question is, how do we move from projects to scale? That means we need to institutionalize the interventions. But if they are seen as projects, you find that whenever there is no resources, these projects will end. But climate change is here to stay with us. Hence, there is there's need to have policies and financing that can stimulate growth and development of youth agri enterprises. We need blended finance approaches that combine public, private, and philanthropic capital to finance climate smart entrepreneurship. And also we need to facilitate the provision of patient capital, which provide entrepreneurs with long payback periods for climate technology startups. It's very costly. I think when I was reading some of the responses provided by Baridi, I mean, just to get into those solar code rooms, it takes a lot of money. And an ordinary youth, without financing, even if they have the idea, they might not be able to do it. So there is need to to try to support these interventions with blended finance. And also there is need to have de-risking tools for unlocking financing for youth entrepreneurs. And here we could consider credit guarantees. This could be public sector, it could be development partners who are doing it. And also there is need for matching youth agripreneurs with funding. Hence I talked about like an electronic portal where somebody can go and take a look about to see the idea and probably who are the potential funders. And there are three options I think that we can also consider here. But I talked about this when I was talking about research. I think we need to take an audit of carbon footprint of existing agri enterprises and make investments to convert all activities that are not climate compliant. The key question is, what are the conversion possibilities? But without resources, it's not possible. Without awareness, it's not possible. Without capacity building, it's not possible. The second aspect is, for climate smart agri enterprises that already exist, what are the strategies to scale them up? We need to start having a discussion about this. And also what can be done to support the growth of climate smart startups, the green field. These are the three major areas that I think we need to look at. And as I indicated, there is a role for different players. And I'm glad, I think there's going to be a panel consisting of different players. So I'm still learning. I want to hear to see what these players are committing to do. So ladies and gentlemen, remember I started with those two, is that a SACAU or I'm not sure whether it's a SACAU or something else. They were separate. We need to see how we can have an intersection between agripreneurship or agripreneurs and issues to do with climate adaptation and mitigation. Indeed, there are challenges that these agripreneurs are facing, and we need to start solving them. There are some that are able to find the solutions on their own. I gave you an example that we interviewed those that are in urban areas. They have so much information. So those ones can pick the fruits on their own. But there are a lot more that we need to bring the branch closer to them. That means we, as all stakeholders in this room, I mean, it's quite diverse. And I say we can do better and help budding agripreneurs be able to access the finance they need to get the capacity they need to be able to innovate and transform the African continent so that we are ready to deal with the issues of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, we need your support. You can join the club. Thank you very much.
Dr. Shipota says he loves questions. And I love questions, mostly from young people. So I would really like to encourage, especially our youngsters, to ask questions. And I think, you know, you've given us some reason to hope, especially things like an ecosystem of financiers is available to support such innovative startups in climate action. And I agree with you that a companion should be made of such climate funds that are available. And actually thinking of this morning and our opening session, and where the MEC mentioned AI, I was actually thinking that would be a good chat GPT question. What are the climate funds, especially for youth in climate action? I would ask that because I'm actually feeling that that could give you a very quick answer. That might be a nice test that we could maybe be doing on the sidelines of this conference. Anyhow, so let's start with questions for Dr. Shipoto, and please be aware that we have the translators in the booth there. Thank you very much. We all appreciate your being there. That means you have to ask your question in the microphone and also speak clearly so that it can be translated, so that everybody has the benefit of hearing which question you've asked. Right. Any questions from the floor? Yes? I think that's a question from Seychelles. By the way, maybe mention your name and your country, and if you come from an organization, your organization, because we are such a large group, we don't know all. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Armand Michaud from the Seychelles. I want to say something. I was in a seminar in Zambia beginning of March, and again, the financial aspect of young entrepreneurs came up. And when I questioned the people who were there present, we found out that the rate of interest those people have to borrow is 28%. So to begin with, at that kind of interest rate, forget it. It's doomed to failure. Like in my country, the government gets very low rate borrowings from countries like IFAD or African Development Bank, and maybe at 0.75 or 1% interest. And then they put that money in the Agricultural Development Bank that offers a loan to farmers at a 1.5 interest. But again, you just cannot borrow any amount that you wish for. So they allow you about 3 million of our currency, which is a rupees. So they allow you about, there's a ceiling. And after that, if you want to borrow more, you can go to the private banks. And of course, there the interest is higher. So to me, financial support to the youngsters are very important because they don't have any guarantees. Maybe some of them even use guarantee from their parents who guarantees their property or their houses or whatever. And if they do that at the 28% interest rate, they are doomed to failure, and their parents' guarantees will be taken away from them by the banks. So that's my contribution.
Yeah, so it's actually a comment to say that the reality probably is that most of these startups will have to draw finance from a complement, a combination of funds, some of which unfortunately have stifling interest rates. Maybe you write that down and give us later a feedback whether you feel from your interviews with those agripreneurs, whether that also is the reality and whether that is an issue that they've also brought to you as a constraint. And surely I agree, financial support. That is why it is such a good idea, this compendium. And that compendium should, of course, include issues like what are interest rates? What are it should have a full set of information, please.
I just wanted to tag on to that question to get your insights on where the borrowing is happening from and what is the makeup of the institutions themselves in order to sort of fully tackle my neighbor's question, understanding the actual landscape of the financing.
So your question is to understand that ecosystem that he's talking about of financial institutions. Yeah. I guess it's a difficult question to answer, but maybe you can say whether there's an intention to capture that ecosystem in more detail. And then maybe we could get from the floor what criteria would need to be in a compendium like that. No, we've got interest rate, we've got conditions of paying back if it's not a grant, but if it's a loan, what should be in that compendium for young agripreneurs to create awareness? You've mentioned awareness as a big issue, and to act. Would you like to respond to these questions?
No, thank you. Thank you very much. I think the two most constraints, I think they were common from all the people we interviewed, be it the agripreneurs themselves, the experts, and even internet searches, two main ones: access to finance and access to markets. But since my question is to do with finance, let me stick to that. A question from Seychelles is, since we are networking here, I want to visit it, so we will network after this this conference. Yeah, so part of the main reasons for being here. Yes, interest rates, I think, from commercial banks have been cited as the worst enemy for agripreneurs in any country, because commercial banks charge a foot and a leg, because they are trying to make a living. That's why one of the recommendations is that we need tailor-made financing for agripreneurs. And the example that you gave, like in Seychelles, that the public sector has a role. They may have, say, a youth fund that is tailor-made to give resources to these innovative agripreneurs at a minimal rate. But however, there are two things that we have to consider. There is capital investment to start the business. Usually that one you need much more long-term financing. And you can't do it at 20% interest rate or 15%. You will need very low interest rate. And then there's another component, which is working capital. And working capital, basically, I think that's where maybe you could go to the commercial banks, because they are much more short-term loans to finance the running of the business. So in terms of capital investments, I think there is need for cheaper sources of funding. So issues of blending the finance in the running of these businesses is very important. So where are they borrowing from? I mean, from our inquiry, what you see is that these youth are quite heterogeneous. We have different kinds. There are some who are born with a golden spoon in their mouth. They don't need they have money. But there are others who have to rely on the financial market. There are others who have to rely on their savings, like the youth I was talking to yesterday. He says, it was my savings from my work that I've used to start up my business. And when I asked him, hey, tell me, why are you not borrowing to be able to expand your enterprise? He says, the interest rates are not good enough. So what I've resolved is to remain small and be able just to do what I can do without making myself tied to these creditors. I risk losing my assets, all right? And then there's a group of young agripreneurs who are very small and in places where most of these funders don't even, we work for them, but they don't even go and give funding there. So these are the ones that require probably microfinance. Very little, but we are saying the future is not too micro. The future is this, it's this middle. We want vibrant agripreneurs that can service a bigger population, right? So there's microfinance that can be available, but we others that we saw that they're also relying on grants. It's not loans, but the
grants are being provided from foundations and other well-wishers to support some of these innovative ideas. I mean, there's also equity financing. I think what we saw, I think, is that I think there is very limited, I think, commercial borrowing for such activities that are inclined to climate mitigation and adaptation, because the returns take time to come. Hence, you need the grant funding. You need this patient funding. I mean, this patient financing that allows the benefits to accrue over time. And there's a public good nature of investing in climate. Everyone benefits if so there is a role for government to really start thinking about these youth funds, which are earmarked to support youth agripreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give the microphone to, oh, yeah, you have a microphone. Ishmael, you want to reply to that?
Just on the same point of financing, we got a sense that speaking to a few financial institutions, that they simply don't classify things that way. They don't classify things in terms of whether it is climate financing or not. So it is not ring-fenced. And perhaps these conversations are going to lead us to some conclusions around maybe ring-fencing climate financing, as well as ring-fencing climate financing as it speaks to young agripreneurs. Maybe that's where we want to go, but also taking the point from an earlier speaker that maybe we need to, because there's no systematic cataloging of the different sources of financing and how they can be sort of made green. Yeah, because I think we need to really fight for green financing, and green financing by its nature, because of its development in impact or outcomes, should, in my view, necessarily attract much more concessionary arrangements than just financing. I think that's the first point. The second point really speaks to the issue of, if you're talking of entrepreneurship, I think the issues to do with financing is regardless of which sector, which enterprise, it is the same. So we need to put a value proposition that is talking to climate financing because of its very nature. Otherwise, it's the same. Everyone in small enterprise development has got the same problem of interest rates. So it's not peculiar to climate financing, but because of the peculiarity of climate financing, because of its general goodness for the whole world, it needs to be considered separately, apart from what you have already highlighted as the longer gestation period of some of the climate-related enterprises. Thank you.
Yes. Sorry. Just to follow up, when you say, when you're talking about these large interest rates and maybe that should be brought down, and ring fencing, do you also mean those two things in combination? Where you, for example, could say within a commercial bank's portfolio, one could ring fence a portion for climate action innovation that then has not the same interest rates as the rest of the portfolio of that same commercial bank. That's how you meant it. Okay, that sounds like a good idea. And I also like what you said about if you have your business model, you have different types of expenses. Some is a capital investment, others are recurrent expenses, and you could try and match where you borrow from to those expenses. Capital from maybe a grant, and recurrent possibly from a loan. Yeah, I think that is a good idea. I see a lot more questions from Malawi. Yes, tell us your name and where you're from.
Thank you so much. And I'm Manes Nkata from the Farmers Union of Malawi. Thank you so much, Prof, for the presentation. But I have few comments and also maybe a question. The investments are needed for the food agri sector to transform the food agriculture sector, especially in production and processing. So there are a number of investments that are essential, but production and the processing, in my view, are necessary. I'll give you an example on research. Research in production and technologies and for production and productivity are very low, especially in Africa, but more specifically in Malawi. Compared to any other countries, that's if you want to produce more food, you need a substantial amount of land for you to produce that. So I think when we think about promoting the investment or maybe to make our agri sector, especially on the youth or the young people, we need also to invest in those things. But also, I think we need also to consider to invest in policies. Most of our policies, our food policies, especially in Africa, including Malawi, are not harmonized. So I think we need also to invest in those policies that are conducive towards promoting of the investment as a key player in the aspects so that we can enable them to finance the other sectors of production and to produce the nutritious food in the environmental friendly and sustainable way. But also, I'll just comment on the investment in young people. To invest in young people, I would also invite the investors to invest in the young people because the young people are so energetic and they are geared to do anything in that. But I think we need to consider that, especially in the investment in the research, but also investment in other sectors. Thank you.
Would you like to comment to that? It was mostly a comment. Let's get another question. Oh.
Thank you. No, it was me. Phineas Kumete from, sorry?
South Africa?
Yeah. I'm also vice president of SACAU. No, I'm the second young man of SACAU. No, I was interested to comment on the finances, but people have talked a lot with regard to financing. But, Doc, you have mentioned the fact with regard to what kind of financing do we actually need. And you have highlighted the 6 points or items, starting from mentorship, project preparations, and so on. But one of the challenges that I used to challenge, I still see, which are the challenge to our young farmers, is to not get the full amount that is equal to the project. That is number one. And number two, and there's no funding obtained for them to, include the relevant stakeholders, as we have mentioned, because there's nothing that can happen without mentorship and evaluation, and also the skills and mentorship. So with that, at the end of the day, the project become a failure. But last thing, Doc, according to your research experience, looking at the climate change, do you see any stage whereby our young agripreneurs become the agricultural input suppliers? Because according to me, that is part of agribusiness. It's not for only the large companies to, supply inputs to our agricultural sector. But according to me, we would love to see the young people become the companies, supplying the inputs for agriculture, even the equipment and so on. That is where we can integrate the agriculture in SADC.
Thank you. Yeah, that is a very good point. When we think of young in agriculture, we don't only mean farmers, but we also mean, for example, contractors, people that rent out machinery or tractors. That would be very suitable for young people to do that. Those machines tend to be very complicated nowadays. Would you like to react?
Yeah, I want to try to see if I can start from my VP, the second youngest man in SACAU. So I'm trying to see where I should land first. Take off and land. Essentially, I think, yes, you're right. The aspirations of all of us is to see more young people involved in large businesses and all that. But what we have noticed is that once we start to generalize the investments, we lose the focus on issues on climate mitigation and adaptation. So I think from my perspective, basically, is to say, I think it's very important that we harness the innovation from these young people so that they can put their effort on areas where they can really make a difference. If you see these large companies, they are after profit. You need lots of money. But of course, they can participate through buying shares and all that. But I think we need innovations that can really respond to the needs of climate change. And we need, as governments, we need to change our investment priorities so that at least we have much more focused interventions. So the issues of policies are very critical. Laws and regulations, very important. I think there are some that we talked to, and they says, you see, it's either the laws and regulations are not available, so you are navigating in waters where whatever you are trying to do is not even governed by law. And in some cases, it's underdeveloped or people don't even understand. Hence, it raises the cost of doing business. So I think it's important that we institutionalize some of the interventions. It's not just money, but it's these soft things that can allow the agripreneurs to be able to operate. And I totally agree with Ishmael. I mean, I can't wait for that time, Ishmael, where we have a big conference where, after doing all the things I talked about, those 4 pillars, do research on this, so that we are discussing really how do we shape the future of agripreneurship and climate change in Africa. Bring everyone to bear. Give these compendiums so that we discuss all these things. To me, I think that should be the aspiration. And I mean, there are several elements to it. I think for me, I think this is something that can be discussed at several players, so people can, it shouldn't be just one person. I mean, it's supposed to be, I mean, I can't dictate to say this person, because you see what we usually, when you have different people doing this almost the same thing, usually we end up nowhere. So I think there's need for agreement of saying, okay, how do we get a compendium that is useful for investments into agripreneurship, youth agripreneurship, and climate change. I mean, there are some who have to provide the funding for it to be done. There are some who have to do the writing. There are some who have to do the research. So there are several players that can be involved. But it's something that I think I'm throwing to the conference, that this is something that you need to discuss, because as long as we don't have information
definitely, I think the level of awareness among our agripreneurs, youth agripreneurs will remain very, very low. I wanted to comment about what kind of investments, the last mile investments are very critical. I'm a farmer myself. I'm a researcher and farmer. But you see, I drive just 40 kilometers away out of Lusaka. I can't communicate with anyone. It bothers me because I have my smartphone, becomes useless, just 40 Ks away from the capital city. If you are talking about digital tools, those digital tools are useless without the telecommunication investments. So there are certain public investments that are required, that are a prerequisite for us to be able to get the innovations and get the results that we want. So we need to look at those, what are those last mile interventions that we need to invest in that would make the ecosystem work much better. Thank you.
Let's take a few more questions there. I've seen your hand, the lady in the white jumper. You don't have a mic, no? Oh, sorry.
Okay, hi, my name is Mutewa. I'm from Limpopo. I've got two questions. The first one is with regards to the value chain that you spoke about in the beginning. I would like to find out, in your experience or research, at what level do you find most participation along the value chain of agripreneurs? Because from our experience locally, a lot of agripreneurs are encouraged to enter the agri-value chain at primary agriculture level, and then it takes generations to grow to commercial level. So in your experience, particularly in Southern Africa, at what point do we find most participation? And then secondly, my question is with regards to development funding institutions. From personal experience, I found that working with commercial banks is actually easier when it comes to capital funding, as opposed to DFIs. I found that DFIs, their funding processes and timelines are completely out of sync with the realities of the agri sector. So you find that your application, for example, there's an application window of, say, January to March, and then from March to September is evaluation and all of that. By the time you get to approval and disbursements of funds, that you are in the middle of a completely different season, the funding for which you've applied is irrelevant. So I just wanted to find out, in your experience with DFIs, what kind of work is being done to make sure that there's synchronization with the realities of commercial operations? Thank you.
So DFI, mean direct foreign investment? Development funding institutions, how they can align better to the agricultural cycle. And then the other question, the first question was, where do agripreneurs currently are in the value chain level? Are they all the primary producers, or are they more upward processors? And maybe also, where is there most scope for them to be, right? That would also be a nice question. I'll look for another question before you answer. Yes, Alf? Oh, you have a mic.
Yeah, my name is Ralph from Germany. Thank you for the presentation. I hope I got it right that most of the agripreneurs you were talking about are from urban areas, so well-educated urban people. And I was thinking, do you see a potential for addressing more directly people in rural areas? Because they're actually the ones that do the farming, the ones that have experience firsthand for innovations, and it's them that make the livelihoods in their communities that lift up the level. So I think, is there a potential in going more directly to these people? Thank you.
Good question. The fact that, because it was actually surprising, yes, in your slides that you said most are in urban areas, but did you mean from those that you interviewed or those that are there?
The ones that we interviewed, so were mostly the urbanites.
Ah, okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, but maybe in answering the question, you can maybe then say something about the sort of the stock taking in the sense of, are they also in the rural areas, but maybe not so much, not so easily accessible? Shall I get one other question before you answer? Then we have three. Oh, 2 hands. Oh, you have a microphone, right? Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Mfundo Kumalo from Eswatini, under the Eswatini National Agriculture Union. I'm part of the National Youth Wing. I'm the secretary there, and also Manzini secretary. Okay. And also the Manzini secretary. So what I wish to do is to paint a picture in 3 areas. Firstly, it will be the professional part, corporate part. Then secondly, it will be the rural part. And then lastly, it's going to be the IT part. For example, I'm going to use myself as an example. In the rural area where I grew from, I founded a youth association. We got land for building, and we got land for farming. And we do have a well-educated doctor who's leading in the farming aspect or the area. But still, if you apply for funding, it's not there. The second one is the professional part. I run a company, and that company is incubated in one of the incubators in Swaziland. You get to pitch to World Bank, you name them, all these pitching platforms, Portal Bridge and all that. But then again, you don't get funding or grants. And then the third one, you as a farmer, because I'm a farmer, for me, farming came as a niche and a cash cow for me, to try and feed to these 3 elements that I came up with. The third IT sector part is whereby we came up with an app, which is we're actually developing, whereby you'll find a buyer. First, you'll find the farmer, all the details about the farmer, and you'll find a buyer, all the details about the buyer, and then you'll find a supplier, right? I will not disclose it as we are also working on it. But what I'm trying to say is that in all these things that we have done, we have tried, we have applied for grants, there is no one entity or institute that had the capacity to understand where we at. For example, the company is doing fertilizer research. We're at a stage whereby we have done all the research and everything. But the thing is, with all the research, with all the investment you have actually injected into it, there's still that element whereby the research needs to be given a working financing. In all these 3 sectors that I've mentioned, we just need working financing, whereby we can work just to make it work. You find that we have skipped most of the 4 pillars Dr. Anthony has actually mentioned. Yes, we have done the research, but with the outreach and awareness and capacity building, it will come after we get the financing part.
So is it a certain commodity that you're talking about, that this company that has the professional, the rural, the IT component is dealing with?
So what I wanted to say was, I wanted to paint a picture whereby these 3
elements are part of all.
Are part of farming.
Right.
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 And
general.
there's input, there's actually base farming, and there's also an innovation part that feeds into farming. These are three separate, but yet they work together.
Right.
So all these need the working financial part.
Right.
And I heard Mr. Anthony, and I loved it, coming up with a blended financing organ that's going to help in that.
A planned financing?
A blended financing organ. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So that these components that are all part of a farming operation or an operation, but you find that there is no partner that understands the whole picture.
Yes.
Right? You're always sort of at the level of the farm, they ought to merge into a holistic whole, working together, and yet at the level of your service providers, especially your financiers, there's not one that understands that big picture, and that is a problem, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I think we have 3 questions now, 2 questions from one lady there, 1 question from Ralph, and then here the comment about the difficulty to match your enterprise to fund providers because it consists of different components. Please.
No, thank you very much. I'm glad that we are going to have a panel with some other experts, I think, who are interfacing with some of these issues on a day-to-day. And also, I think that session with the youth themselves, I think, so that at least we can unpackage a little bit more some of these issues that are being raised. Let me attempt to answer some of the questions. A lot of them were more comments, I think. Okay, scope. Where are these guys? I think I'll base it, yes, first, I think let me try to base it on one of the studies that I did in Zambia, where we find that most of the youth are interfacing with the primary agriculture production. There are fewer along the value chain. Because I think it's the other activities are highly knowledge intensive, capital intensive. So you find that you don't see a lot of them there. But there are opportunities, of course, for more and more entrepreneurs to participate. And of course, some of the innovations that are being developed by these young agripreneurs cover much more people. You know, like, for example, Hello Tractor. It's an app to access tractors. So if you have a phone, basically you can access, farmers, many people, including the youth, can access. So it's an app that they developed to solve a problem in terms of mechanization. If you look at, I think, say, maybe the soldier fly, it's more into trying to resolve issues to do with input costs. So it's right at the start of the agricultural value chain. There are other youths that are producing, like, say, legumes, for example. They're just typical farmers. But half the time we don't consider them as also contributing, say, to climate change and adaptation. Why? Because they're probably not interfacing with the carbon market. But there are some innovations that they are doing that could be considered is very critical. So the short answer is that I think most of them are into primary ag production. The out of sync development finance, yeah, indeed. I think that's why I think I proposed that. I think there is need to institutionalize some of the interventions. There is need to create awareness across the board, not just to the agripreneurs. It's awareness about these critical issues to those with the money. That if you bring your money late, if it comes after the season, it's no use to the investor. So it has to come the right time. Bankers, for example, if you design financing instruments that are too costly, then you are likely going not to succeed in financing those areas. Government, our governments, basically, starts from our technical people. You need awareness, you need capacity building across across the board. So it's another, I think, another major issue that we say who needs to be capacity built, who needs to be trained. But I think it's important. I mean, if you are to succeed in anything, you have to live it. That's why I said from project to scale. If it is done as a project, forget that we will ever change. We need to live it. Our policy need to speak it. If the policies are not designed to solve these problems and implement them, you find that we will not go anywhere. I'm trying to see which other question here. The urban and rural. Indeed, I think there are opportunities, I think, to explore opportunities for rural-based agripreneurs. But I think what we have seen mostly, I think, from our quick literature review is that most of those that go for these pitching and all that, they're mostly highly informed, mostly those who are urban. But we said, I think there are opportunities for us to be able to see how we can unlock those agripreneurs that are in the rural areas. They may be doing things. So we need to be able to identify them. They may be doing things under the hood. We need to bring them out. So there are opportunities, I think, for development partners, NGOs, and others to really bring the rural folk, the rural youth who are innovative. But of course, I think speaking to even the agripreneurs that, although they're from the urban areas, they say they have a capacity building program where they interface with other youths. And those activities are being funded by other organizations and donors. I think the go-getters and Agra, I think there's a capacity building component, and it's providing resources and advice for the youth that are already who are already investing in agriculture to try to capacity build others. Because basically, I think if a youth is in business, I think they are better placed to attract other youth. You can demonstrate better the opportunities that exist. Anything else?
No, unless we have another question. But I like your point to say that issues around being out of sync development funds institutions with the quota cycle, we should keep that question in mind and put it to the panel. And some of these issues around youth, we are going to hear from youth. In fact, in the next session, your table, Doctor, that you had with all those examples, 3 of those examples we shall listen to after lunch. We can ask them questions as well. You had a question? Yeah, use that.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Chapoto, for your presentation. So thanks to all the other given comments and questions. My name is Volker Klima from the Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Germany. And I really loved your first statement that the future is bright. I love this positive spirit because I completely agree. And my question goes to the 4 pillars you've just shown us. First, research, actually, that's the one. Research. Research, normally it's quite expensive. And also access is quite difficult. So my question would be in how far traditional knowledge and networks, also especially in Africa, plays a role in your research and also for the future of agri-entrepreneurship here in Africa. Thank you.
Role of traditional knowledge and networks in research. Yes, Elizabeth?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Anthony, for your wonderful presentation and, of course, the comments from the audience. Mine is a comment, and it's a general comment regarding the funding architecture, especially when it comes to climate financing. I think we really need to see a redesign and make sure that farmers' needs are also taken care of when it comes to the design of the funding. Because when you look at the current funding and how it is designed, and also the organizations that are dispensing this kind of funding, especially the GF and the GCF, which are the main funding instruments. I think when it comes to information, there's lack of information, especially to the farmers. They don't really have the right information on how to access this kind of money. But also in terms of access, the bar has been set so high that most of the farmers' organizations, if not all, don't meet the required criteria to access these funds. So you have to either go through an accredited entity to be able to access funding. But also when it comes to the ticket sizes, they're so big that farmers' organizations don't have the capacity to manage those funds. Then also when it comes to the capacity to, to manage those resources, it also requires some bit of, I would say, high level capacity, which the farmers' organizations don't have. And this also calls now again for technical assistance facility that should be provided for the farmers' organizations to be able, to meet the required standards to manage such kind of funds. But then bringing it down to the national level, to our countries, I think there is also a lot of work is being done in silos. Most of the institutions are working in silos. I'll give you an example that most of the discussions around climate change, are championed by the ministries of environment. And there's limited discussions between ministries of environment, ministries of agriculture, and also the farmers' organizations. So I think we need to create an ecosystem that brings all the different actors on the same table, whereby we have the same level of information, but also when it comes to, for example, having priorities on where investments should be made, then the farmers should also have a say in terms of highlighting some of those priorities, but also working with the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Environment to make sure that their issues are captured and presented in most of these global meetings, like the COP meetings. And lastly, I think as farmers also, we need to take a center stage when it comes to some of these global discussions. For example, last year during some of these discussions around climate change financing, because, for example, during COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, we all know that it put together the loss and damage fund. But how many of us are following up on the implementation of this loss and damage fund? There's going to be a pre-substa meeting in Bonn in the next 1 week. How many of us, of our representatives, are going to be there to make sure that our farmers' voice is heard in such kind of meetings? So I think we also need to up our game as farmers' organizations and make sure that our voices are represented in all the different dialogues and discussions around climate change and financing. Thank you.
Good. That's a very useful comment, Elizabeth. It's a very broad one. I think it has a number of components, right? The awareness about funds, accessing funds where the bar is very high, capacity to manage funds once you get them, and then issues around policy and how policy is important. We should be at these policy platforms. And I think what you said about most of those platforms and most of those initiatives being under Ministry of Environment, that is something which shall come back tomorrow when we look at those NDCs, because those are very much driven by these ministries of environment, tourism, ministries of natural resources. And you're right in pointing out that farmers may be, as of yet, a bit far away from such platform. Would you like to react?
Yeah, in terms of research, probably maybe I should say that research should be demand-driven. I mean, there is academic research, which is fine. And we still need our institutions of higher learning to produce high quality evidence. But I think the research that I'm talking about is generating evidence that is relevant to answering specific questions. As I indicated, that we need to take stock of what is happening in our countries in terms of existing investments, try to value some of the interventions that they are doing, try to do some profitability analysis. Basically, the goal there is to try to respond to questions to say, some of these investments profitable, for example. But if we don't have the information, then it means it's very difficult for investors to make any decisions. So I'll start there. So what is the role of traditional knowledge? Yes, indeed. I think interfacing with some of the agripreneurs, basically, the ones, especially those that are providing solutions to some problems that the communities are facing. They had to, for them to be successful, they had to interface with the communities. Otherwise, they would have generated solutions that are divorced from reality. And they also had to take into account what that knowledge at the community level and infuse it in their interventions. So it's very important, I think, local knowledge. Issues of networks, I think, is very key. I mean, I can give you an example. I think there is, in terms of research, we are trying to understand issues to do with what my sister talked about, agricultural productivity. So we are looking into areas of soil health and fertilizer use. We come from policy analysis. I analyze issues, raise them. But if I do not network with the rightful people, you find that whatever I'm trying to do under what we are calling Farmer Know Your Soil campaign will be useless. I'm bringing in my comparative advantage to do quality research, but I need to bring in the technology aspects. So we are networking with the technology firm so that we can harness the power of technology in terms of remote sensing, for example. When I hear people say you need soil labs everywhere, I say, no. Nowadays, the technology has evolved. You can do remote sensing. But you see, I network. And for us to be very effective, we have to network with the people on the ground, the traditional leaders, the community. So I think the role of networking is very important. We can also network at every pillar you can have a very strong network. That helps us not to work in silos. I think we need to be able to understand who is doing what and how is it related to what I'm doing. And because together we can be able to resolve some of the challenges we face as it relates to business development and also dealing with issues to do with climate change.
I think this comment by Elizabeth about working in silos, I think it is linked also a little bit in a way, because I don't know about Zambia's process of the United Nations Food Systems Summit dialogues. But in Namibia, for example, during those UNFSS dialogues, there was a lot about traditional knowledge about high nutrition, drought tolerant crops that are not used because people want to plant maize, for example. And that is a process. And then we have a climate process. And one can wonder to what extent is not part of the output of a UNFSS process a useful input in these climate discussions. And when you just said, we should come together, and I think that's what Elizabeth also mentioned, or maybe meant, to have maybe even at national level, a platform where from different sides, people come together. That is what you mean, right? That would be useful. It's not so much your topic of you're looking at the possibilities for agripreneur, but surely if one had a platform like that, one could probably sooner come to that enabling environment in which agripreneurs could grow.
That's partially, but I'm saying we need a tailor-made platform. that addresses issues. I mean, because you see issues of climate change and mitigation. I mean, we talk about them every day, but I think we don't have a really focused attention on them. So I think a platform that addresses this issue and then link it to agricultural agribusinesses and transformation. Yeah.
Just a couple of observations around research. There's a danger of defining research in terms of technological research, which is expensive. But there's, as you're saying, research that is designed to address an issue. An issue could be trying to address what are the effective funding modalities as a research area. It's not about a piece of equipment. It is what are the best financing solutions. It's a piece of research. I don't think that would be as expensive. It could be what is required in terms of enabling digital connection. It is not about on the farm. It is really about the infrastructure that is going to be fundamental. And it will be what could be a funding or financing mechanism for widespread digital connection. That kind of research is what speaks to the problem, and I don't want to preempt discussions about research tomorrow, is that research runs in this other direction and that the pain points that actually help are going this other direction. It might be about how do we reduce the costs of climate-related actions. That research, so that we get away from, I'm not saying that research is not important, the traditional one, that is expensive, but I'm saying there is the other research that could actually unlock. I think we need to be innovative in the way we look at research. The second point really is the discussions on financing. Is if one is running a business, I mean, if I have to use that word, we are trying to say entrepreneurship, but let's be more direct and say, you're trying to run a business that is going to give you outcomes that are related to adaptation and mitigation. So business financing is not necessarily the same as development financing. So we need to be very careful about when we are talking about many businesses that are there are not run by development financing. They are run by other financing. The question is, what do you need to do with development financing to enable that to happen much better, focusing on the young? Because to try and use development financing to run a business might not be, but maybe the first stages of a business might be ways. So we need to be very careful about discussing financing. Sometimes we're talking about development financing to fund a business, but maybe it's for funding a project or a pre-investment. There's just some thoughts.
Just to add on what Ishmael said, I think what we need to do, and it brings us the issue of the compendium that we talked about. To me, I think it's an issue of demand and supply when it comes to this financing. To see in terms of the climate financing for the youth, that compendium, if we have to be specific and to articulate what we need to focus on that subject. And what will come now is to have different funding options. In our discussions, we call them pathways because there are different pathways. There are other development funding, which is there specifically for supporting enterprises or projects that are dealing with climate change, but they might not. And most of them, they cannot support somebody who is going to do business to make profit. So that compendium should be specific in terms of what fund and who qualifies for that. And then we link that to the young entrepreneurs. Because, and I just hope that during the discussion this week, we'll be able to know that there are specific sources of funding that is there to address climate-related issues or to do climate change actions. And then we are also going to see that there are enterprises that are run by the youth that qualify. So how do we link the two? And that compendium should be able to link the two. But as Dr. Chapota said, for us to do that, just to have that compendium, we also need resources to do that. So that should be the beginning. We should not run, or we should not want to run jumping other steps, because those steps are important, but they also require financing. So we need really to craft in terms of what we want and how we want to go there. And to me, is to understand the supply side. Fundo from Eswatini, that young man was talking about. I'm sure what do they have? Someone somewhere, through whichever financing mechanism, can support them.
Yes.
But they don't know each other.
Yes.
So we need to find out how do we bring them together.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm almost beginning to think that that compendium is probably more of a live document, because these things change, interest rates change. And you mentioned an electronic portal that matches the funders to agripreneurs. Maybe a compendium should be part of an electric portal. Maybe one should think in those directions. But you're right in pointing out that money is needed to do that.
I just wanted to add, maybe if I can add one thing. I think as we discuss agribusinesses, you see, an agribusiness basically is to make money. But what I think we've found, by going through the literature, is that there are activities within these agribusinesses that are being done, which are climate compliant, right? But the businesses are not able to tap into available climate financing to be able to scale them up. So I think it's very important. That's why I'm talking about blended finance here, where you can be able to grow by tapping into some of these available resources that could enhance our actions, climate action. So we need to ensure that I think we try to catalog those. Because I mean, if I go to any business today, I mean, take for example somebody who is doing horticulture, but off grid. They're using solar. They're using renewable energy, right? And renewable energy is climate compliant, or they're using drip irrigation, water efficient. But you find that there are other funding sources out there that if they focus more and say, this is what I'm doing, and they can be able to tap a little bit more resources that can then complement the other commercial resources that they are using in their business. So how do we open up this opportunity set for our youth to be able to do this, given all these other things that I've said? Thank you.
Your awareness pillar also. I want to actually close the session because it's already past 1, and we are going to have agripreneurs after lunch, whom we can also ask questions. And then at the end of the day, we shall have a panel with people from the policy and the financing side, where we can dive deep further into these issues around financing and funding. So I would like to actually break here and let us go for lunch so that we do not run behind. Lunch is in the Djembe, if I pronounce that rightly, in the Djembe restaurant. And we should be back here by 14 hours for the session with the agripreneurs. And I would like to ask the agripreneurs themselves to stay behind for a little session here with me. That is Grace, Tracy, Constantine, and Mochesane. And then we shall discuss how we proceed after lunch. So if Grace, Constantine, Tracy, Mochesane, if they can stay behind, then all of the rest of you can go for lunch. I guess we can leave the bags in the room, but it's up to you to decide. And we shall see you here back at 14 hours. And thank you very much.
Ahora viene mi cámara caída.
Let's just get the children. Let's see. If those are strong. Yeah.
Recording stop. Recording in progress.
Can we go get Benito? Benito is the tall one, right? Can I go call him? Say family detail.
Those blue chairs, and I've got two copies.
You're right. Certain incident, yeah.
I think individual, it's like the ones in the, you know, like the ones in the dining area in Cashbar, those blue with the silver. Oh, okay, please, because I want to. Yeah, I've just sent it. I've also sent it to the other stuff. Well, that really is fine. Let's see. So you can have one or two more better. There's bigger ones. We wanted to be two of them. That could be one other side. We can send that one or the other. I think different shades. So this one way. And I think it's the one that's the one. It's not issue, it's a bit wide, I think this one. I'll send you like this one. Also good. I don't know if you do right now. There's a free trade, but you want to start with the blue color. Cash bar. Okay? You can almost go from the door here, then the reception is here, and you go to cash bar. There's the long things and two things. No, not the long ones, the high ones. So the blue one of them, and then I'll keep this one extra. I want one of those with those parts. So one person needs to look different. Okay. And no, we'll be back.
Aku gua pengen. Dia John.
Two or three of these chairs off. Okay. You're bringing the really big one. I was doing the one seeker. But it's okay.
Two or three.
No, she's not understanding me. As you come into cash bar, there's ones with blue and white stripes. So there's a pillow. There's 4.
Barimo na cash bar una misamelo ya blue and white.
Yes.
Inali misamelo the pillowcase temperature ona. Iche 4. Banyaka mkwadi.
But I don't need 4. I need 1.
Banyaka eti fela mwe. Not you.
I don't need that big one. One of that strap. That's what I said to you. Just bring me one of the strapped ones.
All right, one only.
One only.
Banyaka eti fela.
I want to put it at the end of one of them.
There is another man there. Is the one we say you want 3. Big man.
These people change things.
You say I want 3.
Okay. Okay. Let's put 3. That's fine. Bring.
This one is the table.
Okay. Perfect. Let me do that. If I want to tell you. It's funny. So it's in this change. This one in the middle and like twice side by side.
Oh, what I'm saying, drop it. Hey, why can't you get it? And what is it? Why are you going to talk about it? So, what are you doing? Damano, who is the this guy? Maronia, Dono, Arthur, so on. Daman, not the cheap. Put the level on site. That's what I has on site. Babullet the other one. Marina, no one can check his one. Black and blue. Okay. Teruskan ngaliran ya, Bang. Sama si betul lo mismo. Kita kamu cari. Ikan usia mana pak? Ikan tampil kamu selesai tadi.
One is this one. One, two. One, two. Yeah, one, two.
Naleo, ne? Plus naleo.
Hello? Yes. Right, let me stand up again so that you see me. Thank you for coming back after lunch. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and I actually hope that you also found some time during your lunch break to visit the exhibition, because those people have set up these stands, and I hope to get some time myself later to also visit there, because it really is quite an array of products and services. I've seen some very interesting things, bowls of microbes that you can throw into the river and it cleans out all the algae, for example. So I would really recommend you, if you haven't looked at the exhibition, please do. Now we have 4 young agripreneurs for you in this session. And I'm going to call them up here, but I'll start with Grace Gondwe. She's from Malawi. She's a young agripreneur from Malawi. And in fact, she completed this year's Young Leadership Incubation Program. So I think we can look for that. And tonight, there's going to be the issuing of certificates for this Young Leader Incubation Program. And that's going to be around, I think around 6 o'clock, it's going to be here. So Grace is going to introduce the other 3 agripreneurs, and maybe you just want to call them up one by one. No? And then I would say that here, apart from the one who speaks.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this afternoon's session. You're going to be with me and my fellow young agripreneurs. My name is Grace Gondwe, as she has introduced. So I'll just call upon the young agripreneurs who are joining me on stage this afternoon. So we have Mushesana Mpali from Lesotho. Please come in front. We have Miss Tracy Kimati from Kenya. And from the lovely Tanzania, we have Constantine Edwards. These are our wonderful agripreneurs that we're going to have a short discussion with them for some time this afternoon. I'm not quite sure if I'm obligated to sit down or not, but let's just do it the usual way. So as I said, my name is Grace Gondwe. I'm from the warm heart of Africa, that is Malawi. And I am also a young agripreneur who runs and owns a registered company called Chumpa Agro Services, which is also a research unit. So we mainly focus on promoting and commercializing local products. In my case, the local chickens, and we are cross-breeding them to make them commercial to our smallholder farmers in Malawi. So the agro-service part, we run incubation services, we process feed, and we are also horticulture in some sorts, which we are using that to integrate with livestock. So this is not my moment. So let me go ahead and introduce further my fellow agripreneurs. So our first agripreneur that's going to talk to us this afternoon, as we listen to Dr. Anthony Chapoto, he said the future is bright, and I can add that the future is safe, and it is indeed bright. So thank you. So with our discussions mainly basing on environmental friendly enterprises, or focusing also on the climate change aspect of our enterprises, I have these 2 handsome and beautiful ladies here who will present to us their different ventures of how they're coming in the entrepreneur space. We'll listen to their examples and success stories that they're going to share with us this afternoon. So in dealing with In dealing with environmental friendly enterprises, we have Mr. Moshestani Mpali from Lesotho, who is into hydroponic technology, of course, correlating it with IoT, which he is using this to expand the production of food. And at the same time, we have, as the youth, we have nowhere to run to say, agriculture is dirty. This guy is going to prove us wrong tonight, this afternoon. He's going to prove us wrong. And he's also going to share us ways on how we can expand our production without the soils. So I'll give this moment to Mr. Stanley Mpali. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. As I have already been introduced, my name is Muchisane Mbadi from a country known popularly for being landlocked in South Africa. That country is Lesotho. So you can already imagine the socioeconomic impacts of being landlocked in another country. There are a lot of them, excluding the environmental ones, that are going to be the focus of our today's presentation. I am here to present about the concept known as hydroponics farming, and then we will delve into the advantages and some of the challenges that we have come across, and then how we have actually tackled some of them. But there are still some of the challenges, but as the youth, we are known to be able to prevail through our challenges. So there are still some of them, but we will focus on those that we have already came up with strategies to tackle. Once again, a very welcome today. A very warm welcome to the Lemak-West SACAU presentation for today. First of all, I would like to start to actually talk about the actual problem statement. So our current global situation is quickly emphasizing the vast issue of food shortages around the world, especially in impoverished areas and underdeveloped countries. As I mentioned, the emphasis here is about impoverished countries like Lesotho. I'm making it an emphasis because most of the time you realize that we actually skip the challenge that comes with just being landlocked in another country. So one of the main issue is having to import almost everything. Lesotho currently imports about 80% of food, but we have land to utilize, we have access to water, we have some resources that are still underutilized, but because we don't have any other measures on how to actually utilize those resources we have, we actually end up importing that much food into our country. We have a challenge of climate and environmental factors. So now you realize that getting into the actual today's topic, we have flooding, we have irregular weather patterns, we have drought, and then we have the changing conditions during traditional farming seasons, because back in the days in Lesotho, we used to actually get into preparing the soil for the next season. When it's winter, we would know that in August, we actually start preparing the soil for the next season. But these days, you will realize that we take up to December, because between July and December, you will have different patterns of cold fronts and flooding, and then so that actually hinders the growing patterns that we used to be familiar with. So it has become a very challenging issue. And then we have poverty. So the poverty challenge doesn't actually have to hinder anyone to grow their own food. But with the challenges of climate change, you realize that most of the people don't actually afford farm inputs that are needed to actually get their yield up or have enough yield for subsistence farming. And then we also have agricultural sector itself as one of the problems, because you realize that is the one sector that uses about 70% of fresh water because of irregular monitoring of water use and the nutrients. Having said that, I would love to introduce the solution that we as Lema activists have actually developed, and then we have actually found the means to actually get the idea and then form it into an actual agribusiness. Hydroponics farming is a method of growing plants without soil, where plants are instead cultivated in a nutrient-rich water solution. In hydroponics, the plant's roots are directly exposed to the nutrient solution, which provides all the essential elements required for plant growth at correct amounts and time. So simply this says the plants are in our control. Their growth, their success is all in our control. We don't necessarily depend on the climate or on the weather changes. We have to be able to control every measure that the plants need. This concept has a lot of advantages, but I will try to focus on just a few. One of them is efficient water supply. So basically taking over the control of the environment of the plants, we actually focus only on what the plant needs. And then the rest of the water is recirculated and reused again for the next watering session. I always get funny looks when I tell people that once in a week, I am only taking only 3 to 10 minutes to plant or to water my vegetables in a 6x12 greenhouse with the capacity of about 3,000 plus plants. So they will always be like, that's not possible. You need to go plant by plant, take a watering can, and all of that. But let's move on to the next important reason why hydroponics might be or is the solution. We have one of the important ones is reduced use for pesticides, because we are taking care of the environment and everything in our control. There is less use of pesticides, which actually make our vegetables more valuable to the market, because the nutritional value will still be high, and then our farm inputs would be reduced to a certain point that we don't have to necessarily incur a lot of pesticides for different pests that we as farmers here, we know that some of the pesticides are soil-borne, some of the diseases are soil-borne. So taking away the soil basically means taking away most of the farm inputs that we might need for our operations. And then another advantage is year-round cultivation, because in hydroponics, like I mentioned, we don't necessarily depend on the weather, on the climate change, or on the weather forecast. It means basically during winter seasons, we can actually still grow our vegetables and then have a competitive advantage to our competitors in such a way that once we grab our market, we will consistently be able to supply our clients. There is no time whereby we will be like, okay, it's winter season, you know that in winter we can grow tomatoes, we can grow this. But for us, we can actually, we actually have the advantage of having a year-round supply. And then another advantage is efficient land use. In the picture behind the little slide, you'll realize that with hydroponics farming, it's easier to actually innovate it and be creative in such a way that we can grow our vegetables in a vertical manner. This means, or it simply shows that with creativity, with one's creativity, we can be able to actually grow more plants than that conventional farming that we are used to, because basically you'll realize that in just one row of conventional farming, we could have only a certain number of plants, but with hydroponics farming, we could actually double that, triple it, and all of that. Having said that, please allow me to move to the challenges faced. Like I mentioned already, there are a few of them, but I will just focus on the most important one. We have a challenge of limited awareness and knowledge. The idea is still new in most of the people's minds, but it is not a new invention. It has been on from during the world wars, but we still have a resistance from the market, resistance from the policymakers, resistance from decision makers, and resistance from most of our clients who are basically some of the farmers, because basically we want to go ahead and be able to help some other farmers like us to actually take advantage of this concept. And then we have technical expertise and training. So basically, in Lesotho, you will find that as of now, I did a little bit of research. There are some farmers who are already in hydroponics farming, but the ones that are providing training and expertise is only us as LEMA agripreneurs. So that basically came to the idea of actually introducing training sessions in our business model. Please allow me to move forward. So I will finally have to introduce ourselves as the company, now that you know what we are doing. But basically, LEMA is a complete hydroponics farming solution for controlled environment agriculture. Basically, what we do is hydroponics farming. We do farm consultancy services, farm consultancy like we do system design and development. We do hydroponics farming training sessions. We do mentorship. And then we also do fresh produce production. Basically, one of our products as of now is pectoy, because we wanted to focus on high value crops, because hydroponics farming is a very capital intensive business. So having to focus only on high value crops allowed us to actually have returns on investment as quickly as possible, because you'll realize that the comparison between high value crops and the low value crops is very much and very significant. I would like to move forward and then talk about our vision and mission. So our main mission is to accelerate Africa's transition to sustainability and self-sufficiency through innovative farming techniques. And then our vision, which is the most important thing, is being Africa's leading provider of easy access to sustainable farming techniques. Because you'll realize that the main thing in the farming sector, we actually are aware of some of these concepts, like hydroponics, like I said, is not a new invention. Some of us in here might have already known about it, but getting access to it is the main issue. So we try to, or our vision is to actually get it known, get more young farmers like us into the concept. And then, like I have mentioned, I have already mentioned our services. And then this is our farm collection. You'll realize that we are already producing pet soy. We have done some training sessions, a few of them, with regards to where we want to be. I would say it's a few of them. And then you can connect with us on WhatsApp. We can connect with us through the email. You can check our website. You can check our social media. It's Lema Agrivest, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Having said that, I would like to thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Moshan. Mochesan. My apologies. Ladies and gentlemen, isn't the future bright? Isn't the future bright? It seems you're sad. And I have a big clap for Mochesan. We're talking about a food-secured Africa. Okay, so at this moment, I'm going to give a couple of minutes for some questions and some comments for him. Thank you.
We would prefer it if you limited yourselves to clarification questions, short time, so that we can move to the next presentation. And questions to do with content, deep dive content, let's leave them for after the 3 presentations, because then we'll have a proper long period of time for questions. Was your question a clarification question or a content question? How would you say it? Okay, so we'll write it down. Write it down, because I think we see 2 more presentations, you might forget it. Is there anybody who wants a clarification question from Mochana?
My question is that following to the increase of fertilizer, because hydroponic is it depends on the chemical fertilizer, and the price goes up. Is it profitable, or how it's feel it? Because we see that many hydroponic cultivations they stop doing it because the price and the market value, it's very difficult. That I want to know.
It's actually more of a content question, but maybe you can quickly mention whether it's profitable. Just stay with it. Yeah, because
okay.
we are just doing clarification. I don't want to go into, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Like I mentioned, one of the challenges is that it's very capital intensive. But if you look at it for in the long term, you will realize that you only invest once, but you are not necessarily going to have to go around again and buy more new hydroponic system. You are only going to have to focus on maintaining a system that can last you up to close to 10+ years. So I will say in the long-term perspective, it's very profitable. Thank you.
Okay, so long-term, yes, profitable. Some initial investment needed, but that's a content question. Any clarification, or can we just move to the next presentation? That's also nice. We'll move to the next. Sorry, yes? Okay, you think that's better. All right, there's a suggestion from the floor that we just have the 3 presentations in a row, and then any questions you have, you write them down, and we'll have a proper long question and answer session afterwards. I see people nodding, so let's do that.
All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We have looked at how we can grow throughout the year and anywhere we want to grow. So now we're going to look at how we can prevent post-slaughter losses, and our beautiful Miss Tracy Committee is going to present to us on portable solar coolers and solar-powered cold rooms for small-scale livestock producers to preserve meat prior to sale. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tracy Kimathi. I'm the founder of Baridi, which is a local Kenyan startup that deals with solar-powered cold rooms in East Africa's livestock value chain. So back in 2018, I had the pleasure to visit the Mara, a beautiful rangeland in Kenya that houses varying indigenous populations, one being the Maasai. During this trip, I was able to, for the first time, see the social and economic neglect that pastoralists experience every single year. Imagine living in a world where 30% of meat produced goes rotten each day. That's an equivalent of 100 million cows. Well, that's the experience of most Kenyan meat traders. They lose over $85 million worth of meat annually due to a problem that can be solved with a resource as abundant as the sun. Our solution is the solar-powered freezer, designed to prevent both post-slaughter losses and inefficient energy within livestock economies across the Horn of Africa. The technology simply utilizes the most abundant renewable resource in Africa, which is the sun, to preserve the most abundant trade commodity in our target markets, which is meat. To date, the team and I have designed, developed, and implemented Baridi, our very own walk-in solar-powered cold rooms assembled in Kenya by Kenyans, with an executive team ranging between 25 to 30 years old. So technically, this large, high capex infrastructure was assembled in Kenya by Kenyan youths, and we're extremely proud of that. So these chiller units often go into urban markets like Burma. Burma is a commercial meat market in Nairobi that trades over 2,500 carcasses a week, operated by 380 meat vendors. Two of our units that are located within Burma preserve over 1,500 kilograms of meat each day. Our third unit that we're experimenting within the fresh fruit and vegetable value chain is coming in with a new technology known as thermal storage that will enable us to completely eradicate lithium-ion batteries, reduce capex, and enable an efficient off-grid cold room system that we're extremely excited about. So how do we make money? Project Baridi runs under a pay-as-you-store business model. We allow our consumers to aggregate and store their meat as they go and as a community. The technology charges a 5 Kenyan shillings per kg per day tariff in exchange for overnight preservation. Later this year, we wish to introduce a lease-to-own model that will allow agribusinesses to own these assets, increase their production capacities, whilst allowing a 2 to 3 year payback rate. So our impacts are extremely phenomenal. Since we launched our first unit in December of 2021, we've been able to preserve over 330,000 kilograms of meat, fulfilled over 5,100 cooling as a service orders, and avoided over 2,700 kgs of CO2 equivalent emissions, and are continuously growing these numbers. So great solutions require even greater teams to implement them. We are a group of young, expertise individual members who are been into this value chain for a while. Our technical director, Hillary, has over 7 years of experience in renewable energy development in sub-Saharan Africa. Our finance manager, Lydia, has over 5 years of experience in financial analytics and data analytics. And our commercial director, Alistair, has over 35 years of experience in entrepreneurial activities. So we're a group of very, very integrated, very hardworking, semi-youth people. So what have we been able to achieve so far? So Paridi has been able to raise a 400,000 USD seed round from blended financing, from grants to equity to patient debt, all the way to FFF. And within the last 48 months, we've been able to launch 3 units. Our first one, we launched it in December of 2021 in Burma Meat Market. Our second one, because the demand was extremely high in the first market, we had to put in a second unit in the same market in June of 2022. And we're currently launching an FFV value chain model with a new technology known as thermal storage next month. So what is our growth trajectory? We aim to develop at least 6 units by the end of 2024. We want to get at least 10 lease-owned clients by 2025. And we want to rapidly scale to over 100 units within the next 5 years. This will entail extensive capital, this will entail extensive advisory, extensive technical assistance, and we're consistently working to get ready for that. So let's speak about probably one of my favorite elements of owning a business, which is scale up. Beyond Kenya, there are 3 countries that I look at as potentials to scale the solar-powered cold chain due to their economy's reliance on pastoralism and beef production. The 3 countries are Kenya, Ethiopia, and Botswana. With Ethiopia, it is the 10th largest livestock producer globally, and it's the biggest exporter of beef in Africa. However, when you look at Botswana, they focus more on quality of exports rather than quantity of productions. Botswana is known for their massive grade A cattle, that so much so that they're ranked the 10th largest exporter of meat within the European Union. And we see a very, very interesting perspective on scaling within these 3 units. Rwanda, it's easy to do business in, especially if you're an East African country member. So maybe I can speak a bit about competitors, what's limiting us to grow within the market, live animal market. So again, we focus on livestock. The biggest challenge is the fact that most pastoralists sell their cows live before they go into urban markets and are slaughtered. This limits our basically market niche into urban markets and not rural markets. Another thing is portable coolers, the Ramtons, the little freezers that are more affordable than the high value or high capex cold rooms. But even with our experience in Burma market, we've come to realize that most meat vendors have to cut their carcasses into halves, lowering their values so that they can be able to fit into these portable coolers. But our cold chain does it. It's big enough to put whole carcasses in, and therefore the value of the meat remains the same, if not higher. Transport refrigeration is one of our biggest challenges as well. Like Thermo King, what they do is they cut us out. Basically, they will link the producer directly to the market. But what we can do is we can partner with e-mobility companies, put a cold chain within the e-mobility sectors or trucks, and we can enable a very, very efficient, smart e-mobility transport refrigeration, and that could come later on. So maybe before I finish, let me speak a little bit about the challenges that are associated with, this larger elemental infrastructures. First of all, we're looking at high capex. So one of these units takes about 35,000 USD to put into extremely high capex. We need a set of blended financing so that we can achieve this. Grants are not enough because they have long milestones and because the achievable impact rates sometimes limit our production capacities. Debt is too expensive in terms of interest rates, and equity is too expensive. So that's our major focus, is how do we eradicate the element of a high capex? The second thing is getting professional engineers to be able to understand the concept of thermal and electrical engineering so that we can be able to assemble these things locally. So I think that's it for me. Thank you, and happy to answer any other questions.
That is Ms. Tracy. Okay. Let's just take a moment and reflect on what our entrepreneurs, 2 of our entrepreneurs have presented. We'll get the questions after the last presentation. So One thing that I can say, ladies and gentlemen, is agriculture is not for the faint-hearted. But we youngsters are making it easier by each day. When it comes to livestock, ladies and gentlemen, the production cost, about 70% of it comes from feed, which is very hectic to livestock producers. But our fellow young agripreneur here has a solution to that. Fertilizers, feed, he has a solution to all that. Let's take this moment and listen to Mr. Constantine Edwards from Tanzania.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank SACAU for inviting me to this wonderful event. My name is Constantine Edward. I am from Tanzania. So I am the director, I'm managing director of AgriLife. AgriLife is a company that uses black soldier fly larvae to turn organic waste into sustainable source of protein and organic fertilizer. So we start with a problem. In my city, we have a problem of organic waste. So more than 10,000 tons of organic waste are generated every single day, and the municipal doesn't have the capacity to process or store all those tons of organic waste. And if they left them, what will happen is one, the organic waste will land into our landfill, and then they go to pollute our water sources. And again, organic waste as a source of environmental pollution, according to FAO, they contribute to about 10% of the global greenhouse gas emission. So the second problem is a high cost of feed for poultry farmers, of which 60% is due to the protein. So how AgriLife are we solving all those problems? So before we solve the problem, this is organic waste. So we are collecting organic waste from the market, and then we are transporting it to our facility to process them. So the solution, AgriLife use black soldier fly. These are the native insect for Africa that has tremendous ability to convert organic waste into sustainable source of protein within 14 days. So our product is circular by design. Let me give you a virtual tour. So we start with organic waste. We are collecting organic waste from the open air market. These include the farm waste, the hotel waste, and then we are transporting into our facilities. We are processing them with a machine and introducing the black soldier fly larvae to consume. So within 14 days exactly, we get two byproducts. So one is feed. This is a protein feed for animals. And also we get fertilizer. So a farmer could use both. They use the fertilizer for organic fertilizer for crop nourishment, and also they use feed for their animals. So what we get again is animal product, and then the animal product we consume, and then we get waste. We take again waste into our system. So it's like a closed loop system where there's no waste remaining to the environment. So our revenue model is very simple. So what we are doing, we are selling our alternative protein to poultry farmers at $1 per kg. So now we have already started again selling the organic fertilizer as well. Tanzania has more than 3.7 million poultry farmers, but we are targeting 185,000 poultry farmers for the next 5 years. Currently, we are serving 100 farmers, and they are happy to use our product. By doing our business, we are not only doing it for commercial values, but also for the environmental side of it. So in terms of carbon footprint, the current market solution that they use as the alternative protein, as a protein for their animal feed, so one is soybean. But for the soybean, there's a lot of shortcomings. So one is that it needs a lot of water, so high water footprint. And also due to the climate change, they are not certain if they will harvest the enough soybean to use as a protein for their animals. The second alternative source of protein they use fish meal. But for us, we see it's not sustainable because 30% of the fish that could be used for human consumption is going to be consumed by other animals. And now what they're doing, they even start harvesting the smaller fish, so they're not the matured one. For the soybean, for every 1.6, for every 1 hectare of soybean production, they produce around 1.65 tons of carbon dioxide emission. But with our solution, we are bringing something that is very new. So we are reducing organic waste. For every 1 ton of organic waste that we reduce, that we upcycle with our insect, we are reducing 2.9 metric tons of carbon dioxide. So we are doing good for the environment. So within a year, we are able to reduce more than 100 metric tons of carbon dioxide emission. So AgriLife is led by a team of 4 award-winning co-founders. So I myself, with a master's in agricultural economics and management. We have Adriana Orozco. She has a Bachelor of Entomology, and she's our research and development specialist. We have Herman, has a Bachelor in Business Administration, and he's our Director of Operation. And lastly, we have Grace Emmanuel. She's our Marketing Manager. So this is the rundown of what we're doing. So this is our newer permanent structure of production that we have built with the fund that we get last year. This is our drying facility. So those are the black soldier fly larvae. So we dry them within a solar dryer. This is our organic fertilizer. So farmers, they use organic fertilizer for crops. So mainly now they use for tomato farmers. Tomato farmers, they use it and they love it. They say it fights the nematodes. So we're working with SACAU University to test if it will fighting the nematodes. Before I finish, so to echo what Dr. Anton Chapoto said, running our business, we're also facing with challenges. So the first challenge that we face is the public awareness. When we started, people, especially smallholder farmers, were not likely to take our product because, as they say, you are using maggot and we can't feed our animal maggots. But what we did, we do a lot of demonstration. So in our farm, and then with time they accept because the result is very high. The second problem is a scaling challenge. So one is a technical knowledge because we operate in a market that is very new in Africa, and there are not a lot of resources that we can learn from. So what are we doing? We are doing trial and error, sometimes with the insect, because we're dealing with the biology of insects. Sometimes we do one thing and then it fails, so we try again until when it's perfect, so we register it and optimize it to be our procedure. The second problem is a logistic problem, so to scaling. What we do now, we are renting a car to transport organic waste from the market to our production facility, but that is very costly. So now we are raising 30,000 to buy our own car so that we can reduce the transportation cost. So that's it. Thank you very much. And this is our social media. You can visit it anytime. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this is the end of the 3 presentations that we prepared for you today. So at the end of it, before the questions and other clarification questions, can we just please give these young agripreneurs a big clap? So now I'm going to hand it over for the questions and any comments.
Any questions from the room? Have you noticed how all these innovations solve multiple problems in one go, right? I mean, they reduce waste, feed poultry, improve the lives of poultry farmers, improve the life of the enterprise, keep meat, make the lives of pastoralists better, reduce CO2. I mean, honestly, it's win-win-win all round in these innovations, isn't it? So that must really give us hope for the future. There was a question here before. Wait. Yes, please, through the microphone here.
Chairperson, mine is to thank them that they are so committed in doing their job. Now, to see young children not looking around with briefcases with their CVs, doing something which is productive, I'm impressed. Keep it up. I like it. The last one, on a lighter note, I saw Ankole there. Now, I'd love to know, is there any byproduct of those horns there, or they are just a waste?
You mean those cattle? Yeah. In your mind. If there's anything, yeah, but those are impressive. Those are impressive cattle. Yeah. Another question. Yes, here people are very keen. Just, oh, you don't.
All right, thank you so much. Let me first say that I really commend you guys for standing up for us and showing that the future is really bright. We are very motivated sitting down here. My question is to the last presenter. I'm a poultry farmer here in Limpopo, South Africa, and I just want to understand that the maggots, should I provide to the chickens as a supplement, or they can be provided as a full-based meal their entire cycle? And with that being said, the 60% protein content, would it be manageable besides the feeding program? Will I not over-exaggerate the weight of the chicken if I give them on as a dietary meal the entire cycle? And the last one is to also, I heard that you mentioned that you transferred the skill to the generation that did not understand. And I hope that every young person in this room can put that in mind, that sometimes we do have the skills and ideology and all of that, but we really need to transfer it to other people, to other generations, so that our idea can become reality. So I truly commend you guys for being out there. We are very inspired right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Very specific questions about the dietary components of the meal that is created through these larvae fly. But I'm going to take one more question, or maybe even two from this side, and then we shall answer. Yeah?
Hi, Mutewa from here in Limpopo. My question is to Tracy Kimati with regards to the cold storage containers. You mentioned that the capex is about $35,000 per container. Would you say the majority of that cost goes towards the battery storage, or how is the proportion of the cost from battery storage and the actual infrastructure? And then in terms of the thermal storage versus the lithium flow batteries, how far are you in the implementation of that and migration from lithium flow batteries to thermal storage? Because I think with the transition to solar energy, the main hindrance and challenge is battery storage capex. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have now one question to Tracy and one question to Konstantin. Is there somebody with a question about the hydroponics? Because then I would say I'll pick another hydroponics and then each of you can answer your question.
Thank you. I'm Mr. Piet Gous from the NAU Namibia, and I'm very interested in this urban dwellers, because that is the future for food security. But my questions is on a very practical level, and I want to know whether the water can be recycled, or is it recycled? I want to know, is it only leafy vegetables that you can grow? And how do you start the very first plant, and how easily can the nutrient calculations go wrong? Have you got all of them? It's quite a number. Okay. Can the water be recycled? So is it a closed system, or is there high water need? Is it only leafy vegetables that you can grow? Or what type of vegetables can you grow? How do you start the very first plant? Is it in that system, or do you have a seed bed first? And how easily can the nutrient calculation be done? Because very few people are literate in shack dwellers and people like that, and they need to have this as food security, and it must not be costly, and something cannot go wrong. It must not go wrong easily. So it's a nutrient package easily available, and yeah, thank you.
Wow, I like the technical questions here. Have you all got your question clear? Okay, then I would say go ahead and we go for a round of answers.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So let me start with a question with the nutrients. Yeah. So our black soldier fly larvae has around 55% crude protein and also 30% crude fat. But we are not advising you to feed like your poultry the black soldier fly larvae alone. So what we do, we are working with feed millers. So the feed millers, they have an other component. So they're mixing with black soldier fly. Our vision is to make a complete feed from the black soldier fly larvae, but we are not yet there. So that's why we are working with the feed millers. Thank you.
Does that answer your question? Okay, good.
All right. Well, that's an excellent question that we've been chugging as a company is how do we eliminate this goddamn expensive lithium ion batteries? So I would say about 30% of that capex goes into lithium ion batteries. We don't use lead acid. Lead acid after 5 years gone. So we never use that. At least with lithium ion, they have 100% DOD. They can last up to 10 years. So with the thermal storage technology, we have direct contacts with manufacturers in India. Our third unit is coming in with a thermal storage. The only limitation is the temperature range. So with lithium ion batteries, it can go all the way up to -20 degrees Celsius. With the thermal storage, it can only go into +4 degrees. So we have that technology. We're already implementing it. We're already testing it. We already have manufacturers on it. It's just that it's so limiting in terms of temperature ranges if you look at cold storage, especially for chicken, livestock, and fish. But the technology is there. That's an excellent question as well. And yeah, if anyone knows how to reduce this capex on lithium ions, we'd be more than happy to collaborate them. And with the Ankole horns, yes, you can do byproducts. You can make jewelry out of them. But we are not, we don't preserve, they never preserve them, they just dry them. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's quite a number of questions. I think going through all of them would actually reduce or actually help others who might have had the same questions. Okay, the first one is recycling of water. Basically, what can happen is basically recycling or using of the water, but based on whether you are growing your vegetables for commercial purposes or just for personal consumption, because going to the commercial market, you have to meet certain standards. I will just make an example that for commercial purposes, it is advisable to reuse or recycle your hydroponics nutrient solution at least once in a month. But if you are actually just producing for personal consumption, you can actually take up to 3 months using the same water, unless and only if there is no more nutrient solution in your reservoir. And then moving to the next question, which is whether we can actually grow only leafy vegetables through hydroponics. There are certain and different hydroponic systems which will actually need to be specific for the type of vegetable you are growing. I'll make an example of peppers and the bok choy that we are growing. Those two vegetables have different root types. In our system, we accommodate for only shallow root types. But if you want to focus on peppers, you will need to have a little bit larger and bigger grow channel that can accommodate the roots of your vegetable. And then on the question of whether we can grow our vegetables directly or we can use seedlings, it is advisable if you are going commercially or you are growing your vegetables at the larger scale, because it is advisable to use seedlings because you'll realize that you can still grow your vegetables straight using seeds only, but it brings a lot of labor costs when you are producing commercially. But on a smaller system, you can actually grow your vegetables straight through the seeds. And then on the last question, which is of use hydroponics farming, as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, needs a little bit of technical expertise. There are certain measures that you need to know before you can actually get into it. You need to have a little bit knowledge about how to use certain equipment like pH meters, EC meters. So these instruments actually are the ones that actually will help you or help me as a farmer to know the specific or to understand the specific nutrient requirements of the vegetable I'm growing. So basically what you need to do first thing is to know or to be specific about the type of vegetable you are growing, because you realize that different vegetables require different nutrient elements, they require different pH levels, they require different climates. So you need to know those first and then use these instruments like pH meters and EC meters to actually provide specific environments for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, young men and ladies, for that very inspiring presentation. And I think it speaks to some earlier remarks that were made at the start, that from the way that you are interacting with us, you're showing a lot of knowledge, that it is actually knowledge intensive. And when you're profiling the type of expertise that you have, you are really demonstrating that a high degree of professionalism. And I think professionalism is what is going to drive us forward. If you look at it as a profession, apart from the passion that are demonstrating, but we can see the professionalism. I don't want to ask personal questions, but I won't be asking about age. Someone says they're semi-youth, but I just wanted to know your qualifications. Are you coming from agriculture, or you are coming from outside agriculture? Just maybe one by one quickly. Are you coming from agriculture? Your background in terms of academic training?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, from agriculture background, agriculture business. I did a degree and master's.
So agribusiness.
Yes, agribusiness.
Okay. And the next one.
Okay. I am an IT professional, but I came into agriculture back in 2019 when I got upon the challenge of high food inflation. And then I was an occupant in Maseru. So there was no way I can be able to grow any vegetables. That's when I started to try and research what I can do. Thank you.
Well, my background is in solar engineering. So we use renewable energy to tackle agribusiness.
Yeah. And also the moderator.
I have a bachelor's in animal science, and I'm about to pursue my master's in agribusiness.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, it also, I think these are the kind of aptitudes that are in keeping with the modern day type of agriculture, with all its complexity, and it really requires you to be smart in that sense. And I think part of the message here is, which is something that we've seen also from the platform of the young agripreneurs that we work with. It is more those that were not born in agriculture, so to speak, that going into agriculture. The ones that grew up in agriculture are like the picture that Anthony presented of a guy who was running away very fast. and look like you even want to look back. So it tells a story that it's much more about the opportunities that you see in agriculture than agriculture itself. Because I always say, don't sell agriculture, but sell opportunities for business that are in agriculture. That's maybe the user can see who will want to play around with worms in the first place. But you saw money in worms and you went for it. And thanks for that.
Thank you. I'm not going to put this thing off because obviously I'm not as technologically skilled as you guys are here. I struggle with my microphone. No, thank you, Ishmael. And I was also thinking all of the things that we've talked about in the past few days, and I know how you're thinking and the way you talk about this professionalism, and also that's what you said in the previous session. Let's think about it as a business and not as development so much. Let's be clear about what we want. I also think these people are just the embodiment of that theory that you have, that vision that you have about the future of agriculture in the form of young agripreneurs. I think that really is quite wonderful. But we have time, of course, for New Year's. And now we go to the question from Seychelles.
Yeah, I have two quick questions. The first presentation on hydroponics. Have you tested the shelf life of the vegetables? Because we have hydroponics going on in Seychelles, but the shelf life of the produce like cucumber, tomatoes is very short. Because after about 7 days, even though you store it, the veg in the fridge, it would just go watery. So this is why I'm asking. Whereas I have grown tomatoes and cucumber, and with organic fertilizer, chicken manure precisely. And I've had even on a shelf outside in the kitchen, I have my tomatoes and cucumber lasting up to almost 2.5 months without going bad. So I'm just asking, have you tried or tested the shelf life of the products under hydroponics? Because this is an issue in my country. And my second question to the second presenter is, you say with lithium batteries, I think you can get down to a temperature of -20, whereas just the ordinary sunlight, converting to the room getting a bit cold to about +4 degrees. The +4 degrees would help the enzyme in the meat to set and be more tender. Yes, I agree with that. But after 6 or 7 days, if you keep the meat in a container with a +4 degrees, the meat can start getting slimy and will go bad, definitely. That's my field of study.
Thank you. Shelf life of vegetables and basically also shelf life of meat, given the temperature range. Let's have a question here. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Jitu Soni from Tanzania. I have 2 questions. One is for Tracy on the cold storage. Have you looked into the different models of hybrid, different models of energy sources? So instead of having batteries at all, you just have solar, wind, and use of electricity either through a generator or normal electricity for a short time, just to put your temperatures down maybe in the evening once you don't open the containers all the time. And that will bring the cost down very much. But also, have you looked into the idea, like in different countries, on the taxes that we have in our region, in SADC or East Africa, regarding refrigeration? Like in Tanzania, any cold storage now, be it on trucks, be it cooling rooms, everything, there is no more taxes on it. We've removed that. But our neighboring countries, we're not sure. So that will also help you bring down your costs. But there is technology out there on different models of hybrids where you can put down, you can use it without using the batteries. And the second is for the hydroponics, on the costing of the equipment and the technology. Have you thought of using, instead of normal electric pumps, like using solar pumps and other sources of energy to pump the water? And apart from that, how to make the hydroponic equipment, like the pipes and all, more affordable? It is a way to go. There's a lot of technology out there. We have a very good person doing hydroponics in Dar es Salaam, and she's beaten all the odds, because technically you have to have, if you want to produce lettuce in Dar es Salaam, which is never below 20 degrees, it can go up to 33. You need to have a cold room with your hydroponics. But she just does it in a normal greenhouse, and instead of making the whole room cold, she just chills the water and gets the right temperatures. And she's doing production in Dar es Salaam of lettuce and feeds almost the whole city for the main lettuce. So there is, in innovation and in technology, if SACAU could help all these technologies be like, we put it together and let all the members know and get many more people to know about it, the young entrepreneurs in agribusiness, I'm sure they can tap in. And that's the way to go, because nobody's going to go back to the hoe and the handheld tools. Everybody wants technology, and how we can all work together in our region to make sure we can make best use of the technology. And if that works, I'm very sure many more young Africans will join in the value chain of agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a very good intervention, and lots to learn also from Tanzania in hydroponics. Ishmael, you wanted to add to that? Okay, but you didn't want to add to that? No?
Okay. I wanted to add that I'm sure there are also a new generation of employers. They haven't spoken about how many people do they employ. And also the interesting observation that they are also becoming consultants.
Yes.
There's another income stream. So they are capitalizing on some of the things.
Win-win. Another win. Yeah. So, but that's a question to all of you. Before I just want to find out, is there a question? Because we have 2 questions on hydroponics. We have several questions on the solar mobile coolers. Any questions on the conversion of waste into protein food for chicken, or even into organic fertilizer? Any question there, Sinara?
Yeah, I have a question, but before I ask my question, I just want to thank my young tigers. Very, very interesting presentations from all of you. My question on the convention of waste is, did you look into the price comparisons? For example, if I have a kilo of the army worm larvae and a kilo of, let's say, soya cake, or maybe even, in our case, fish meal, did you do the comparisons? That's very important. And the second one, quickly, is my daughter Kimati. You were talking of portable and solar-powered cold rooms, but I only saw solar-powered cold rooms. I didn't see any portability. Thank you.
Let's answer these questions. I think every one of the presenters has had a question now. I'm going to sit here and let you answer.
Okay. So we cannot put a thermal storage unit in a meat market. We can't do that. Like you said, positive 4 degrees is not acceptable according to FAO standards. So what we do is, with the thermal storage units, we put them in fridges, and we kind of settle with that, because until the technology advances into sub-zero temp, we really cannot put them into fish and livestock and chicken. So that's a good one. It does slime and it does go bad. Have we looked into hybrid energy? Yes. So we're collaborating with Aston University from the UK to do a solar wind hybrid. So that's what I can say about that, but that's just double the capex, because then you have to invest in solar, and then you have to invest in wind, and then you have to invest in batteries. But it does work, especially within the fishery value chains that have high wind speeds. But then there's a cost on capex on that. But yes, renewable energy hybrids work perfectly, especially because solar can be used during the day and then wind can be used during the night, but the capex and the operation margins might not make sense. Taxes. Yes, so Tanzania is really good. You guys, I think you were one of the people who enabled no taxes within the cold chain experience within Tanzania. So thank you for that. Maybe you could influence the Kenyan government to do the same. I know the Kenyan government, there's no taxes for solar, but we still haven't developed into cold chain. So yes, that is a big problem. It increases our capex, increases the charges that we have to put onto the consumers. So you as a former policymaker, maybe you could talk to some Kenyan governments and then see if what you did in Tanzania can be replicated within Kenya. And thank you for starting that movement, and it really is needed. How many people do we employ? 7 people, 6 are youths, 3 are women, 4 men, 1 not youth. And then e-mobility. So we're collaborating with a company called Trike, which is an e-mobile company. We still haven't tried it, but we're thinking about it because transport refrigeration is needed for direct connections between the producer and the markets. But then that would essentially eradicate us, because the aspect of fixed cold storage solutions is the producer can't get a market, and so therefore they put it in our cold chain. But we're more than happy to collaborate with e-mobility companies and put like a freezer at the back of maybe a tricycle or a tuk-tuk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have the first question, which is concerned about shelf life of hydroponics produce. Basically, our main focus, which is now Pak Choi, what we do is that we harvest our produce with the roots still intact. And then what happens is that those roots, we just take a plastic packaging, and then we just make sure that the bottom of the pak choy is sealed and is sealed within the plastic, just so that it keeps the moisture, and having the roots still intact improves its shelf life. But for things like tomatoes and cucumbers, there are certain things that you can actually get into and try to improve the shelf life of your harvest. Things like your harvesting times. You shouldn't harvest during very hot conditions. Make sure that you harvest in the early morning or late in the evening, and then maybe the choice of packaging also takes very much impact on the shelf life. So those are 2 factors that I think you can look into. But for us, we actually use the concept of harvesting our produce with the roots still intact. Thank you. I have another question here, which is concerned about reduction of hydroponics cost. As I have mentioned earlier in the presentation, that in Lesotho we import almost everything, even hydroponics material you can find anywhere as of now. That is already back in our scale-up strategies on having hydroponics inputs in the country. But what we did was use locally available materials like we actually right now implementing solar solutions for our submersible water pumps, just so that we don't depend on electricity. But for hydroponic setup, we actually had to go through hardware by hardware and then find the material that is available and less costly. Like in my presentation, you will realize that I used normal PVC pipes, but in high technical and high advanced countries, you will realize that they use totally different materials. So it was just a matter of creativity and finding the locally available materials, which allowed us to reduce our setup costs by almost 65%. Thank you. Oh, I have the last one here. Okay, thank you. As of now, we have a group of 3 permanent employees, and then we work with consultancy in such a manner that when we need more input for system setup, when we need more input for harvesting, we have the concept whereby we train almost everyone who wants to learn about hydroponics, and then we just pick from that pool. When we plan to set up a hydroponic system, we just go to that pool and then advertise and let them know that they can join us, because as the idea is getting to get back in the back minds of everyone, we want to give those ones that attended our training sessions some opportunities to definitely learn more, practice more at a larger scale, and then get some income in return. Thank you.
Thank you. So starting with the employment question, so far we have 9 employment opportunities. So 4 full-time employees and 5 these are part-time employees. So we have women that are working in our production facilities, 2 youths that are helping us to collect organic waste in the open air market. In terms of the price comparison, yes, we did the price comparison between the fish meat, the soya bean, and the black soldier flies, and ours are 30% cheaper compared to the alternatives. Why? Because we're using organic waste, and organic waste is free. Besides, what we are paying for is a transportation cost. Again, we have advantage of the other alternative because ours we can produce all year round instead of soya bean or the fish meal. And also the wait period for us is only 14 days, but for the fish meal or soya bean is ranging from 3 months to 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you. I would propose that I collect one last round of questions, and again, if possible, one for each. Sorry? No, I haven't been on that side, so I come to that side only now. And then after that, I'll leave Grace to say a few words to close the session. So when we've collected the questions and you've received them, I'll sit down and I'll leave it to you. Right, I'm coming here. I'm going to Betty first.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for very interesting presentations, and I must really commend all of you for your style of presentation. Quite interesting and also captivating. So please keep it up. I'm more interested in the business side because for all of you, it's a business. So I noted an omission of some financial information, and I just wanted to get a little bit more information, firstly, in terms of your financing, whether it was equity or debt, what issues you had to deal with in getting your financing, and certainly if it's equity, I'd like to know, if there's a external equity as well, or it's all private. Also, I'm interested in the bottom line. I think it all makes good sense in terms of development, but how is the bottom line looking like? I would want to know that, because sometimes we can get carried away with doing good, but perhaps we're still, the long way is just too long. And lastly, on the staff, I also noted that most of you seem to have youth that you've employed. I'm not sure whether that is deliberate, that you actually made a strategic decision to mainly have the youth. And for the one, I think that's the Kenyan, you had an older person, somebody with 35 years experience. Again, I would like to understand whether that was a strategic decision, what value you have had or challenges that you've had by having that older person within your largely youthful staff. Thank you.
So most of Betty's questions are for all of you, right? So another question from this side here.
Thank you very much. I'm Tumisani Masondo from Eswatini National Agricultural Union. I just want to know, how much does it cost to set up a plant, a hydroponic plant?
The cost of setting up a hydroponic plant, presumably dependent also on size, but let me go here. So we have several questions for all of you, then specific questions for hydroponic, and also one to Tracy on the membership of the team. You had a question? Yeah, you can put.
Thank you, Madam. First, let me thank the presenter for good presentation. It was very educative. My question is for the hydroponic presenter. We all know that hydroponic is a way of growing food fast. But during that process, the use of chemical fertilizer is in huge quantity. My question is, if during that use of fertilizer, these fertilizers have any effect or any negative effect on a human body?
Did you get the question? Okay, good. Yeah.
Ngitazri, thanks to the young agripreneurs for the wonderful job they've done. And a special thanks to SACAU for putting it as a priority that we have got the youngsters to be part of these very important sessions so that we learn. I think here we've got diversity in terms of generations that are here. We are doing cross-pollination in terms of learning. The older generation is also learning from the younger generation. And I think it's a challenge to us as farmer organizations to take on that trend, because for us to grow and to shape up the future, we need to have involvement of the young farmers in all aspects, be it policy advocacy, be it decision making at farmer organization level, because we cannot do it without understanding and involvement of the young farmers. I'm just looking at these somehow complex businesses that the young farmers are just talking about here. And I can see a challenge from the aspect of technical support or extension service. I just want to know from your end, in terms of the local extension service, is it adequate, especially for the hydroponics? Because I think the service that we may be having may not be that much adequate in terms of supporting the level of technicality that you are at now. And also from the aspect of farmer organizations, I think we've got a lot to learn from you. Are we doing enough, or you feel there is something that is for all of you? How can we improve in terms of the support as farmer organizations that we can offer to yourselves? I think that will be it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. very much. Very interesting, these questions. Let me take this one last question because I saw you before, and then I'll hand over to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I'm Nzombe Josh from Zimbabwe Farmers Union. I've got a few questions. I've got two for the one who is doing hydroponics. I wanted to check, do you include aquaponics in your hydroponic systems? And also, is there an option for companion farming, whereby you can mix your brassicas, your solanaceas, and maybe your cucurbits, so that you can then reduce pests and control pests naturally? I'm coming from an organic background. Since we have already eliminated the soil-borne diseases, are we able to do a companion farming where we can put your garlic and so forth? That's the first question. Then the second question is, how are we going to, is it possible to employ this in a rural setup, considering the costs, or it's just meant for urbaners? Then the other question is for the lady from Kenya. I wanted to ask that, is it possible that you can employ DC during the day, then maybe during the night you can use your gas, your biogas? Since we are, in Africa, I think we lose almost 40% of waste during post-harvest. So maybe you can think of making biogas digesters, so that during the day you eliminate the cost, because $35,000 I'm looking from where I come from a raw setup, it's very, very high. But therefore you can maybe look for solar panels, and during the day I use DC solar bore pumps, and they are working so well. So maybe you can think of that as well for your post-harvest. Then another issue which maybe needs some serious research is traditional knowledge systems, where we can think of refrigeration using our traditional knowledges for our rural folks, because some of these costs, they are quite high. There are some method like traditional pot, for example, that traditional pot which is there. If we make two big traditional pots and then you put sand in between them, they can they can preserve some horticulture and other food up to 10 degrees Celsius, and other methods which we use. So as Africans, we should also think of investing in traditional knowledge systems, so that we cut some of these high costs as well. Then lastly, on the insect farming, this is a $1 billion industry, and I really want to thank all of you. Your presentations, they've opened my eyes. It's so powerful. It's something which you can look over on the internet and you can't get it. So we are so lucky to be here. We want to thank SACAU for giving us this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. But when you mention the use of these mobile solar coolers for post-harvest to reduce post-harvest losses, are you thinking then of storing crops?
Excuse me?
When you talked about the reduction in post-harvest losses,
Yes,
because you're losing so much after the harvest, are you thinking of using the cooler systems for crops, or did I get you wrong?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can use
Whether
them
they
for,
can be used
especially for crops.
crops.
Yes, but I'm saying that there are other communities which are not able to buy everything. So as much as we want to do business, we should also think for other traditional method, so that we can impact that. Yes.
Or something like
Yes.
the charcoal. Okay. So all of you have a question. I leave you. Oh, sorry. I think, are you going to ask your question in French? Then you need headsets, or maybe I listen and I'll try and.
Go ahead.
Oui, merci pour la présentation. C'est très encourageant de rencontrer avec des jeunes comme vous, engagés, ambitieux, capables de lutter pour l'avenir de l'agriculture en Afrique. Ma question se dirige vers la première présentation. Est-ce qu'il y a une collaboration avec les centres de recherche sur l'élaboration de votre activité? Merci.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
thanks to everyone for these ambitious and very creative innovations. That is very much appreciated. Now the question goes to the first presenter, and that's hydroponics, about do you cooperate with research institutes? I think you... Oh, sorry? You know, I think, Mokasani, you mentioned something about consultant services that you make use of sometimes, right? But the question here is whether you work with research institutions to probably exactly find out about those parameters about water and how much and how long and recycled and stuff like that. Thank you very much for your question. Okay, I'll leave you to it, and then I'll leave Grace to close the session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you once again. I have a couple of questions here, so please pardon me if I might miss yours. Please just raise up the hand so that I can get into it. The first one is concern about is it okay? Information about granting or equity, actually financing our businesses. For me, the first prototype that I developed, I used my own savings because in these days, it was mentioned earlier that by finance institutions nowadays actually want something you can show for them to actually finance you. So I had to go through my savings and then developed a prototype back in my apartment, and then went on ahead, applied for grant funding, and then I was able to grab the opportunity. And then after that, I went on ahead because I was already doing training sessions with the prototype, and the market was actually very positive. And then I took the opportunity to actually present the idea to our training session participants to come on board with me. And then they bought equity, which allowed us to actually have our hydroponic setup at full scale. Because with the funding that I got earlier, I would have been able to only produce a certain portion of where I would have or where I wanted to go. And then in the team that I have now, it was just a mistake to have omitted some of the committee members that we have. But basically, we are a team of we are made of 75% women and 90% youth. So we have in our committee, we have members with close to 50 years of experience in corporate finance. We have law. We have law and compliance. We have governance committee members. So those are actually our executive committee members. When we have the ones who are hands-on, being the day-to-day employees, we have executive committee that actually oversees everything that happens and takes decisions based on what the end goal is, and then yeah, that's that about our team. Moving on to the next question, which was setup cost. I would have liked if I had got an estimation or yield estimation, or maybe a hydroponic setup size, just so that I can give predictions based on a certain greenhouse size or yield. But making a rough example of a 6x12 hydroponic system, which is the smallest one for commercial purposes. The main cost or the total cost for you to actually set it up and then have it at full scale to a certain level that you are able to produce throughout the entire year. The estimations are roughly about 150 to 180,000. That's making you able to produce about 300,000 plus vegetables with the projections of about 125,000 per year. And then moving on to the next question of chemical fertilizers. Because hydroponics actually uses only a certain amount of nutrient solution and the rest is being recycled, we don't necessarily have to use large amounts of fertilizers, and you can opt for organic fertilizers because you don't need any synthetic fertilizers to actually allow your seeds to grow faster, because definitely the environment is in your control. All you need to do is just make sure that you have optimal environment, including proper aeration, including proper pH levels, including proper manure for your vegetables. So you can opt for organic fertilizers and then make sure that you manage your recycling and reuse of the fertilizers. Thank you. And then I have noted some of the questions on our notebook. Yeah, it was good. Okay. Okay, and then we have a question about aquaponics or companionship. As I mentioned, the idea is still new in the back minds of almost everyone, but aquaponics is a little bit more complicated because you have to balance the environment for both the fish and the vegetables just so that they both thrive. And depending on what you are actually trying to focus, you need to make the environment more suitable for your target product. But the challenge is basically on the technicality of it, because you will realize you will also need to go through aquaculture training, vegetable production training, and then come back to hydroponics and how to combine the two. But it is a very good idea. With just that it is a little bit more expensive than hydroponics. And for aquaponics, you would need to actually be specific about certain setup structures that you use, because fish can actually die if you miss just a little bit thing. Just one, maybe if you used a certain type of fish tank, of which you weren't, of which you might have missed that you need to use only certain type of fish tank. You know, there are a lot of technicalities involving it, but for now, for companionship, we actually have a plan to grow flowers like marigold in a different system that we use to grow our pectoral. There is a system called Kratki, of which you just use a bucket and then you can grow flowers, you can grow green peppers. That's the route we are trying to take, because it's less costly other than other measures of companionship and going organic like aquaponics. Because if you have marigold, it can in your greenhouse, it actually expels certain type of pests, and then we can actually look around other more organic measures to actually expel the pest. Thank you. And then moving to the next one moving to the next one, which is whether the idea is good for urbanized or grassroots. Basically, for better utilization, it can best be set up in urban areas, but still in the grassroots or in the track areas, because you would be limiting the amount of resources you would need, the expenses like having to install borehole, having to use a lot of land for your production. You can just set it up in the grassroots level and then take advantage of solar panels or solar solutions to actually pump the water through the roots of your vegetables, or to just irrigate your hydroponic system. Because definitely the only thing that you would need to have is a little piece of land, and then be creative about using solar solutions, and then avoiding to use boreholes. For boreholes, you can actually have a bigger water tank, whereby you can use it for longer water storage. Thank you. And then I would love to move to the next question of research institutes. The main thing about research institutes in the country, like in my country, like what's this? Like financing institutes. You need to have something to them, something to present to them, just so that they can come on board. So there are two institutes that we would love to actually work with. One of them is APSA, which is supporting agricultural research institute in the country, but we are at a stage that we actually are planning to expand our production, and then maybe at a later scale we can actually be able to have them come on board and then help us with research and all of that. Because the idea as we are now, it becomes new, and then you as a research institute, you might want to take some time to actually digest it. But we as agripreneurs, we don't have the time to wait for you to digest the idea. we need to move, and then when you are trying to come on board, you would want to find us at a certain level, not at the starting stage. And then we have NAL Innovation Hub, which is supporting us in terms of awareness and all of that. So that's another research institute that we actually want to work with, but at a time of as of now, we are not working with any. Thank you. And then I'm trying to look for any other question that I might have missed. Okay. The last one, which I think is about support for me with the innovation. Support for the innovation in Lesotho. Oh, okay. I got the note, so yes, I noted it right. Okay. There is increasing support, especially from the market, from the farmers, from people who want to get into farming, from certain institutes, like I mentioned. We got support from NAL Innovation Hub for awareness, and then we have support from some of the farmers are actually coming on board as of now to ask for quotations, ask us to train their farm operators. And as of now, we don't have any support from the policymakers. So it is upon us to actually try to improve on our awareness strategies, just so that we can actually get as far as getting to the decision makers, and then getting them on board, and then helping us in any way that can be available. Thank you.
Yeah, so two questions for me. So the first one is about financial. How we finance our business, actually two ways. So one, we started with bootstrapping, and then we looked into grants. So we were able to raise about $50,000. That has kept us going. In terms of our production, so by the end of this year, we are hoping to cross around 48 tons of black soldier fly larvae, and plus our fertilizer, we are looking at $51,000 of revenue by the end of the year. The other question is about the team. So our team is 100% deliberate reuse. So this is 50% women and 50% men. Thank you.
Okay, so on financing, so I'll mention what we have been doing and what we need to do to scale. So for what we started with was friends and family. So we started with friends and family, did research, and then used that research to apply to grants. And that's kind of what we've been using. But our approach is to have 70% of all our CapEx to be financed via debt and 30% to be financed via equity. So we're currently closing our seed round. The challenges of equity, number one, it's too expensive. I mean, we're giving out shareholding in our company. We have to report to people, and it takes such a long time. I mean, the equity investors we're talking to, we've been talking to them for, I think, 1.5 years. So just it's expensive. With debt, it's just the high interest rates. So on our bottom line, so we cover 83% of our operational costs with our revenue. So we are not yet profitable, but we will. We're working on our operational margin so that we can be able to do that. And then we also want to diversify income by selling, our asset management platforms, our software, and by going into lease to own. With B2B, it's easier than B2C because you're basically just selling the unit. And the unit has a 7-year payback. So again, it's still not there, but we're figuring it out. Again, most of these challenges are caused by CapEx, and also relatively high OPEX costs. So why do we employ youths? Because they're cheaper. They're more ambitious. I could make them work on Saturdays and Sundays. Network availability. So that's the network I have. I only know smart youths, but we do have a 35-year-old, we have a strategic director with 35 years of experience in entrepreneurial activity. And yes, that was very strategic of us, so much so that we gave out equity for that so that we can have their networks. My networks are only youths. But getting in somebody else who has a broader network in entrepreneurial activity, who's worked in Asia, Africa, Europe, it makes more sense. So it is very strategic and yes. But it's also amazing to work with youths. They really are ambitious. They really work hard and they are more affordable to keep. Are farm organizations supporting enough? Yes and no. Yes and no. Yes and no. Yeah. Is it possible to employ, is it traditional refrigeration? So charcoal, I think I saw a charcoal cold room once, but it's not in the FAO standards. If you're working with people and produce that needs to be consumed, you need to have a level of standards, especially when you're coming to preservation. So the reason why we just use modern technologies so that we can be able to maintain those standards. Yeah, thank you.
Let's have a big clap for our entrepreneurs. This marks the end of our program of this session on successful entrepreneurship in action. Just to finish, I would like to thank you all for being a lovely audience and to thank my fellow agripreneurs for the wonderful presentations and tackling each comment and questions. Very great. If you want to invest in the future, you invest in the youth. The youth is worth your investments. We're looking forward. These are some of the examples of brilliant minds of the young people, but there are more around us. So please invest in us. Thank you so much. This is the end.
Excellent. Thanks very much to our young agripreneurs for such passion and enthusiasm. They've given me a list of life. Colleagues, we're going to break for tea. We're running behind schedule, but we'll try and adjust one or two things. So I'm proposing, instead of taking 30 minutes for tea, we do a 15 minutes tea. Is that okay? All right, so just straight out, grab a cup of coffee, tea, whatever. You can even bring it back in here so that we continue with our proceedings. So while we're having tea, can I request the panelists for the next session to remain behind? The panelists for the next session to remain behind. So that's Mr. Paul Zakaria, Mr. Volker Klima, Ms. Jennifer Chow, and Mr. Patsley Rasekhala. So if they could just come up so that we can quickly get ourselves ready. Thank you.
Hello? Yeah, 1, 2, yeah.
All right, let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Let's take our seats so that we can get going. And I will invite our panelists to come up. Our panelists. Tinashe, can you help to hold everybody who's outside so that we can start on time, or else we'll be here until midnight? Can you take our seats, please, colleagues who are still standing at the back there? All right. So before we go into the next session, we'll do a little exercise just to get ourselves up and running, our blood pumping. I know we've been sitting for quite a while. So if we can all stand up, apologies to our French-speaking and Portuguese speakers. They might not follow the instructions that I am going to give, but if you can understand, that would be good. Okay. All right. So if you can all stand up, please. If we can all stand up so you can see me. All right. Those that are sitting, if you can stand up. Okay. All right. So we're going to do a little exercise. Okay. I'll say to you, when I say down, that means you face down. Okay. And when I say up, that means you face the ceiling. And when I say left, you face left. And when I say right, you face right. It's simple, isn't it? Okay, we want to see who follows instructions. Okay, so down, up, left. Some have already fed. Okay, all right, right, up, down, left, up, up. Some have already failed. Okay, so now this time I'm going to vary the sequence. When I say up, you face down. Okay, so you have to really concentrate. When I say down, you face up. When I say left, you face right. When I say right, you face left. Okay? All right, so if you miss it, you take a seat. We want to see who will be the last person standing. And it's a competition between the youth and the elderly. Okay, so are we ready? Okay, up, down, up, up. Okay, sit down, down. Okay, left, left, up, up. Okay, sit down. So somebody needs to be watching and also here, okay? Right, left, up, up. Desiree, I saw a head move there. Okay, right, left, up, up. If your head moves when I say up, that means you're gone. Okay, right. Okay, you sit down. Left, left, up, down, right. Okay, down. All right, up, left. All right, up, left, down. You know yourself. Okay, you know yourself. Take a seat, you know yourself. Right, left, up, left, right. Okay, all right. Okay, right. You're gone. Left, left, up, down, up. Right, up, left, up. Okay, you're gone. Right, left, up, down, right, left, up. Okay, so we're somewhere here. All right. Up, down, up, left, right, up. You're gone. Okay, the two of you there, you can sit. All right, so we're still with, okay, left, up, up. Doc, I saw a movement, a little bit of a movement. Okay, all right, down, left, up, left, right, down. There is our winner. Well done, Betty. Oh, there was somebody here as well? Okay, so the ladies have won. Now we know who pays attention. All right, colleagues, welcome now to the final session, a session which Ishmael is going to moderate, and we have some panelists that are up front here. I'll let Ishmael introduce the session and also the panelists to introduce themselves. Maybe we let them introduce themselves first, Ishmael. Okay, all right, so one by one, if you can kindly introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. Well, also hello to everybody, bon dia, and bonsoir. Guten Tag. My name is Volker Klima. I'm from the Senior Policy Officer in the Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture in Germany. I'm in charge of African affairs, and I'm more than happy to be here. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Jennifer Chow. I'm with the Environmental Defense Fund. We're now an international environmental NGO, used to be based in the US. For our food work, we're very well known in our oceans and fisheries space, a little bit newer in the terrestrial ag space, but we have been working with Ishmael and SACAU for some time now, including when I was previously at USAID, also working with SACAU. So very honored to be at your annual general meeting. Thank you.
Paul Zakaria is my name. I'm from Zimbabwe and I represent the Zimbabwe Farmers Union. I'm good to thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paxley Rasakhala. I'm responsible for agriculture, Limpopo and Mpumalanga, South Africa. So I'm representing commercial banks. Thanks.
Thank you, panelists, for the introductions. Hello? Sorry. Thank you. Let me take this one is off.
One of these is fun, yeah? Okay, yeah, this one.
Apologies for that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just about to get into the last session, which is essentially designed to draw out perspectives from. Hello? 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 Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last session of the day that is designed essentially to get some rounding up perspectives from different angles. The panel that you see here that has been just introduced has been selected carefully to try and get perspectives from the farmers' organizations, from the commercial bank, from the development, financing, from policy, and many other perspectives. So essentially, we want to get them to reflect, first of all, on what do they draw out from the proceedings since morning up to now, from their own perspectives, from a commercial bank's perspective, from development perspective, from farmers' organization perspective. That's the first round of questions, just a reflection on what are the main takeaways from since morning up to the very last session we just came out of. The second round of questions and discussions is around what do they think from where they stand could be the biggest impactful contribution that the development sector, as an example, could bring into enabling our ambition to happen at scale and very fast. The same question could be from a farmer's perspective. What kind of investments will be required to enable this entrepreneurship that is related to climate action and the young move at scale and at speed? Similarly to the other panelists. So those essentially will be the two main questions, after which we are going to open it up for discussion. Without much ado, I will go in the same line as they are appearing now, then I'll reverse it later. Then we can start with Paxley from Standard Bank, just to give his perspectives on what does he draw out from the happenings since this morning up to where we are now. Over to you, Paxley.
Yes, thank you. I've been listening carefully on most of the presentations and trying to align what is actually commercial banks doing, or maybe how we can also respond. It is fortunate for me because on Monday, last week and Tuesday, we also had Sustainable Agribusiness Conference for Africa region. So it was held actually in Gauteng. So we had all leaders from different countries, but then representing Standard Bank. So it was also on the same topic. And now listening from the audience here and all the questions which were raised and the presentations themselves, I can say the ideas in terms of climate change, they are available and in abundance. But then by the look of things, the main thing that is required is actually facilitation in terms of support, especially for finance, to make this happen, because even the banks themselves, we are no longer required to make money. So we are required to make money in an environment-friendly way. So things are changing. So we also kind of making sure that we listen to you and take this information for further discussion so that we can come up with more solutions other than the normal traditional ways to support you. This information for us, it was very much informative, and we are aware of what is actually required from the commercial bank. Thanks. That's me in short.
Well, thank you so much. For me, Dr. Chapoto's presentation, and two slides that scared me a bit. one on a personal note, the one that was representing the populations and the various categories, where it was flat at the very fat rather at the base. And that's where most of the young ones were. And then as I was going up, looking for that figure, which represents where I am, I got scared. And I kept coming out of the rest. So that was scary. The second one was the picture of the world's map, where the most emitting countries are the most prepared, and then the least emitting countries are the least prepared. And with the red and orange, that's very, very scary. So that took me to actually one of the statements that he made about harnessing the power of agripreneurship. And I say to myself, how ready are we, even at that point, especially as farmer organizations? And then in the last panel, the MD from Kenya was asked a very direct question. How are farmer organizations assisting you? And the answer was yes and no. And she said that 3 times. Today has been the worst nightmare of my life, coming from farmer organizations. And Dr. Chapoto started this. So when I listen to some of these presentations and then I hear the scientific language that describes the businesses that young agri-entrepreneurs are running in their countries and the structures that they have put up, and the resources that are required even in upscaling the businesses, there is a huge, huge yawning gap between the current crop of farmer organizations and the needs that they have to deliver on when it comes to supporting the young farmers that are coming up. These are the reflections that I quickly picked. And in there, I could see even things related to policy extension, for instance. To what extent is extension, that is public sector, public extension, going to support the young farmers? Even the questions that were coming about maggots, the one who was asking questions was actually delivering a lecture. And to me, that says a lot about the current crop of farmer organizations. So from a policy point of view, farmer organizations famed for lobbying and advocacy, do they have the grips of the matters at hand? And if not, what needs to be done? Thank you.
Okay, so I was asked to reflect on our just one day so far. I think many of the presenters made an emphasis on agriculture as science, right? And that it's more sophisticated today. I think the youth presenters and the kinds of conversations we've had today have given examples of how we're using technology, kind of the promise of agriculture in the future. It has me struggle with what we're being inundated with at Environmental Defense Fund, which is this balance between a sort of high-tech technology and low-tech technology, and how to preserve or learn from traditional practices that we're now really understanding we have sort of tossed aside with the real detriment to both the development of agriculture as well as our climate and environment. So as I'm sitting here listening to this, that's what I'm thinking about, honestly. and how to help build the incentives that will allow sort of both of those worlds to move together. And, you know, there's a lot of hope and opportunity in this room. And I think if we can get the sort of the low tech and traditional practices, if you will, with the kind of future of high tech and things that we've not yet seen, if we can use those together and not sort of at odds with each other, we really must do that in order to develop resilient, climate resilient food systems. So that's the space that I am grappling with, and that that we're hoping to help support this movement and many of you.
Well, from my perspective, normally, well, back in Germany, I sit in my office, I look at the computer. So first of all, it's absolutely inspiring to see all of you sitting here from different countries, here from Africa. And for me, it's really seeing the dynamics, what's going on here in the field of food and agriculture. And my first time I had contact with Africa, it was in 1999 when I had an internship in Namibia on a farm. And actually, this millennium we are living in right now, I entered in Namibia 1 hour before in Germany, 1 hour ahead of Germany, Europe. And I also think in many parts, when it comes to the dynamics, to the topics, to also the way of how you deal with each other, you are sometimes also ahead of Europe, of Germany. So many times we also keep on asking ourselves back in the ministry, what can we also learn from Africa? It's not always this technology transfer from the north to the south, that it is normally understood. It's also what's now coming, also facing climate change. What can we learn from Africa? Agroecology, civil society, the voice of civil society. And this is also very important for our ministry, cooperating and working with civil society. But above all, our ministry, actually, we are not so much famous for our development cooperation in terms of there's a BMZ and GIZ. But in our ministry, we have a department dealing with international cooperation where I'm working in, and also my colleagues who are here present now working in international cooperation. And our also challenge, and I also, whenever you talk about funding, whenever you talk about knowledge, going back to Germany, is how to organize and manage the institutional arrangements so that within Germany, within Europe, we have a coherent and coordinated policy making, but also when it comes, for example, now by the end of this month in Rome to the EU-AU Agriculture Ministerial Conference, how do we talk to each other, how do we understand each other, and how do we also cooperate and do the political frameworks so that funds can be delivered. And on the other side, as the BMEL is mainly focusing on food and agriculture in Germany, behind us or with us, there are about 7,000 people working in the public sector dealing with food and agriculture questions. So there's a huge knowledge and experience in Germany, which we would like to share with Africa, but also with Latin America, also with Asia. And maybe one last statement at the very beginning, when we talk about young entrepreneurship, of course, we always understand young people, I think below the age of 35, but I would not neglect any farmer who wants to start his own business with the age of 50 or 60. So it's not so much about the age, it's also about the willingness to work in the sector, because it's not easy. And I would also say that, and I think many statements that made clear that this paradigm of agriculture as a primary production and the food sector, maybe we also have to rethink and even innovate this whole system and the transformation of the food and agriculture system at all. So thank you.
Just a very quick interruption. There's a list which is going around where we are asking you to put your name down if your name is not on the list. This is for the farm visit. So kindly append your name on that list as it is circulated. Thank you.
Thanks, Danny, and thanks everyone for the responses, which I will not summarize in the interest of time. I just want to go for the second round of questions now, which will be customized this time to each individual to a large extent. If I go back to Pugsley, as a banker, if you really wanted to put in more resources and you wanted to do it at scale and at speed to promote entrepreneurship that is intersecting with the young, and that is also intersecting with climate change management, mitigation and adaptation. What do you think from your customer side could be possible missing things? And how do you think those missing pieces could actually be put in place for the bank to be able to respond much more positively to that kind of an ambition? Over to you.
Yeah, thanks for that. For start, I would say when we look at most of the youth, there are so many things that actually affect them from start, especially seeing that most would want to grow, most would want to start, they already have the ideas. So one thing that I would say, you obviously in a bank, in a commercial institution, you know, when investors come, they want to retain. So the funds which the banks actually offers or fund the agriculture or own any other business is the funds that one would invest in a bank, or a bank goes and borrow it from a central bank, which means at the end, it also has to go back. But then so far, when we check from commercial banks, I can say by the look of things, commercial banks have already been involved in funding climate smart agriculture, although in terms of measurement, that cannot be quantified now, since it was not actually from the beginning whenever there's a funding, especially say, for example, when you're doing some solar finance, one doesn't actually quantify to say, okay, for the whole of this year, banks have funded towards climate smart agriculture, this level of facilities. So luckily, because banks currently, when we look at the financing of green, or let me say climate smart agriculture, we kind of not being more difficult in terms of the requirements, but then making it easier for access for most of for youth. So the biggest thing that is missing from most of the clients or the farmers themselves is, you remember during the presentations, one was asking a question, how does the bottom line look like? As I mentioned, it's the funds that needs to go back, meaning it's the funds or the loans that need to be repaid. So if the bottom line doesn't speak or actually assist to say there's affordability, which is the biggest thing that commercial banks look at, that will you be able to repay the loans? So it's one of the things that I can say is actually kind of missing. But as more ideas come to make it more profitable, although we're going smart, but then businesses being more profitable to be able to afford those facilities or the loans is something that will work for everyone going forward. That's the main thing that I can just share for now. Yeah.
Thanks very much. Just a quick question. Given the importance that we have attached to the younger generation, I just wondered whether, because of their peculiarity, it could be something that could be considered, and I'm not putting you on the spot, to ring fence within any portfolio of agricultural financing as a portion that will deliberately be allocated towards a new generation, because a new generation is our future. So it makes sense from, at least from where I stand, not as a political statement, but as a strategy to safeguard the future, to have some portion ring-fenced, not necessarily in your specific bank, but as an idea that might be canvassed at financial institutions. I'm not necessarily asking you to answer, but if you can reflect quickly, that'll be fine.
Yes, I think it's important to also share some, let me say, some of the agri-entrepreneurs. When you many of them, when they think about the bank, because they already have an idea of what would the bank require, they tend to not actually approach the bank for assistance. Just to give you an example, there is what is called enterprise development. I'm talking from Standard Bank perspective now, but I know some of the banks may offer similar solutions. So there are things that you need for you to be able to start with the operations in terms of farming. So the banks, there are some funds that are put aside to assist emerging or smallholder farmers or upcoming farmers or youth, obviously because where you don't have background in terms of training and financials, putting them financials together. So that comes in the form of a grant to facilitate you to be able to start farming. So it's not normal just about what you know in terms of what is going on in the banks. Now, there's also what is called, I'm sure maybe some of you would know of Propaco, which is actually more on it's a development finance, but then there's no, at the moment, we don't have a specific amount of how much will be allocated towards climate smart agriculture. But how it works is there are some grants, there are some guarantees. Also, in terms of rates or the interest rates that one will be paying, there's a lot of concessions around it. So this is something that is actually coming up for implementation through the banks so that we can facilitate or help the youth, and also open for all the farmers who are going for climate smart agriculture for facilitation, meaning now it makes it easier or cheaper for us to go the same route in terms of sustainable agriculture or agribusiness. Although it looks cheaper or simple to access, there are some difficulties where you find the bank had to now do some admin stuff in terms of making sure it's verification and validation that the funds extended to the borrower were used specifically for such. Meaning, was it geared towards the same climate smart agriculture, which the bank won't have a capacity in such. But then now from the negotiations, it seems like there will be some form of advisory support where it's not actually going to be paid by the bank, but the same fund for green climate. So this is actually upcoming and also in negotiation, and I'm happy that is actually going to support most of the farmers.
Thank you, Paxley. Propaco is the French-based organization,
Yes.
DFI.
Yes.
Okay. Paul, talk to us about where you think could be the best bets for investing in to enable to unlock the potential of agripreneur at scale and at speed. It could be policy, it could be technology, it could be whatever. You talk to us about what you feel and what you have experienced in that respect.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Looks like you were reading some of the things that I have here. Policy is one of them. I will not waste time on that. But looking at it from the point of view where those who influence policy gather enough evidence, like we heard this morning, data, that supports the direction that policy has to take. And of course, when you're looking at your issues to do with technology, the most basic thing that we'll need to look at is, for instance, connectivity. Just simple connectivity across, Africa, and more importantly in our rural areas. The cost of data and even the gadgets themselves. Most of the work that we do now in agriculture is tech-driven. And because of that, we will definitely require a lot more in terms of connecting between one place to the other, one person to the other, and also collecting a lot of information that has already been processed, analyzed, which can now be applied as solutions to the businesses that we are running in agriculture. So it is very important for us to look at that. In fact, also in technology, an example that I discussed with you some time back, there is one place close to here where some young farmers invested a bit, bought their drones and so on, and then they started experimenting a few things on their farm. And the authorities came and they stopped the operation because they were not properly licensed and so on. And the cost of getting that operation to run with that technology became so out of reach of these young people is an issue that we really need to revisit. But maybe from a farmer organization's perspective, we now need also to do a lot more in terms of lobbying and advocating that technologies may be released, deployed. We need new practices, new processes that will be supported as well by our extension, which means also by interpretation. Extension providers, they need to up their skills. So capital investment in technology development is definitely a very important issue. Then when you look at reputational issues, that the reputation that we now have in agriculture as a result of the need to move from where we were or where we are to where we are supposed to go, the resultant effect is reduced revenue, because you now need to replace your equipment, most of which equipment may not necessarily be old, but is now irrelevant in the sense of climate proofing. You now need to replace the equipment. You now need to ensure that you are tracking the changes that are happening on the markets. Tastes are changing. So you hear some of the foods that people are now talking about, and the standards thereof, the standards that are required in terms of producing and distributing. You will see that the markets are not responding as they used to respond. So reduced revenue is one reputational impact that every agricultural operation is beginning to feel. But how do we respond to that? We will need to be resource efficient. We will need to be energy efficient. In this region, Southern African region, hydroelectric power will not work. Climate change has already spoken to us from our rivers and from our dams. So it means we are not able to produce the electricity that we have always been producing. So alternative sources of energy that are renewable is definitely the way to go. And I like the first presentation, which spoke about agripreneurship is not only about primary production. So there are these investment opportunities that are presenting themselves because of the changes that are taking place. And then we look at the products and services, we look at our markets, and then finally the issue of resilience. Sorry, I had to just brush through that.
Jennifer, from where you are coming from, in terms of maybe going towards ambition that we are articulating here, one that is agripreneurship, and that is also climate adaptation, mitigation, and the young, and wanting to do it at scale. Mm-hmm. What do you think could be investments that have got a higher payback that could come from an organization such as yours to try and catalyze that to happen?
Great. Thanks for such an easy question, Ishmael. I think we're all moving with such a sense of urgency from the ag side. We always, have been, we wanted to increase yield and increase nutrition and increase profits. And on the climate and environment side, we need to stop the devastation and global warming and all of this. And everybody feels such a sense of urgency, and everybody wants to get to scale. And, I think we had said earlier today, if you want to go fast and if you want to go long, how do you go? So, with the question of scale, we have to keep all those things in mind. And I think we have to attack at all levels. So one is a systems and a policy level. One, of course, is more at the, let's say, individual or producer level. So, I really think talking about producers, I think EDF is one of the major tenets that we have now is that we need to move people and nature forward at the same rate together. And so from the producer side, that's really helping. A lot of what we were talking about today is around kind of data limited settings. And so, for example, a lot of what we want to do with producer groups is to help us build adaptive management plans that are in data limited settings. So even with new technologies, even when we need more data, we cannot be paralyzed. So we have to continue moving forward, and we can continue to adapt as more data comes on board, because we know that that's sort of the reality that we live in. So there are things that we need to continue to move forward on together. I think, I'll say for the banking side, we were at an event with Ishmael at the last at COP27, where we talked about the critical nature of financial institutions and this kind of new world we're in, where financial institutions are making net zero pledges. And so we can see that as an opportunity for scale too. If all of these big players in the world are making these net zero contributions, and many of you and your communities are doing things that should fit into those net zero commitments, then how do we connect the two without so many middlemen that we actually don't see the benefit, at the community level? That's what we're grappling with, and we need to solve for scale. We found that the financial institutions don't necessarily realize how exposed they are. And that's pretty incredible. We found that they rarely take into account how smallholder farmers and fishers actually view the world, which is critically important, because it means that financial institutions right now, their processes and point of view isn't necessarily informed by you or by local people or by what's happening on the ground or by the climate resilient practices that we're all taking. And so how do we connect those two without kind of being crushed by the burden of, kind of gold standard evaluation and monitoring, and some of the things that we've seen perhaps in the energy market around carbon markets, for example. So this is the kind of stuff that we're grappling with. We've already made strides. We've partnered with financial institutions to actually break some of these log jams, and we're really here to work with many of you to kind of understand where the systems level view and more of the kind of individual level view, they meet in the middle. So I know we're trying to go quick, so I'll stop there.
Just before I let you go, I was just struck by this idea, maybe I'm misinterpreting what you said, that banks are looking at making net zero commitments. And perhaps farmers would also want to make net zero commitments. The question is really simple for me. How can we help each other and make money at the same time? Banks want to make money in a net zero situation, and farmers want to do that. So it looks like there's already a symbiotic, whatever the language is, that we can actually begin to work together to achieve the same ambition from both sides. Thanks very much. Maybe we could move to you want to say?
Yeah, can I just give you a really concrete example? So we have been working with, and a lot of this is US based, so you'll have to excuse me for some of this, but it's exciting anyhow, where we helped launch a new rebate program for farm operating loans. So it gives a rebate of 0.5% for farmers who achieve climate and water standards that we as an environmental organization help to set. So these are the kinds of things that we're trying to do in sort of a direct way. We're also helping the banks who are making these net zero pledges to actually develop their guidance. So the kinds of standards that they're setting for ag portfolios, and to make that as simple as possible.
Thank you. Over to you, Paul. The question really is too about taking it to scale at speed from your perspective, where you're coming from.
Thank you very much. Germany, well, we've got these two slogans, yes, made in Germany, and the other slogan is country of innovation. So Germany indeed is a country where many inventions have been made, also in the past, but actually, if we have a look at the current dynamics of the whole startup ecosystem in Africa, in Germany, and all over the world, Germany, it's not necessarily at the forefront. So we are actually also getting prepared to this whole new development. What does it mean? So it means that also last year in Germany, the federal government, we published a startup strategy where we deal with climate change, where we deal with biodiversity, where we deal with the whole ICT sector. And this is very, very important because in Germany, we have around 2,000 startups, and most of them are in the ICT sector, so information and communication technology. The second ones are in the health sector, and about 10% are in the food sector. So I completely agree with my other colleagues that one thing is looking at the primary production, but the other thing is to look at the whole food sector, because this is the sector actually where the most dynamics are taking place. And also when we look at the biggest problem of each startup, it's the initial phase. You have an idea, but from where do we get the first funding? And also in Germany, a little bit like here, your own savings, it's the easiest access to work with, but also in Germany, on second place, we have public funds. So there are public funds from different governments available, also BMEL. We deal with funding startups. And in our case, in the German agriculture, one of the biggest problems, challenges we face also due to demography, we've got an older population than here in Africa. So what do we do with all the farms who the owner is going to be old, a pensioner? So how can we hand over the farm to the younger generation? This is really a topic where we deal with and where we also work together with Andreas Hermes Academy. They do not only work here with you together with SACAU, but also they do a very good, incredible job back in Germany. And from that size, I also would like to point out that funding is important, but not the only thing, because what do you do with the money if you don't have any strategic environment and, let's say, strategic investment? So many startups, they would like to have funds, money, cash, it's all okay, but they wish to be embedded in an entrepreneurship environment, in an environment where mentors can help and guide them through the whole process, from developing from the idea back to the to getting to the market. Because being a startup doesn't really mean at the very beginning that you're already hitting all the challenges the market and the competition offers to you, in the good, but also in the bad, as since spoken. And also coming back to BMEL, we do have funding, we do support the startup scene in Germany, but also in international cooperation. But our main currencies is research and knowledge. Probably you also have heard about agricultural knowledge and information system. So there it comes to open data. When we talk about business models, then we talk about who owns the information, who generates the information. That's why also this question I had before regarding research. In Germany, due to the huge public research sector we also have a lot of open data available, which we have to put and transfer from the science sector into application to the startups, to the universities, to the research centers, and from there to the field. This is also a very important task. And what we also offer is networks like this conference, like the EU Agricultural Ministerial Conference, like it was also mentioned before, the UN Food Systems Summit. Probably most of them you have joined this huge dynamic conference in 2021, and this year we've got the stock taking event also taking place July in Rome, where almost all countries all over the world have participated. And I think every country who participates in this conference, you also have your national pathway already done. It was an incredible job you all did. And even looking at the agenda, 2030 agenda and the Paris Agreement, it's valuable to all countries, not only Global South or Global North, it's for all of us. And taking this into account, we also know that the UN Food Systems Summit, there's not so much funding involved, but many ideas, networks, and corporations. When we look also to the international processes, the COP climate and the COP biodiversity, there is funding. There are billions and billions of dollars involved and behind all these policies. And also when we look at the African market, just reading through the African Union Common Statement on food systems, it was prepared just before the UNFSS 2021. It's written down there, Africa is a market. The food and agricultural sector in Africa has got a worth of about $3 trillion. So the question is how to tap, how to get in contact, how to develop this market and all these opportunities. And that's why I love to be here to see all this dynamics. And one last point, what we also offer is moderation and facilitation, and above all, methodologies. It's not only the professor I had in my agricultural studies who said to me, it's all about methodology. What it's your knowledge worth for if you don't know how to bring the power you've got in your mind and new ideas on the road. So that's why methodologies is also something what Germany's, the BMEL, BMZ, and all the other ministries can also offer. Thank you.
Thanks very much for, let's clap for him. Thanks very much for citing that $1 trillion sort of question that really shows the potential that we are all sitting on, particularly for the younger generation. And it just reminded me of a statement that was made, or a quote perhaps, made by the president of the African Development Bank when he took office. He really say that agriculture or the food systems in Africa is the largest sector that can produce the largest number of billionaires. That agriculture is a sector that can produce the largest number of billionaires. So watch the space. We want a few of these from here, from the agripreneurs that we are having. And we are hearing statistics that we are a big market for trillions, 3 trillion or more. And again, those are indicators that from a broader perspective, beyond a micro enterprise, but much more framing for the future that you can really draw inspiration and ambition from. We don't have many minutes left, but I want to take a few questions from the floor directed to each. May just mention the one you're directing the question to, then maybe a couple of rounds, then we close and dismiss for the day. Thank you. Who is first? Okay. And where's the other hand? Oh yeah, this. Namibia, we can start, and then we go to South Africa.
Yeah, my question goes to a colleague who did his internship in Namibia at the farm, Mr. Volker Klima. Yeah, I think you mentioned about the availability of data in German. I think that is one of the contention issue. At our level is we are still struggling with data. I mean, with research itself. So, but you are talking about you've been doing extensive research and you have data. So how is that data accessible by farmer? I think starting at your country level, but also how can we access it? Because I think sometimes what we need, the assistance is that for us also to do our own research here or to collaborate, but we can also learn, or there are also some of the similarity if we have access to that data. So I think my question is around that.
Let's go to South Africa. Thanks for the question.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
No.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Okay, perfect. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson. Also, thank you for the panelists today. I am Andrea Kemp, I'm the Risk and Disaster Manager at AgriSA, and I'm also the Chairperson of the AgriSA Disaster Relief Foundation. I think it ties in today as we're assisting a lot of farming communities with disaster aid, but also now moving towards proactively addressing risks or through climate adaptation, building thriving communities. And my question specifically is there any funding available, whether it's now commercial or developmental funding, to assist NGOs to build resilience through farmers' organizations, especially like we sit here today with the Confederation of Agricultural Unions across countries? For instance, training or fire training. We recently embarked on a project where we're now assisting a lot of communities in the Northern Cape with fire training to build resilience. And then the second question is, the world is now talking about a possible El Nino weather phenomenon that's going to realize later this year. What is the funding financial institutions doing to put controls in place to mitigate their risks, whether it's now going to affect your lending ability or the repayment of farmers? So just, yeah, that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have one or two more? I'll go to Malawi and then Malawi.
Thank you very much for all the presentation. You well presented your presentation. My question is going to the Standard Bank. Most of the farmers, they have an ambition, like the young farmers, to start business. But when they want to get a loan, the bank always asks for collateral, which they don't have. In this program, how are you going to assist such kind of small farmers with that innovative system? Thank you.
Thank you. The very last one, is that Mauritius? Was your hand up?
Yes. My question is that if there is a fund available for the innovation and technology for the farmers, because we see that very less fund is available funding to do research work in the farmer sectors of the farmers, because we have a lot of problems for our soil tests and everything like this. So, my question.
Thank you. Maybe we could start with each questions that are addressing the matter of collateral and partly funding for a disaster facility from the bank side. And maybe those two, I think, are most relevant to the bankers.
Yeah, maybe if I can start with the one on El Nino. Yes, we have a team that deals with climate change and what is actually expected. Because sometimes when you also talk about El Nino, obviously we're looking in a situation where we might say there might be less in terms of water for irrigation for most of the farmers. But then the banks has production facilities that we are looking at, especially during the past 3 seasons, which were perfect for most of the farmers in terms of water availability. We've seen some margins building up. And then what we do is, remember, we kind of looking ahead as to what one should do. So we don't let farmers eat the duck, because the bank is not mainly about loans, but it's also concerning about investments. So during the good years, we kind of give farmers ways on how can you best invest for now, so that you prepare yourself for similar situations. So most of our clients, we take them through the same. But for those ones who could not actually save for enough, the margins when we do our assessment, especially looking at the 5-year average, and also situations where farmers got reduced yield because of the same situation, we still apply in terms of production facilities that we kind of extend to the farmers. And if they don't realize the minimum risk to cover their cost, we don't leave them in the dark. So we hold hands with them. We have what is called, that we keep discussing on, patient capital. So we understand agriculture and the situation that they may arise to affect these farmers, because it's not something that they can control. So we are able to carry these farmers forward for a period, even if it's 2 years, to make sure that they get back to the normal situation, because there's no way a bank can control the climate, but there are ways that we can ensure that farmers continue to produce food for the nation by way of carrying them through these situations in terms of El Nino.
And yes, the issue of collateral?
Especially for small farmers, access to finance and a lot of information or paperwork required. The information requested by the banks, they are not bank initiated, depending on the country. So there are regulations for which the banks needs to comply with. So that's why most of the details or the paperwork is actually also required. When it comes to collateral, like I said, I was fortunate to attend the Pan-Africa Congress Agribusiness that we were attending in Gauteng. Answering on a perspective where you have private land, permission to occupy, or rental land. So it depends on the type of facilities you are looking for from the bank. If you are looking for machineries or solar finance or anything like that, those ones are self-secured, so it's collateral in itself. So if you are looking to purchase a farm or a private land, that property in itself is going to be a collateral in itself. When you are looking for funding for production, the collateral that is available or one can use is normally your insurance and cession of produce income, just to make sure that the facilities at the end gets paid. That means even if you are working on a communal land, you are able to access the same in terms of working capital. So I am not sure if maybe there's another facility that doesn't come with an asset that the bank will say, well, we need collateral. Yes, normally we finance an asset that on itself, it becomes a collateral. And now maybe just to extend to what you are actually talking about, Standard Bank also have what is called one farm. So one farm is in different legs. There's one farm grow, there's one farm share, there's also one farm trade. I think maybe those who are from Angola, Uganda, Kenya, you might be aware of one farm grow. So it is actually going to spread to different countries. So it kind of gives support in terms of financial literacy and gathering of data for the farm, enabling you in terms of trainings and all the requirements that one would need to have to ensure that they access loans from the banks. I think the issue of security from the banks is normally something that comes last. The first thing is collateral. Then you look at management, financial position. Collateral is normally the last thing that the banks looks at. So it's not actually a prerequisite in most of the cases because it is covered by the asset that one is actually acquiring from or wants to finance from the bank.
Jennifer, do you want to check the question of funding options as well for the disaster facility?
I can try, and I'll use this as my closing too. I think it feels like that time. So, this may not be at a granular level that answers the questions directly, but I feel like this is where I think tomorrow we're talking about NDCs and NAPs and these kind of country level policies are so critical because if we can bring this kind of conversation and tie it to that, then we start having the kind of financing at the country level or policymakers who start to make that space for us, for folks who are adopting more resilient practices. And I have to, pose the question to you all too, what is a climate resilient practice? How do you measure that? Or how do you convince your local or national policymaker or your investor, who has to have something to hold on to, what does that look like? And so how do you capture that in order to then turn it around and pitch for finance in whatever form that looks like? I do think that, the world is focused on this issue. And so Ishmael talks a lot about scale. We've all talked a lot about scale here, and he did not pay me to say this, but I think an event like this, is also a step at, of course, the more farmers organization level to get to scale, this kind of idea of convergence and all of you collaborating together to kind of lift this issue up for the betterment of all. I think that's a really positive vibe that I felt here, that everybody is really looking to see how they can support each other, make these points around we are doing resilient practices that are for the benefit of our communities. How are we going to present that at other levels in order to get the financing that is supposedly out there? And, all of these big funds, GCF and Jeff, they are all rolling out programs that are focused on food systems, that are focused on resilience. And so if we can tell our stories for how we're actually doing that in ways that promote confidence, then that is a step that needs to be taken in order to engage in those conversations. And then again, at the national scale too, collectively coming together and being able to make sure that decision makers are hearing this so that they carve out space in government policy making plans for this to also be for there also to be support for you. So at many levels, but I'll stop there.
Thank you. Follow up the issue of data as well as the use of the issue of funding a disaster risk facility for farmers organizations as an example.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, the data thing. Well, the easiest way would be to access my colleagues and me directly to see what's going on in Germany, also to get the information. But apart from this, we actually you put the finger into also our wound because there's a lot of information available, but even we as a government, sometimes we have to see how to get all this information to the practitioners, to the people involved. So there we are also talking with our subordinate agencies. We are talking with the research centers. We are right now also adjusting our African strategy within BMEL, where we actually want to push and bring further into the forefront, into the first line, our knowledge system, the research centers, where we want to create also more synergies between the governments, also the research centers, and we are actually also dealing with different ministries who are engaged also in research, because right now it's not that easy to just say agriculture is here and it stops, because agriculture and food, it implies even more sectors: health, economic development, climate change, environmental change, and all this. So another thing we are doing, our bilateral cooperation projects. Within these projects, here the SACAU project, also our projects in Morocco, in Ethiopia, in Zambia, the AKTC, where we're going to listen to by tomorrow from our colleague. We've got long-lasting international cooperation projects, which is an advantage. They normally don't stop after 1 or 3 years. They last at least 6 or even 9 years, working with the public, also with the private sector, where we also want to fuel in the knowledge from Germany to do this typical technology transfer. But also we want to emphasize now even more on the other way around. So in our case, from Africa to Germany. But another thing is also leaving the continent, Europe and Africa. We are a small international department within the Ministry of Agriculture, but we've got contacts and projects, a diverse portfolio in Latin America, in Asia, but also in Europe and in Africa. And I just saw there the Farmers Organization for Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific. I think this is also a huge source which can be connected to by SACAU and also by you in your farmers organization. I think the most important thing is get organized and get strategic partners. Now, also talking to the disaster funds, I think within our bilateral cooperation project, this topic is being dealt with already. And even though maybe our ministry doesn't provide particular funds for disaster risk management or reduction, because when it comes to this issue, it's more, well, German bureaucracy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and even Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, they deal with such kind of topic. But within our bilateral cooperation, we included, and there at least and definitely you are able to get inspiration and idea what's going on in Germany, and also you will have access to our networks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take one last round, just a few questions. From this side, any questions? No. Going to the middle section, I see Agri-SA again. Maybe that's the last question that we'll take. I don't see any other hands, then we can, what? Okay, Gansham again. Okay, you again. But after Agri-SA.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy that there are these bosses which we have in front of us. Now, let me just propose suggestions to them. Actually, to Standard Bank. Standard Bank should be my friend, because the first bank which was opened in Port Elizabeth in 1800s, the first client was a wool farmer. Now, Standard Bank, you mentioned several. Okay, thank you. You mentioned more than 2 times that last week or week before you had a meeting with Pan African something. They gave you proposals. I hope so. Let me give you one also. Let me make an example about Spar and other shops. In years before, they were closing at 5 and opening at 8. But when the belt tightened, some of them are opening 24 hours. Now, out of your conditions for getting loans, especially for the small-scale farmers, I'm aware the money must come back to you. It's a loan. But to create more small-scale farmers, I propose that you, out of this, or out of your training allocations in the bank, you train extension officers of your extension officers, Standard Bank extension officers. Because it may not be wise to look at government extension officers for a simple reason. Government will never, in my time, be commercial farmers, to farm at any level. Then the private sector, which is Standard Bank, who needs this money, he must have his specially trained extension officers. If they give me loan, that extension officer visits me, advises me, and others, so that I become profitable. Yeah, I'm proposing that to Standard Bank. To the embassy, I'm also proposing, if you apply to any international organization, and then that organization has got funds to assist you, but they will say, no, we don't fund directly the organization, e.g., they won't fund National Rural Growers Association, but they are here in South Africa. It's not that they're in Germany, the people who can recommend, they are here in South Africa. Now, they say it must be through government. They know the government. They know the government at times, if it at times finds hard to control his own money. And then here's an NGO or a certain organization who has got a very good footprint, and possibly they know about that, but they will click to the clause which makes them not to assist us. They know there are poor farmers here who needs to be grouped. They've got all the information. I'm just concerned that they won't fund just because it must come through the government. The government whom they know will to submit certain documents in certain year or pay whatever he was supposed to pay. Now it means they're not.
I suppose the message to the one it is referred to is that there could be consideration for alternative funding modalities in view of the problems being articulated, not necessarily for a response now, but just to take note. Ganshamia, you want your question answered, the first one, the original one, isn't it? Which was about funding of research and innovation. Is that what you're coming back for?
Yeah. Also, I want to add that the young farmers we have seen that the young farmers is not interested in agriculture sector, because we have seen that many have studied in the university and they left the university with a degree and diploma with in agriculture sector, and they enter in the IT sector or other sector because they get their guarantee of their job. They are secure and they are sure that they will be getting money at the end of the month. And whereas it's farming sector, they are not guaranteed because of climate change. There's many losses, and it's not true. And they want the IT sector, the service sector is more payable than the agriculture sector. That how can this be secured for this young person and to motivate them to come to agriculture sector? That is my point.
Thank you for, I think some of them were really comments, suggestions. I thought we had closed. One short one. No, you can go ahead.
My question is one towards the Farmers Union. But before I get there, I wanted just to commend the gentleman from the bank. I think the notion that we've always had is like the bank doesn't have a heart for the farmers. But from the explanation that he has given, where they are able also to consider difficulties that farmers go through, disasters and all that, I think it gives a different perspective of the bank. A lot of people, a lot of our small scale farmers have that problem of even fearing to enter the bank to get information. And what he has delivered is basically information. Coming back to the Farmers Union representative, are there any specific and deliberate programs that the unions have in order to encourage farmers to pay back the loan? Specifically to encourage them, because I think when farmers don't pay back their loans, the bank doesn't have any other money to sort of fund other projects. And as a result, they tend to bring in and put in so many sort of conditions, which in the end are seen by farmers as a hindrance to access to financial assistance. Are there any deliberate and specific programs or trainings that are specifically meant to encourage our farmers to pay back the loans? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And this is directed at Paul. Maybe Paul will get an answer to. But can I add just one more observation? The banker also say that the reason why they are asking for many questions from you is not because of them. I mean, I'm putting words into his mouth, but that's essentially what he said. It is because of the compliance that the authorities, the governments want, or the central banks wants them to, so that if they don't comply with that, it will be a problem. So maybe, and this is maybe directed at you, Paul, maybe part of the lobby is not directed to the bankers. It is to those that put the compliance requirements. Just an idea, but you can get back.
Okay, thank you very much. For starters, I would like to agree with the bank. The business is business. If you borrow, it's a loan. Yeah, it's not a gift. So you pay back after you have used. So that is a principle, and it has to be observed. In Zimbabwe, at some point, a group of farmers approached a president of the Farmers Union. His name was Magadzire back then. They had defaulted on their loans with the bank. And they went to the president of the organization and they asked for the union to represent them so that the bank does not foreclose on them. And the president said, you borrowed, you pay. And interestingly, they broke away from the union and formed their own, and hoping that they would also put in some representations so that they avoid paying loans. So that does not work. In business, you borrow, you pay. Now, some of the things that we are doing to encourage this culture of repayments, and repayments in time and in full will include a lot of data collection that goes towards credit referencing. So it's not the case that every farmer who belongs to a farmer organization is faithful. So without that information about where they produced, how much they produced, the references in terms of where they marketed and what values they derived from the markets, and then also past experiences in terms of borrowing. That information is valuable. And we don't see that information in many, many cases. And I'm sure this is one of the things that farmer unions should be doing. Now, together with the banks, there is also financial literacy training that is required, where farmers should know how to relate with money. That relationship with money sometimes is not there, or is there, but it's very negative. Where if the money comes for a specific enterprise to finance inputs or a piece of equipment, the real traditional African rears his head in the gentleman. Mostly it's the men. Then they add to their collection of either women or other things. So this is something that we definitely would need to look at. So financial literacy, farming as a business, and credit referencing is a key to ensuring that our relationship with money and financial institutions improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for those powerful messages. Let me weigh in by way of closing this session. Also, just making my own observations about the topic of the day, which really was focused on entrepreneurship and the positive outcomes from a number of perspectives, but our perspective was much more around climate change adaptation and mitigation and the young. And there are other core benefits that we highlighted at the beginning that was talking about increasing the dynamism of agriculture, also in some ways skilling it, and ultimately also de-risking it because there will be more competent professional people in it. Also important that it would also reduce the average age, which is really required, and other benefits. So that was the way that we're chatting. And we're looking at whether this is a viable thing to do. And commissioned a quick and dirty study, so to speak, just to give us some insights, just broad insights to understand whether what we were harping on about is actually, there's some evidence, anecdotal as it might be, to give us encouragement, inspiration in order to move forward, which we are already encouraged by. And quite a few insights, I must say, came from that. And it confirmed a bit of what we thought it would come out. I think the first point really is, having listened to the young agripreneurs speaking themselves, apart from what the research found, it's already happening. So it's in that case, it's a no-brainer. It's already happening. But we don't know the extent to which it is happening because we have not done a full clean sweep study, environmental scan of the extent in order to be able also and to understand the dynamics around it. We had some issues that were raised, some of them policy, others much more micro-related, others about the entrepreneur themselves. But we still need to understand and map out the landscape. That is the main actors, the key factors, including also the financing landscape. And financing landscape is important in the context of an enterprise. An enterprise survives on the back of loans and financing. It does not survive, apart, of course, from one's entrepreneurship. And there are different sources, as we heard from the study, and this we're hearing also from the conversations that can come to bear with increasing expanding sort of the existing portfolio of climate-related enterprises. It could be development support. It could be philanthropic support. It could be public sector support. It could be commercial support. And all those could actually be harnessed to work in unison, in a complementary fashion, to be able to unlock value and to enable us to do much more, which is what we want to do for the region and for the rest of Africa. The point that I always refer to when it comes to this is when you have limited resources and you're trying to look at where do you get the biggest bang for your buck. It's like I've never driven or flown a jet pilot, but perhaps one of us has. We shall not go there. A jet. When a jet fighter is looking for where to drop a bomb, I'm sure they are going to look at the point of maximum impact. Yeah. The question for us is, if we have limited resources to invest in driving this ambition, what will be the strategic points to invest in or on in order to get the speed and scale that we need? It could be in relation to startups, which is a key area that has been mentioned. It might also be in relation to growing the existing operations, as we're hearing from the young agripreneurs. It might also be in growing the number of those that are already there. And it can also be in converting agripreneurship that is already there into more climate friendly. And it could be in many other ways. And I believe that there are two key ingredients for that. One of it will be the operational environment that enables entrepreneurs to thrive and prosper with positive environmental, nutritional, climate outcomes, you name it, development outcomes. So we need that environment. That environment includes investing in public-related infrastructure, which might mean water reticulation. It could also mean schools, because entrepreneurship does not thrive where there are no schools, facilities, because there are people. It might also mean, more importantly, in digital infrastructure. Not to mention roads and bridges. We are not going to expect entrepreneurship to thrive in areas where there are no roads, where there are no bridges. So there are some things that we really need to have to put in place to go. I think that's very important to go there. And the other area really is just about policy, apart from public investment, just policy. Policy engineering might actually be the answer that we needed. It might be in terms of as basic things as subsidization that is targeted towards climate resilient actions. It might be also removing VAT on all imported climate-related services or equipment, or you name it. It might be to do with training facilities. It also might be income tax relief to those that are actually for a certain period. So I think we should need to harvest more from both the general public interest goods as well as just policy engineering. And I think we need to think much harder around it. But the lesson that I particularly take away myself, that there's a lot of work that we can move forward with. And in understanding it and maybe publicizing this at a bigger scale, maybe a big conference that we could have, with a view to getting more insights and to start programming. And programming for us, looking at what is it that we can do at the regional level? What is it that we can do with development partners? What is it that we can do with commercial partners? What is it that we can do with any other partners? And more importantly, what is it that we can do with the entrepreneurs themselves? And what can the nation level do also to do the same? So I think there are a lot of configurations we can think going ahead. And tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we might be harvesting a little more thoughts, but I'm quite hopeful that we're on to a good thing. And that keeps us going. And we shall be talking much more about this, publicizing it. And I feel inspired, particularly by the last session, as a takeaway. And I hope that you all feel the same. Please join me in thanking the panelists for job well done. And let's keep the conversations going even after this. But of course, we'll continue tomorrow. And tomorrow, hoping that we'll come up with a very good summary of proceedings of today. Thank you. Danny, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ishmael. I think you also deserve a big round of applause for the excellent facilitation and moderation. Colleagues, we've come to the end of today's proceedings, but not quite. We still have one or two things that we're going to do. Tonight, there's going to be an award ceremony of the young agripreneurs. So you are all invited to join them at 7 p.m. sharp at the same venue where we had lunch today for a quick award ceremony. And then after that, we'll have dinner. And I believe there will also be some dancing after that. Is that correct? We're not sure. Okay. But something is going to be organized for those that love to dance. So there'll be some bit of dancing tonight. And then, of course, we will be meeting tomorrow. And we are starting promptly at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock tomorrow. We'll meet right here. Could we then have, lastly, the panelists that are up first tomorrow, just to remain for a few minutes? Dr. Louis Owe, Dr. Akim Mwape, Mr. Gift Mulungushi, and Mr. Helmut Anschutz. Did I pronounce that correctly? Dieter? Somewhere there. Okay. All right. So if they could kindly just remain for a few minutes so we can plan for tomorrow. But otherwise, thank you so much. Let's just refresh a little bit, and then 7 p.m. on the dot, we meet in the Djembe. Thank you so much.